You wanna come with me? I can see it in your eyes. It's a feeling that you can't deny. I'll bring you high so deep, so we can feel alive. Leave the world behind. Let yourself go. Enjoy the ride. And if we fall, don't forget to just go with the vibe. Let yourself go. Enjoy the ride. And if we fall, don't forget to just go with the vibe. Go with the vibe.
Hello and welcome everyone to Calling Kansas City. We're in the final throes of the Omens of the Third Age metagame. My name is Julian Carr, joined once again by Charles Dunn. We're in the flesh and blood this time.
Yes.
Not just next to each other, but next to the rest of the calling as well.
Here at the tournament, the energy is absolutely electric here. You know, big event. Love seeing people out here playing the flesh and blood.
And you know what? It's fun because we actually did this the last time we had a set, not sunset, but a set end and a new one come out. It's actually right before Omens in calling Jakarta in Indonesia. And usually at the end of the metagame, you know, people want to take a break, maybe they've played a lot, you know, Pro Tours are done, maybe Worlds is a few months away. You know, sometimes the events don't have that many people. That is not true in this event.
No, we got a very good turnout here. Over 400 people, I believe, in the main event. You know, really diverse metagame. We're seeing, you know, some of the standouts that we've seen before. You know, Acilio, definitely one of the top decks. But there's a lot of innovation that we're seeing around that deck, as well as some of the counters trying to attack the top of the metagame.
Yeah, 408 players. Let's have a look at what they'll be doing this weekend, because there's 2 days of Flesh and Blood for us to get through. Here's the schedule. Day 1, Classic Constructed. Obviously, if you're unaware, this is a Classic Constructed calling. 7 rounds of Swiss on Day 1. Day 2, we are going to have 5 rounds of Swiss, but don't worry, we have 3 other rounds as well with our top 8 for 8 effective rounds total. And of course, we're going to be giving things away all those days. That promo cold foil hot stamped drinking buddy is available to you really only for watching this stream right now.
Yeah, make sure you're tuning in. I mean, obviously you're tuning in because you're listening to us right now, but stick around and try to get your
Tell
copy of Drinking Buddy.
else to tune in. As yeah, it's just a beautiful looking card. I still need to grab one of these. It was funny, at one point I did see someone ask a while ago if this was legal to play. It is not in CC, but certainly some heroes that could have used it if they did, to a pretty funny effect.
Yes, it is a more of an ultimate pit fight kind of casual, fun card, but it still looks great. It's got all of your favorite characters sitting around having a drink.
Yeah, I mean, if you are a fan of that format as well, there will be more support with Smash Pals coming out at a later date. But
sure.
have a look at what players are playing for this weekend. Have a look at our pricing. If you get first, you get 10 World Tour points. That's pretty good. You get a Pro Tour invite. That's really good. You get a Gold Foil Legendary. Always fun to get if you make top 8. But 5K USD at the top, 20,000 USD total being given away this weekend.
Yes, absolutely. And top 8 getting that Gold Foil Legendary, always really nice. Just great present here for the Colin at Kansas City.
If you have a little look on the right-hand side of your screen, participation prize is also pretty good in those tournament packs.
Yeah, I've been loving these tournament packs. They're really relatively good. Recent, addition to the tournament scene, and they are just always really nice artwork of very playable cards, very good cards, and I know they are very in high demand among the player base.
Started seeing more in the feature match as well. I expect that will continue because, yes, as we mentioned, these are beautiful. In fact, that card on your screen right at the front, little red zipper hit, that exact printing we actually did see a week ago at Calling Hamburg, because it turns out Mechanologist had a pretty good weekend there.
It sure did, yeah. I'm sure we might even see some more Mechanologists this weekend here.
I have a feeling there might be a few. And, of course, the Champions Prize. It is a last chance. I guess at this point, if you're hearing me, it's too late, unless you're here at the event watching.
That is true.
But Quick Dog Collections, that beautiful gold foil is being given away for the final time at this event, because we are, of course, moving on to a different fancy gold foil legendary for the following callings.
And the full art on these Colin Champion cards is just absolutely gorgeous. It is really a suitable prize for the champions of these callings.
And you get a fancy trophy as well, just to let everyone know that you did it. But as we mentioned, this is the last time we'll see gold foil quick dodge flexes. Really a card that is it's been a staple pretty solidly since its printing in the Hunted. And like we said, every time I see a player win one of these and show it off as part of their prizing, it just looks gorgeous.
Yeah, as someone who's played a lot of Ninja in my time, I've played a lot of Syndra, Fi, Ira even. I kind of hate to see these quick dodges on the other side of the field. They just get so much value. They're so playable, so good into certain metagames. And, we may be going into one coming up with Omens that may also want a lot of quick dodge flexors.
Yeah, maybe. Of course, there is another nice looking generic bit of equipment coming up as the next one. We already know what that one is. The old circlet from Usurp.
Yeah, we're not sure exactly how that's going to really fit into the metagame, but I think it's going to be a pretty powerful choice for a lot of decks. For anybody trying to play the new heroes, you got to be considering this. It could be a strong counter. So I imagine this will be a pretty popular headpiece in the next meta.
I think so. Speaking of, there's been quite a lot of action with Usurp the Shadow Throne. There's been a lot of spoilers. We're going to go through the things that we've seen already, and my eyes are immediately drawn. I mean, these are all brute cards, of course, because our producer is a Leviathan player. Apex Buster, though, seems like a pretty sweet Brute Majestic.
Yeah, it's an interesting, it's kind of below rate on its normal base rate, right? It's 2 resources and a card to kind of add maybe +3 or something to destroy a card that's defending. But man, it's so versatile. What I think the coolest part about this is being able to destroy battle worn equipment.
Yeah.
Right? If somebody's like, oh, I'll just block with Valiant Dynamo, or block with, maybe Courage of Bladehold if you're like a warrior deck trying to do some combos, you might think, oh, it's going to be fine. And then Apex Buster comes out, and it really busts up your plan. So I think it's a good flexible card that is going to see a lot of play in Brutes moving forward.
Shout out to the flavor, by the way, of just punching the thing away from you off the combat chain. Beautiful marriage of function and art here as we move on. Oh, my goodness. I can't wait to play this hero. I will tell you, as soon as I saw Malice spoiled, I was like, you know what? I want to play this hero. I want to play this hero so bad, I immediately put together a version of the deck and just started testing wherever I could. That is the first time that has ever happened to me in Flesh and Blood.
It is such a cool concept. I mean, we've obviously seen a Necromancer before with Gravy Bones, and this is going to be a similar but different take on it, right? Still playing this ally game plan, bringing it back from the graveyard or from Banish with Malice here. But they have a different texture to it, and it remains to be seen exactly how she's going to play out, but I'm excited for her too. I think she's going to be a really cool, unique hero in Flesh and Blood.
And of course, not an illusionist, but inheriting the illusionist mantle of having beautiful marvels that the players do want. So look out for those coming up. And of course, Runeblade is going to be back in a big way. Shadow Runeblade cards, I mean, we're not going to read all of these, but turns out Shadow Runeblade is a pretty good combination of class and talent.
It sure is. Historically, between Chain and Vincent and now Viscerai, we've definitely seen these have very powerful effects, and I think this is no exception. Being able to play things from your Banish Zone is insanely powerful, and the new Usurp mechanic just giving some extra value, as well as even more value in the mirror match. If you're playing against opponents who also have Rune Chance, Usurp can go crazy.
Yeah, definitely a bit of splash there as well, as we have a look through. Again, seeing quite a lot here. Some shadow actions here to take a little peek at.
Yeah, Shadow has been a very powerful talent throughout the history of Flesh and Blood. Just once again, playing from that Banish Zone, getting that extra card advantage. Of course, it comes with the risk of blood debt. But there's a lot of ways like this Planar Chaos and the Gate to ARFL that are able to help mitigate that and prevent that blood debt from really racking up too hard on you.
Yeah, I think Gate's obviously going to be a big part of both the Limited and the Classic Constructor metagame for this, as we keep on kicking through. There are, of course, cards that aren't just... There are expansion slot cards, and we've seen a number of them already. These all look quite good.
Yes, so I played Ira at Pro Tour Las Vegas.
Yep.
Did not do too hot.
I wasn't going to bring it up.
But, you know, I am really excited for Stoke Vengeance. This would fit in very nicely. I wasn't playing Edge of Autumn, but I think after this, I might have to try that one out again. I think Stoke Vengeance is basically Bittering Thorns plus.
Yep.
Right? It's got +1 more block and +1 more on its on hit. So really excited about that one. And of course, you know, Arakni Marionette really needed some extra help in the metagame.
Yep.
So Deadly Spinneret is able to add some extra Graphene Chelicera into your arsenal here.
And nice little Ranger defensive piece as well. This one's sweet, especially against things like going in a flash. And last but not least, oh baby.
Oh, yeah, these just came out very recently, some of these spoilers. Most excited about Rush of Knowledge. I think that one is really powerful, just being able to convert Ponder tokens into card draw an action point. Just that seemed like a really powerful effect for both Illusionist and Wizard. Really looking forward to see how players utilize that one.
Yeah, I'm a big Sphinx of the Third Eye enjoyer. It's my favorite piece of equipment from Omens of the Third Age, so excited to see a little bit more support for that. And of course, Wizards needed more cards that were good, and Hosed Marlin, so they got some.
Yes, of course. Sigil Muse is going to be a very interesting card, and you got to imagine that it's probably more of like a sideboard card against a certain metagame, but it can be very powerful when it is relevant.
Yeah, and of course, Chains of Consecration, a card that maybe isn't quite relevant just yet, but as a former Prism player, very excited to see this exist, because that means in the future, I will probably need this card.
Yes, probably, especially with a lot of the Malice. You got to imagine like a lot of her allies are going to be very vulnerable to that effect, and if you're playing a light hero, then that might be the sideboard thing you need if Malice is a dominant force.
It's a shame there's only one light hero for now. As we have a look at the metagame of this particular calling, maybe one light hero moving around, but this metagame is a good time. And as a reminder, this is the last time we're going to see this exact metagame.
Yes.
The next event is a world premiere.
Yes, the next event will have Usurp the Shadowthrone on all of those brand new cards and heroes and Malice and Viscerai and Levia coming back into the meta probably with a lot of new support. But in the meantime, we're going to be looking at this. So we've got Acilio at the top of the metagame. And now we know that Acilio is kind of like a hybrid deck where there's kind of two main versions of it. One of them that has a lot of 0-for-4 attacks, go again, and tries to sprinkle in a little bit of Arcane here and there. But it's mainly about the attacks and gone in a flash combo. The other version plays much more like Kano of old, right?
Yes.
Just a bunch of arcane damage, no physical attacks. And when you're sitting down against Acilio, you know, you got to kind of make a call of like, how are you going to sideboard against it? How are you going to prepare? What version do you think they're playing? Doing so well and why it's so highly represented, because you kind of get two types of players that are drawn to it: the attacking aggro players and the arcane spell wizard players.
Yep. Marionette, of course, continues to be a mainstay of the metagame as well. I don't think Marionette has been out of the top 3 at most callings kind of since his rise towards the top.
Yeah, he has been just a very consistently powerful deck. He's got good rate numbers, like his attacks do lots of damage. He's got disruption with a lot of the things like Leave No Witnesses and the Mark of the Black Widow, as well as just the inherent power of the Agents of Chaos, right? If you hit Mark of the Black Widow or the Black Widow agent, you get lots of power that way.
Now, I think the interesting thing to me is usually the third slot is filled by usually just one particular hero. Not only is third tied with fourth, so tied third between these two, but neither of these heroes are Gravy Bones.
That is true, but more importantly, both of these heroes are legal for hitting LL this weekend. So both Kassai and Dasho, if either of those two win this calling, they're done. They're gone. This could be the last tournament we ever see Kassai and Dash.io in Classic Constructed.
Yep. I think maybe it's one of the reasons the numbers are higher than we might have expected. Perhaps some players, some favorites with these wanting to play this hero for one final time. Or honestly, there's a lot of aura for being a person that LL's a hero. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you, Charles?
I've sent a hero to LL in my time, and let me tell you, it's a good feeling. Yeah. It feels great to send off a hero to LL. So we've got 28 players looking to do that on Kassai and 28 looking to do that on Dash.io this weekend.
Yep, Kassai kind of been in range for a while, and it's in some ways surprising. I think some Kassai players were worried she wouldn't be playable for this event.
Yes, yeah. I mean, even when I was preparing for the Pro Tour in Vegas a little while back, I was worried that Kassai might hit LL in the national season, because if she's able to win a few extra nationals, well, a few more than she did, as well as potentially the calling right before the Pro Tour, she could have hit LL even before then. But she has stuck around. She's been right at the top. She's been in like a lot of the top 8s, but hasn't quite hit that win that she needs in order to hit LL.
Yep, and of course, Dio won the calling last weekend in Hamburg, but I expected to see actually a decent amount of Hala. I think that hero is pretty good.
Yeah.
Showing a lot of consistency. What I did not expect is her to be tied with Aurora for the numbers in the room. Aurora is, what, the 5th most represented deck in this metagame?
Yeah.
That's wild to me.
Tied here at 5th and 6th, Aurora and Hala, and both of these decks have gotten a lot of recent boost. Aurora obviously gets the unbanning of Skyward Serenade recently, which adds just a little bit more power, a little bit more consistency to that deck. It's still a deck that, it's not as strong as the Aurora of old that we've seen in the past. Of course, it's still a bit of a step down there, but I think it's players are starting to find the deck build that really works for her. I've seen looking around the room, I see a lot of good players playing Aurora, like players who've had some past strong results, and so maybe they see something there. Maybe they've found a build, a strategy that really is going to put her over the hump that she wasn't really finding the results before now.
Yeah, I think I definitely expected to see a decent amount of Vincent and Gravy Bones, although both those decks I think are kind of weirdly positioned depending on the weekend. I think with all the Warriors running around, Gravy's probably a little less happy than he's been when there was more Guardians. But I certainly did not expect to see more Aurora than both of those heroes, which is what this metagame is telling me.
It's very surprising, yes. Gravy Bones has been a mainstay of the meta ever since he came out. This is probably like his lowest representation that we've seen in a long time, I think. The meta has just kind of shifted a bit more towards the aggro decks of Acilio, Dash.io, or even Aurora, and even a lot of the Warriors. I think the Warriors feel pretty decent into Gravy Bones. They've got a lot of go again. They've got a lot of ways to efficiently clear out allies and pressure the hero. So we have seen Gravy Bones fall down in representation. That being said, it's a deck that really rewards skilled pilots, and we saw that a few weeks back with Evan in the Colin in Edinburgh. Even though the meta was pretty hostile to Gravy Bones, he's an expert player of it and was still able to take down a Colin win. So Gravy Bones absolutely can still win this Colin.
Yeah, and this 8 heroes or so I feel like we talked about, we're not going to ignore the rest of them, but there's a lot of different things. There's a bunch of specialist heroes that we might be able to see. There's still Ninjas and Guardians running around, and Fang is kind of like an honorary aggro deck in many ways, despite being a bit beefier in the armor suite. And there's even 6 Tough Nut. So excited to see Tough Nut on stream at some point in the day. That is what I'm currently manifesting for myself.
Hope so. I think Tough Nut is a really cool hero. Did manage to top 4 that Colin in Edinburgh that I mentioned earlier. So there is some hope. There's some life there for the bumbling Hulkster. And, if I'm looking ahead, I do think Tough Nut gets some good support in the Brute slot in Usurp the Shadow Throne. So maybe he'll be on the rise sooner rather than later.
Well, you mentioned it already, but let's take a look at the Living Legend leaderboard. Now, we do this for fun every event, I feel like. Turns out it's really relevant today.
Oh, it sure is. As we mentioned earlier, both Kassai they will be over that 1,000 point threshold, and they will be sent off to the hallowed halls of the Living Legend.
Yeah, the other thing is, even though we are watching those 2 heroes very closely this weekend because they can go with a win, the rest of this leaderboard, like 3rd through 7th, maybe ignoring Katsu, depending on his position in the metagame, even them winning now won't LL them, but PQ season is right around the corner, and certainly Marionette, Acilio, and Syndra might be in danger as well.
They certainly do seem that way, right? With the top, as you said, 7 heroes really are forces in the current metagame, except perhaps Katsu. And all of them are going to be able to accumulate some points in the PQ season that's coming up. And a win here would just really catapult them right up to that threshold. I'm honestly surprised that some decks like Fi and Syndra have been sticking around this long. I think they're very powerful into this metagame that's heavily focused on like Acilio that doesn't really block that well. So the decks that are able to go wide and pressure that style deck, I think could be well positioned and potentially able to get over the limit of LL.
Alrighty, and of course, one victory away is Dash.io winning in the hands of Thomas Prayer, I believe, calling Hamburg last weekend. And of course, we had this slide ready already. We had to ready the other one because Kassai is also one win away, which means we personally, by the way, we've already cast Kassai winning a calling. That happened last time we were together covering calling Jakarta. But we are now manifesting Kassai versus Dio for the finals, which is actually kind of a cool matchup.
I would love to see that in the finals. It is a very fun matchup to watch. It can go a lot of different ways, whether it's like all aggro or if the Kassai tries to fatigue out the Dash.io. There's a couple different ways you can play it, and I would love to see that matchup on stream, especially if it's in the finals, because then we would know one of them's gone.
Yep. I don't expect the players to sandbag, but there is kind of funny, like you have like this internal struggle, right? We're like,
yeah.
But I mean, you got all the way there to win. Might as well go out. You don't want to go out and peak your season.
No,
get a couple points. You want to go out with a bang.
Go out with a bang, win a big event like the calling here in Kansas City, and that would be the fitting way to send a hero off into the living legend.
All right, so we have selected, we and production, I guess we should say, have selected some players we want to look at for a variety of different reasons. So let's have a look at the caster picks. I believe starting with yours truly. I'm playing for content. Let me just say that.
Yeah.
Pankaj, he's here. He's not in the booth. You might have seen it in the rotating sides. He will be in coverage at Calling Atlanta. At least this man is always around the booth. But today, he was around the booth telling us how his round one has gone. I will not spoil it for you, but he is playing Acilio, which means he wants to win the calling.
Yes, not only is he a great caster, commentator, he is a great player as well. And so we'll have to follow his journey this weekend, and we're rooting for him.
And of course, Dalen Mack, NFL player by trade.
Yes.
Fab player, I guess, in the spare time.
And one of the nicest guys you've ever met.
Also true, and an illusionist enjoyer, which is why he's on my list, because I love Prism, and there's only one illusionist left, and it is, of course, Ziggy, which is what he's playing, which makes a lot of sense. Michael Fung, of course, mainstay of the coverage and the callings in just about every facet of Flesh and Blood, on Dio, which is kind of surprising to me.
Yeah, I've heard he's a pretty good player. Dio rewards some tricky lines and intricate timing and sequencing, so excited to see how he does with that.
And Josh Lau, of course, not on Hala, which is what I was hoping for when I picked Josh, but on Old Faithful, on Dorinthea, which is always fun to watch. And, of course, Peter Bedensik, friend of the show, and just a joy in the Fab community. On Acilio, of course. He likes to win and likes to play Wizard.
There's going to be a lot of Acilios in our picks here as well.
All right. Well, Charles Dunn, explain yourself.
On to me. Well, yes, as I mentioned about Acilio, we've got Alexander Vor, teammate of mine, top 4 at the recent Pro Tour in Las Vegas. He's playing an interesting mix of Acilio. It is a more arcane focus, but he's got some interesting spice there. Obviously, you can look back at his Pro Tour top 4 list and see what I mean. My good friend Naib Mobasir, I talked to him last night, and I'm like, hey, Naib, what are you playing this weekend? And he's like, I don't know yet. And I'm like, it's 7 p.m. the night before the event. He doesn't know what hero he's playing. He brought several different heroes. Seems like he landed on Acilio. Seems like a good choice. Chris Ioli, he is my pick to win this, trying to LL the Kassai. He has obviously won a calling before on Kassai, and so here's hoping he can run it back.
And then these last two, a pair of Lucases with some spicy decks.
Lucas Oswald, a good friend of mine, playing Aurora. Now, Aurora is a deck that we were talking about a little bit earlier. I'd love to see what kind of spice he came up with that. I think Aurora is a deck I've been like a little lukewarm on, but I'm waiting for some innovation, waiting for somebody to really break the deck open, and I think Lucas might have done it. He's a great player, and he clearly saw something in Aurora for this weekend.
I will note, had a very good year and a very good Marionette player.
Yeah.
So swapping off Marionette, a deck that has clearly proven itself many times over this season, for a hero that hasn't, is very telling for a player like Lucas Oswald.
I'd also like to watch Lucas Barding here playing Arakni slipped through the cracks. A different Arakni player. Definitely an underrepresented deck, but he said he's had really good results in testing with it, and so I'd be curious to see how that's able to attack the metagame.
And of course, our producer, always having some fun.
He unmuted me. Oh, thank God. I've been chomping at the bit. There were Levi cards on screen I couldn't talk about. That's okay. I'll talk about these friends of mine instead on screen. We got Noah Bagelman, who is playing. Look, we got ice cream last night. And we're trying to figure out. We're workshopping a name for this deck because this is crusty as Like that was the first adjective described by Damien, the architect of the deck, and then Noah, who was piloting, as well as some other people on their team. But that was how they described it. Our deck's crusty, bro. Crusty. Okay, there must be some wordplay. How do we figure this out? Well, we've landed on Edict of Crust is the name of the deck. We went a lot of different directions, but Noah is playing Edict of Crust. Hopefully we'll get him on camera or one of the other pilots on that deck so you can see the crust in action. I won't spoil it for you in any regard. It is...
How exciting.
I mean, does crust make you exciting? I think...
I'm intrigued. I can say that much.
Okay.
I'm certainly intrigued.
Okay. Well, number 2 there is actually going to be our round 1 feature. Good friend of mine, huge content creator in the space, and just all-around nice guy with a bandana. Zack Phillips, Aggro Blaze 96. So yeah, he's playing Aurora this weekend. He is one of he's been one of the hugely vocal presences out there in the creator space, along with Lucas Oswald, talking about how much they wanted to play Aurora for this event. I would actually credit a lot of the Aurora representation just to them, to be honest. They have a huge viewership base. Zack Phillips and Lucas wanting to play the hero definitely had made its ripples, so let's go ahead and see how they do. Then Mara, just another good friend of mine. She's been chomping at the bit for a breakthrough run on Vincent. And if she can get it done right before Usurp, that's like all the kudos you need, because she will get obviously support with Shadow and all that coming up. So if she can do it here, I really want to watch that run. And then Brody has just been playing pet decks. I don't know what's up with him. He just saw the player of the leaderboard. It's like, nah, I'm a content creator now. And I said, damn right, you're going to make content for me, bud. But as far as the callings go, he just has fun with his, Vincent and Fang. Still a great player, still good results, but he's definitely not playing kind of the top 3 decks that you would normally see out of rotation of a player like him, Jacob, Michael, kind of that crew. And then you've got Jacob, who is going to single-handedly drag Mario across the thresholds of LL. And he's also representing the flags on screen, because I don't think we spiced that up yet. Cool. That's me.
Thank you, Ethan, Mr. Mansant. Always helpful. Jacob Clements, certainly a player I was going to highlight for one very simple reason, Charles. There's only one Tier 4 left. It's Worlds. It's in a couple months in Paris. And Jacob Clements is just simply the best Flesh and Blood player in the world. Yeah, and that's something you should all be excited about anytime you show up to a calling.
Yeah, I think that's pretty undisputed. Definitely, he is on an amazing run this year. I believe he's already won 3 callings in this calendar year. One is Nationals, and won a Pro Tour, and who knows? Maybe he wins another calling this weekend or Worlds. In any case, he is definitely should be at the top of your list for favorites to win any Flesh and Blood event that he enters.
Certainly should, as we are going to have a look at something you should do if you want to play in callings. It is register right now. Early Bird Weekends give you a free side event voucher when you buy your package during Early Bird Weekends, and we have some coming up. Right now, Shenzhen, Wakefield, and Portland in the latter part of the year, November, December. If you are thinking of playing in these events, or especially if you know you're playing in either of these, which is 2 CC and a 1 Sage calling between these 3, do it now. Because it turns out sometimes events sell out.
Yes, they have been, been very popular. Players really love playing in these events, and so make sure if you are planning to go there, you buy this early bird package. It's just free value. Just make sure you lock in that package early.
Yep, extra voucher, some promos, bunch of good stuff. As you are going to have a look at a calling that I think everyone should be excited to watch. Because Worlds is happening. We mentioned it already, but there is a 100K calling in Paris on the same weekend as Worlds.
That is absolutely huge. This is, 3 times our normal calling size? If our normal calling is about 30K, this is more than 3 times.
3.5 times.
Amazing prize support. It's open entry, so even if you're not qualified for Worlds, you should probably make your way out to Paris to play in this 100K calling.
Absolutely.
It is a really great support for this event, and I look forward to seeing everyone playing there.
Yeah, I think also will just be a great calling to watch or play in, because I think this is maybe going to be the hardest calling to win in Fab history.
It might be. A lot of these callings at these Tier 4 events, even though, yes, there are some players still playing in the main event, there's a lot of really high-quality players. There's a lot of really high-quality players going to be playing in these side events.
Yeah, sometimes there's you. You are responsible for winning a calling on a Pro Tour weekend.
I have done that. This is a calling in Amsterdam, and in Pro Tour Amsterdam, I somehow convinced myself for the Pro Tour that Bravo Showstopper was somehow a good choice in this metagame. It was not. Spoilers.
Oh, okay.
So I came to my senses after going 1 and 3 in CC. And I'm like, I'm just going to play Zen. It's the best deck by far.
Yep.
And turns out it was. And was able to take the calling win with Zen instead.
Well, you can't play Zen at this calling, but you certainly can get things done. As there's even more happening. We mentioned Sage is going to be more calling support for that. But the voting for Silver Age starts very soon. This is one of the most fun things about the format. You personally can make your mark on the future of Silver Age. If you've been playing in Sage events, get voting. Opens on September 14th at midnight New Zealand time. Closes September 15th. 24 hours lit. Yeah, 4 hours and like 1 minute less.
This is
you have a day.
Do it. This is such a cool thing that LSS does with this Silver Age format, giving the players a vote and how to shape the format. It really is, for the players, by the players. And so really looking forward to that. Make your mark, cast your vote on which heroes you would like to see. Maybe take a little bit of a break from the format, be benched and help shape the metagame in a more fun way.
And as a reminder, I believe LSS also benches a hero as well. So there's one that will not be determined by them, but the overwhelming majority, 75% of these are determined by the community. And these 3 heroes on screen, maybe you really like one of them and you want to see them come back. Vote for someone else. Maybe you really dislike these heroes and you want to vote for them again. Whatever your choice is, make sure you get your votes in. Oh, you can't vote for them.
Yes, these are going to be guaranteed to come back after their bench, their time on the bench, but they will come back. And so you have to be ready to play against Kano, Ira, and KO for next season for sure.
And if you play that season and you really don't want that to happen again, make sure to vote in the next round of voting, and you can bench them for even longer.
Yes, because any subsequent benching, bench them for even longer period of time, just to make sure that you've shown that you don't care for these heroes, and so we'll set them out for a little longer.
Well, I quite like 2 of those heroes, so I'm very excited for them to be unbenched. But again, whatever you want to have happen in Sage, if you've been playing, make your voice and your vote heard by getting them out of there.
Yeah.
I'm looking at anyone in particular, Briar.
Briar is probably the front runner. I think she's a very powerful deck. A lot of players maybe expressed that she might be a little too powerful, but I like Briar. She's my choice in Silver Age as well, so I'm hoping, please don't vote for her, vote for somebody else.
And of course, there's a lot happening. We're going to have a ton of spoilers over this weekend to show you. There is giveaways that happen each day on the stream. And this is a fun Flesh and Blood to watch.
Oh, definitely is. There's a lot of great games coming up. I'm really excited for some of the spoilers that we're going to have. I haven't even seen them myself, so I'm excited personally as a player to see them as well. It's going to be a great weekend. All right,
well, with that, let's have a look at what we've got on the docket for round number 1, shall we? Because we've talked a lot about Flesh and Blood. How about let's watch some Flesh and Blood. On the left, it is Zack Phillips, Agroblaze himself, wearing the signature red bandana on, let's say, I would say his favorite hero, based on his content and his history as a FAB player, on Aurora, but not the one he did very well on a lot of the time that everyone was, I don't know. She did a lot of damage.
It was a very good version back when it had Channel Lightning Valley and her old hero power. Still apparently quite good. As we mentioned, a lot of good players are here this weekend bringing Aurora. They think they've found, the formula that really makes the deck tick. And so be going up against Colin Shoberg here playing Hala. Hala is kind of the new hotness with the Mastery Pack Warrior. She got a lot of support there. When she initially came out, maybe had some good numbers, but was just missing a little bit of something to put her over the top. I think Mastery Pack Warrior gave her some of that stuff to put her right over the top, and so it should be an exciting matchup.
Yeah, Hala here I want to have a look at. So let's read Hala if you're new to the game or just want a refresher perhaps. 40 life, 4 intellect, all the normal stuff. You can pay 3 resources, so basically a blue, tap Hala and sharpen target sword you control, and it has go again. That might seem like not that good. You put a counter on it, it goes away at the end of the turn. This is everything Hala wants. It's a huge add to her consistency.
Yes, it's definitely not the best rate. You want to find other ways to sharpen, but it's kind of a failsafe, right? Every one of your blues at least gives your weapon +1 and gives it go again, thanks to the way Zenith Blade works. And so I think it's a good kind of glue hero power that brings the whole deck together.
Yeah, Hala I think generally just very consistent, can kind of do a bunch of different things that warriors can do. She can be fatiguey if you want to build her that way. She can attack multiple times if you want to do that. She can go tall, but maybe not as tall as Olympia. So just a very well-rounded warrior. I'm not surprised that she's picked up some popularity. But Aurora, Legacy of Tempest, we do not see this hero very often outside of Omen's Draft in her young version. But for 2 resources, as an instant, you can tap her, destroy a lightning flow you control, and create an embodiment of lightning token. Very similar to the original Aurora, but with some key differences. You have to jump through a few more hoops to get embodiments of lightning, and there's a reason for that. They're very powerful.
They're quite powerful, and I think a lot of the most recent Aurora builds are not really leaning too much into these lightning flow generations, just finding a bit more value, finding other sources of go again, but we'll have to see what Zack Phillips here has brought and what his kind of unique take on it is.
All right, well, let's get down to the feature match and have a look at what might be the story of this tournament in some ways. Both these heroes are on watch because
Yes.
I am certainly curious to see how Hala can do, and I don't know much about what to expect from Aurora of all heroes.
Yes, it's hard to tell. You know, we've seen some versions that are like very like red line, just all about the 0-for-4 go-agains, very few blues, very few hero power activations.
Alrighty, sharp incline. Here from Colin Shoberg. A little quick read, quick refresh.
Yep. So this
From
is
Zack.
going to sharpen a sword, and if it has 2 or more +1 counters, which does not right now, it would cost 1 less to activate. But when you pair it up with an Edict of Steel second, the Edict of Steel is going to create that flurry token.
And this is, of course, how all things happen. Although interesting to note, that equipment suite is not necessarily what I would have expected. That is not Valiant Dynamo.
No, that is
In the
not
shoe
Valiant Dynamo.
slot.
That is Silver Stride Dodgers, which is 1 block temper. But if you have a flurry token, it's basically a 2 block temper. So you can block for 3, assuming you have flurry tokens at the right time. Now, Hala loves to have flurry tokens, love to float them for a future turn. And so hopefully that's being able to block enough here. No Arcane Barrier for Colin, though. Aurora, obviously being a Rune Blade, sometimes does leak in those Arcane points. That's going to now be unblockable in this matchup.
All right, so 7 and can attack one more time with this sword thanks to that flurry. But it looks like the resources might not line up to swing this one again.
Not baseline, but there is the Paragon Plate, which allows you to remove one of these counters in the reaction step here to get that 1 extra resource. So it's kind of like 6 and then another 6 behind it.
Very, very sweet. As in Light Strike and Tempestuous Kiss, 2 very powerful red attacks are going to get in the way and block.
Yep, in reaction is going to activate that Paragon Plate and does making it down to 3. So it's just 6. Zack is blocking 6 on, so no damage leaks through. But it does get an extra swing with that 1 resource.
Yep. Unfortunately, it's not instant. You can't just pop it in the layer step or after damage. You do have to do it as a reaction, so you lose a bit of damage, but you get 6 more behind it. So
You get
seems
a whole
like a
extra
pretty
resource.
good trade.
Pretty decent. Does look like Zack only has a couple of 2 blocks in hand. Of course, these are powerful 2 blocks. Arc Lightning. Arc Lightning is probably like the big glue. It's like a big power card, the glue piece that makes this Aurora deck powerful. And you can tell Zack really does not want to block with it here. He's stressing over, is it worth 2 extra points of damage? It is turn 0. Normally, you just block everything you can on turn 0, but when it's such a powerful card like Arc Lightning, he's really thinking about taking that 2 extra points just to hold on to it.
Yeah, Snatch also a very powerful card, especially if you have an embodiment of lightning. So puts that one face down on the table currently, considering the turn 0 blocks here. A lot to go over as I'm also trying to figure out one thing. Aether Ironweave in the chest slot here.
Yeah, that's a little bit unusual, but I think it points to kind of the game plan that we're expecting to see out of Aurora here is that Aether Ironweave is great with specifically Arc Lightning, right? You're able to, it's kind of an extra action, which triggers Go Again, triggers that extra 1 Arcane point, gives you the 2 resources, which you may need for something like Tempestuous Kiss, which we did see Zack just draw up now. So is he going to crack it here on the first turn without even blocking with it? We'll have to see.
Yeah, battle 1-1, so a bit of value would be left on the table if he didn't, but kept this Arc Lightning, took a bunch of damage down to 36 on turn 0, and wants to go ahead and consider what to do with these red cards and the Arc Lightning.
Yes. So the Arc Lightning here, the hand doesn't line up super well, so we have to see if Path of the Same Ends... Well, the Path of the Same Ends was guaranteed to get Go Again, right? Because there's no Arcane Barrier from Colin. So that's nice. You don't need to worry about pitching into that.
That's true. A Warrior Classic.
Yep.
It's the Arcane Barrier. Not always something they have easy access to. A lot of Warriors just like, I'm good. I don't need it.
Warrior has some of the best armor in the game against physical damage, against weapons. Some of the worst against arcane damage. They end up just playing Null Rune most of the time if they need it. Well, no extra bonus effects.
A lot of powerful cards. But like you said, the resources to fund them all seems a little tricky. So kick things off with Path of Same Ends.
Interesting, not leading off with the burn up shock here. Seeming to think, maybe burn up shock is going to be saved as an arsenal card. Set up that big turn where you can maybe try to push it through. Setting an arsenal is great, but Arc Lightning and Tempestuous Kiss are also great cards to be setting up for the future. Be curious to see how Zack plays out the remainder of this turn.
Yep. So as you mentioned, when Path of Same Ends attacks, you deal 1 Arcane to them, kind of like a Rune Champ, but it's built into the card itself. If damage is dealt that way, and only that way, it gets Go Again. And unfortunately, sometimes when you don't have Arcane Barrier, it looks free. And sometimes your opponent has damage prevention like Toe the Line, which not only stops the Arcane, but also gives them a flurry.
Yeah, you got to imagine Zack was definitely thinking that this was guaranteed to go through, and was not anticipating having to pitch one here, but Toe the Line with blocking, preventing that 2, It really only prevented one, but it granted the flurry token. But more importantly, it forces Zack to pitch an extra card if he wants to give this go again, which he probably did not want to do given the texture of his hand.
Yeah, and obviously Colin can't see Zack's hand, but I think with how long this sequencing took, you can kind of intuit that your opponent, this hand's not easy to play. It's not smooth.
Yeah, there's a little bit of like a clunkiness here where it doesn't line up perfectly. You got to like choose what kind of trade-offs you want to do, how you're going to lose a little bit of value to make this turn work. So still the 3 full damage does come through because the toe of the line only prevents the next time you would be dealt, it prevents 2 of it. So it only really prevented 1, and then the prevention is gone. But Colin is set up well for next turn. He's got the flurry token. That is like the harder of the tokens to generate for Hala.
Yep, 8 the go again as well, which has some value that's not represented in the numbers. Down to 37 though for Colin after taking 3. And unlike attack reactions from Paragon Plate, this one you can just use as an instant, much like you would with something like Gone in a Flash. But you do have to pitch, and Burn Up Shock is going to hit the pitch to give this part of Same Man's go again.
You know, Zack definitely did not want to do that, but given the way the toe of the line lined up, you have to. Maybe that's why he didn't end up playing it out, just on the assumption that, hey, I might need this. There are some prevention effects in Hala here, but he's still debating how does he want to do this.
Yeah, they keep printing these little 2 prevention effects in Warrior. They're really sweet. A bunch of them make a host of different tokens. Got Blade Flurries. Blade Flurries and Flurries, which are different.
Yeah.
Vigors sometimes. Mites is Arc Lightning. Gonna get used to. This is Aurora's specialization. Whenever you get go again this turn, deal 1 arcane damage to any target. Pretty good for a Rune Blade. The next action card you play this turn, gets go again, and it has go again. So it's just kind of damage on damage.
Yeah, a little bit odd sequencing here. You know, obviously breaking the chain to play that out to this Path of the Same Ends. Now he just has Tempestuous Kiss in hand. Is going to use the Aether Ironweave, like we said. Okay, just really kind of going all in here, right? Just sending the hand, sending the equipment for this big Tempestuous Kiss turn.
Yep, and kind of a lot of Rune Blades have these like play an attack and a non-attack to do a thing. That is the condition of Aether Ironweave, so actually had to play Arc Lightning in order to do this. Maybe could have done it the other way around if this was exactly how the turn was going to go, but just wants to get the damage done, empty the hand, and at least present something to his opponent. Because if this game is on a really long time horizon, I don't think Aurora's feeling all that good about her chances.
Right. Aurora is definitely a deck that, you know, maybe doesn't gain that much benefit the longer the game goes. She has a very, like, kind of limited resources, right? The chest armor, the Snapdragon Scalers, the equipment, it, like, destroys itself to use it in a lot of cases. And she has a kind of finite number of real power cards. And so she wants to have a quicker game than Hala, who's more comfortable playing a longer game.
All right, so that toe the line kind of somewhat getting baited out by parts of Same Ends, which means Tempestuous Kisses, unbelievable quick strike on hit is active.
Yes.
Very similar when it attacks, deals at 1 arcane. And the first time this deals damage to a hero, which could also be the physical part, unlike parts of Same Ends, they discard a card. Which is a pretty ridiculous line of text.
Yes, and we did see Colin discard one of his cards already, so he only has 2 cards left, blocking with some equipment here. This is just, there's no other on-hit active on Tempestuous Kiss, just kind of blocking the equipment just to, maybe because he thinks he's going to use it, because they are temper equipment that have just some value that you want to get that block in when you can.
Yep, a lot of good armor as always for physical out of Warrior. And of course, Scorpio coming in on the back end with a bit of extra damage. And we did see the players kind of count up and make sure they got the Arc Lightning damage as well from all the go again that happened. So Colin currently down to 31, basically looking at 1 and 1. So 2 more damage if this weapon hits. And so the boots are going to get in the way.
Yeah, despite how kind of awkward this hand looked for Zack here, he's able to, and the counter with the toe of the line from Colin, Zack still managed to turn this into a very respectable turn, pumped out a lot of damage, did use the resources, no arsenal, no chest armor anymore, but hey, Colin's going to have, took some cards out of him, took some resources off of his equipment, used a lot of block here, and has got a life lead.
It might look a little silly to get the shoes in front early when you can get more value out of them, but that only has 1 extra defense when you control a flurry, which, as you noted, not that easy for Hala to get, especially on your opponent's turn. So I think just cashing in the value when you know the boots are going to be able to stick around again makes a lot of sense to me to prevent that damage. So Edict of Steel, red. This one's the banger. Going to start things off very nicely here for Hala. As far as 2-card hands go.
This is the powerful, one of the most powerful cards, I'd say, in Hala, being able to give +1, get that extra flurry token. Although the second flurry here is kind of redundant, right? Where we already had a flurry token, and a second one does not actually help.
No, sadly. As fun as that would be, that does not work. This time, though, not going to need to use the Paragon Plate resource, so looks like it's going to be 4 into 4.
Yes, still, hey, that's a 2-card 8. Pretty effective. And coming in, no reset on Dynamo, like sometimes we've seen when you attack multiple times.
Having a read of Anticipating Gaze as well on Zack Phillips' side. So perhaps we'll have a read of that one as well, as damage is going to get dealt. 4 down to 32. And there's more where that came from. Flurry did, of course, happen. Happened a little earlier, but that's all right. Players just going back, making sure they know what's up. And Zenith Blade's going to come in once more.
Yeah, Anticipating Gaze would allow you to draw a card. If the sword hits, you can destroy this to draw a card. It does have a Blade Break 2, so it's either block 2 or maybe draw you a card if you want. Given the fact that Colin has no hand and no arsenal, you may want to cash that in, but just opts against it. Values the block because Aurora does have some pretty nasty on hits. So you want to make sure you have a little bit extra block value. And a random card off the top to arsenal may or may not be worthwhile.
Yeah, we already saw Snatch, which is a card you definitely want to get some armor in front of if you can, as Nimblism. Going to get things going on. Oh my goodness, it's happening. Skyward Serenade.
Here it is, right? So this is notice how much faster Zack is playing out this turn. It's a much more straightforward turn, right? This does happen where you just find the line, you play your cards, they all cost 0, attack, 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 end of Scorpio.
All right, so I believe this was make an embodiment. Next attack gets +1 because already had the Skizik in hand. 8 go again. Thanks to the embodiment. Skizik, of course, getting bigger when it has go again. Aurora giving things go again with relative ease when she can make embodiments of lightning. And there's one more card left, and a Scorpio, potentially.
Does this mean that Zack only has one Skizik in his deck? I feel like you would
always
probably want to go find one, like, because finding the card out of your deck is like +3 damage, right? Because you just draw a card that attacks for 3. Giving +1 is much worse than that, but it's a little surprising. I'm curious as to why he did not go and search for another one. Maybe it means he only has that one in his current list.
Yeah, have a quick peek over here at the other hand. Toe the line, I see it again, which might be helpful for the Arcane, but looks like 2-3 blocks.
Yeah,
I think considered here.
I think Colin's hand is pretty red heavy. It looks like 4 reds.
Yeah.
And so I imagine he's looking to just going to block out. Maybe Arsenal, the best card, whichever one he determines is best to park an Arsenal. Maybe it's that Toe the Line for it to set up a future turn. I think Colin's just going to try to maximize his block value this turn.
Takes 5 down to 26, and it is simply Scorpio on the other end.
He only put 1 block in front here, and maybe anticipating another attack out of Zack Phillips, another go again, and thought he could maybe get a bit more value that way. But no, it looks like getting a little punished. Did take the 5 damage here, and is staring down a handful of reds, and is going to need to probably block with 1 here, and then try to convert the rest of the hand on offense.
It's kind of one of the fun things about Lightning Heroes. I feel like this happens a lot in Sage.
Yeah.
Briar can go wide, but also often go tall. And, because go again is relatively easy to confer, and you want to give go again to a lot of your attacks to enable quick strike. I feel like sometimes you can juke your opponent, quote unquote, where it looks like you've got something else, like maybe a Snatch. If a Snatch is behind that, you definitely want to save some other cards to block. But instead, it is simply Scorpio. Damage being taken now as Colin's down to 24. And Zack sitting at 28, looking to line up another aggressive hand. And as you mentioned, this red hand just does not convert very well.
No, it does not. This hand does not look great. I definitely think Colin would have been better served probably blocking out with 2 of these cards and maybe arsenaling the Toe the Line here, right? You're functionally converting some of these cards just for 3 on offense, but you're pitching a few reds. And I think given the texture of the way the game is going, an extra block, keeping the life total higher, making the game go a little longer, might have been in the best interest of the Hala deck here.
Well, we can have a look on the other side, because again, I don't think any blocks are happening with this hand.
No, Aurora is not a deck that is very keen on blocking outside of with her equipment, which is very good for blocking. And instead, so Colin functionally converted all 3 of his reds into 6 points of damage.
Yep.
Which is 2 points per card. You could have blocked for 3 and for 2, and still had an arsenal. So maybe not the best of sequences here. Zack is totally happy to keep it because he has got a big Arc Lightning coming.
Yep, Arc Lightning, Current Funnel. It's a quick strike attack in there, and one more card I can't quite make out, but this one's going to kick things off.
I think it was a Rush of Power.
Deal some damage. Let's have a quick peek. Quick
Succession.
Quick Succession.
A little bit redundant, right? Because the Arc Lightning gave go again, so does Quick Succession. So a little bit redundant here. He's got a little bit too much go again, but that's all right. It's going to give +1 to all of his attacks that do have go again, which I imagine is every one of his attacks this turn.
Yep. Also deals some damage still, thanks to the Arc Lightning text. So here's Lightning Surge. This one you usually have to play from Arsenal.
Yes,
go again.
This is from Arsenal, so it does have go again from Arsenal and go again from Quick Succession.
So it's 5 + 1 Arcane.
All of the go again.
Yeah, but we just see he's got Current Funnel, and I believe that's Rush of Power as his last card. So we're going to have 3 attacks here, all going wide, all having go again, all dealing an Arcane Ping, which is unpreventable. This is going to be a big turn, and this is what this space, right? When Hala gives Aurora this space, you know, she just no blocks, takes the 6, doesn't matter that much, no disruption, no scary on hits or anything, and he's just going to pump out a ton of damage here with this big Arc Lightning turn.
All right. Put 1 in front, take 2. Down to 20 now for Colin. And like I said, Hala typically, I think one of the draws to the deck is how consistent she can be because of her hero text.
Yeah.
But that unfortunately requires you to have cards to pitch. So when your hand is all red, things get a lot harder, as you kind of saw with the last turn, as Current Funnel going to have all the go again in the world.
Yep, and remember this is coming in for 3, but it really is 4 because the 1 Arcane Ping with Arc Lightning behind. And it's going to get go again itself and give its next attack go again as well.
Again, enables all your quick strike stuff, enables your Arc Lightning that you've already played at the start of this turn. I mean, we're already, it's not exactly 4 links wide because there's only 2 attacks on this combat chain, but there's 2 more things that are going to happen after this. The card in hand and Scorpio's coming back in, and already the go again has dealt a lot of damage just that way through Arc Lightning, so a tough spot here, already down to less than half your life for Hala and probably needing to keep blocking, but...
Yep. Yeah, so a big, powerful turn with a mix of both arcane and physical damage. Of course, the arcane is basically unpreventable for Colin. He does have those toe the lines or some other prevention effects, but no arcane barrier. So you got to be very nervous about taking too much damage here because Zack he does have the grasp of the Arknight, so he's able to just consistently pump out 1 arcane kind of for free as long as he draws a blue, which admittedly there's not as many blues in Zack's deck. But if you're Colin, you can't be that comfortable about going too low on life because you know that near unpreventable arcane is going to be able to chip you down in the end game.
Yep, so wants to hold on to cards in hand, so puts 2 equipment in front of it. That Blade Break 2 coming in handy for the exact reason we predicted, blocking out Current Funnel, and there is Rush of Power as 1 more damage did leak through from Arc Lightning, but this is 5 go again.
That does have this on hit of 1 more arcane. So, Colin maybe feeling a little bad about blocking on this Current Funnel that did not have an on hit. And, maybe could have saved that anticipating that an on hit could have come up next to Chainlink. But he did send it on the Current Funnel, and now he's going to be kind of kicking himself there, wishing it had it on the Rush of Power.
Yeah, it's tricky. Like some of it is like when attack, do arcane and something happens. Sometimes it's on hit, do some other stuff. There's lots of different attacks that you can give go again in Aurora.
See, if that anticipating gaze had just kind of moved 1 chain link over, it would have been worth 1 more block. So it's these little margins, right? It's these little margins of 1 damage here, 1 damage there that really defines these games of Flesh and Blood. And that's why I love this game so much. It's always close. It's always on a knife's edge, and missing a point here or there is so critical at these high-level games.
Yeah, I think one of the things that was really illuminating for me learning Flesh and Blood was kind of just like I'd play my cards and then I'd get to a point where my opponent and I were like single-digit life, and I'd be like, wait a second.
Yeah.
Wait a second. I have to think now.
Yes. It is the game of inches. It really is. And you can see that just the small decisions are very impactful in a game of Flesh and Blood.
Down to 14 for Hala here as Colin Shoberg lines up the 2 cards he wanted to keep. After blocking things out, we know what's happening on the Aurora side. If you can, you send every handful.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can't. Sometimes you have to block. Sometimes you have to sequence in tricky ways. Sometimes you just have to block out Scary Disruption and kind of take a turn off and go from there, or maybe play a smaller hand. All things Aurora can do. But if Aurora can play 4 and 5 card hands every turn of the game, she will do it without question.
Absolutely. Colin debating on his 2 cards. It looks like it's 2 blues. I see a Shuck, and I can't quite tell the other card. Shuck just creates a flurry. I think he's just going to arsenal his other card, just set up for a future turn.
Like that play.
Yeah.
Tucks away a blue in the arsenal, draws up, and says, Yogo.
Okay, so
I'm
just
coming in
set up
next turn.
and just putting the pressure back on Zack, being like, hey, yes, you just converted a big hand, but now you drop 4 random cards. Can you convert this next hand? Sometimes Aurora kind of whiffs on the go again. I don't think that is the case here.
Sometimes you look at Scar for Scar and you get worried when you're the player that wants to be chipping down your opponent's life total a lot. But Fry, Quick Succession, Jack be Quick, which is handy with a Nimblism already in your bin. And that Scar for Scar is probably going to line up nicely here. Soulmaster's Path going to get in the way, blocking it out. And here comes Jack be Quick.
Yeah, okay. So it's going to come in for a 4 go again, thanks to that Nimblism being banished. No other text. I mean, it does have the thing with stealing. What is it? Someone stealing an ally or stealing the item?
I think this one steals items. It's that or tap hero.
Well, in any case, I don't think the rest of the
it
text
is an ally. You do steal the ally. You're right. The other one's items, I think.
Yes, I don't think it's that relevant in this matchup.
Sad. Very sad.
And so Zack now gets to finish his chain on that Scar for a Scar most likely after, well, Colin needs to determine blocks here. He does have the boots, which can block the extra one here. Maybe trying to save that for the Scorpio. Because you might be thinking, okay, this is one block, save it for the Scorpio, but okay, sends it here, probably anticipating that Scorpio was not coming in, which is actually the correct call, right? Because the Scar for Scar was actually the chain ender. Normally you want to save those one power equipment for the Scorpio, but here it made more sense to do it this way.
Again, can only really get this value when you have a flurry on board. So kind of using the value while it's there does make sense. Scar for a Scar, no go again, which is always sad. This is a card that often has it go again, and these aggro decks do love to play. But it's a perfectly serviceable 0 for 4 right at the end. Going to take 4 down to 10 now here for Colin.
Yep. Perfectly reasonable. Zack pumping out a 3-card, 11 points of damage, 4, 4, and 3.
Nice.
And still arsenaling that quick succession, which is a key kind of glue piece. You love arsenaling these go-again enablers because sometimes you draw a little clunky hand that has a bunch of attacks that you can't actually convert. So having an extra source of go-again in your arsenal ready to convert is very impactful.
I'm going to do the same thing that Zack Phillips is reading because I am not sure what blue this is. Indefensively owned. Sharpen target sword you control. If it has 3 or more +1 counters, your next attack with it this turn gets, when this is defended by 1 or more cards, deal 1 damage to the defending hero. That is a very Aurora-coded little pump.
Yes. So it is really just sharpening here. The sword does not have 3 or more +1 counters, and this is like really punishes whenever your opponent wants to block. So if you are very low on life total and you play this and has 3 or more counters, you're like, hey, here's a big attack. Oh, and if you block it, you're going to take some extra damage. That's not really what Zack worried about right now. He has 22 life. That is plenty of cushion and is just going to be absorbing these attacks here.
Makes sense. The blue block 3 is Deadly Dispute. Going to jump on in, and we'll have another raid here for old aggro Blaze.
Just +3. So nothing too scary. Going up to 7. Goes down to 15. Colin's going to come in with another attack thanks to that flurry token.
And, of course, has the resources already ready to go. So 4 rolls on in once more.
So just pay for 4, yeah, because it doesn't maintain that pump.
Sad. Sometimes you get to sharpen it in reactions, and they get even bigger as things go on. But, 4 into 4 is a pretty typical thing for Hala. Not too bad. Swinging a 1-cost hammer as a warrior, as Grasp of the Arknight going to get in the way just to block and get some value.
Cash in some of that block value. It's definitely a thing with battle-worn or temper equipment that can block twice. You want to kind of cash it in, at least the first charge of it, before you get too low on life total. Because if your opponent presents one big turn where they threaten lethal, and you haven't blocked with it yet, you almost feel like you're leaving a point of damage on the table, right? You aren't able to block with it multiple times in the same chain link, so just getting that 2 block now while you can seems valuable.
And Deadly Display, sorry, I had the name slightly wrong. Should have got a flurry, I believe.
I think it did recreate it, but maybe cleaned it up at the end step. I believe Colin should have that flurry token on the board right now.
All right, well, it looks like a Sticky Sprite. I get killed by that in Sage a bunch on defense.
Yes, well, so that's another thing that Colin's got to be worried about, right? If he gets too low, it's not only just the Arcane from Grasp of the Arknight or from something like Arc Lightning, it's also the Stinging Sprite that can just deal 1 on attack or defense guaranteed.
Yeah, so basically a 0 for 5 here thanks to Quick Succession. And there will be more things in succession, ideally.
Yeah, looks like we got a second strike, quite appropriately being the second strike of this chain link.
Flurry Foot Dance getting in the way on defense. Little fun yellow defense reaction here for Hala. If you control the flurry, it gets +2, which I believe he should have.
I think he should have, yeah, from last turn. So maybe it should have blocked for the extra 2. Luckily, the arcane damage still goes through no matter what, right? Because that happened. So second strike is still online, even if it had properly blocked for 4 here.
Yeah. Again, pretty reliable here for Zack's Aurora deck. When your opponent doesn't present AB1, things get a little more straightforward, even though they do have access to prevention effects. But second strike, even bigger. 5 go again. 2 cards in hand. And Scorpio right next to the hero. In fact, in the middle of where the hero would normally be, which kind of tells you maybe how often he expects to activate Scorpio versus Aurora's hero decks.
That's true, yep. Zack is coming in for 5. and blocking just 3, so going down to 5 here. You got to think Zack might be looking at trying to convert his full hand here. I think he'll need to use the Snapdragon Scalers to give his last attack go again in order to swing the Scorpio, but given how low of life total Colin is and how much he's already blocked, I think you got to imagine that is going to be the play here, just to push as much possible and maybe even end the game here, depending on how well Colin's hand blocks.
I mean, presenting lethal to the 2,000 of you that are currently tuning in. Thank you so much for joining us here in round number 1. Remember, we have giveaways happening all weekend long. We got Flesh and Blood, we got spoilers, we got all the good stuff. We might even have Tough Nut on stream.
I can't wait. I hope so. If they do,
if
well.
I say it every round, surely Ethan
Surely
will put
we'll
Tough Nut on
manifest
stream.
this. I mean, we're still trying to manifest the Dio Kassai finals.
That's true.
We'll just keep saying it until it happens.
Take 2, down to 3 now. That Ravenous Rebel did represent the rest of Colin's life total. And this next attack is going to represent a decent chunk of it, if not all of it. Fry
it's a
is
Fry.
in
Okay,
fact 3.
He does not need to convert the Snapdragons to do this. Looks like Zack was debating, did he want to Arsenal it to have a bit more consistency for next turn? He's going to come in for that 1 and 1. So Colin has no blocks. This is going to deal 2 damage. Colin down to 1 life with no Arcane Berries. That is a very scary place to be against this Aurora.
Certainly is. I think Zack correctly converts the rest of the hand, gets his opponent in a spot where it's going to be very tough to get out from under the burn-up shock that just drew into the hand. We already also know about the Lightning Press. Wait, is there no attack in that hand? There's no way.
So Zack let Colin draw up. He could have just cast Shock at the end step when Colin had no cards. But now he gave Colin the out to draw into a prevention effect. He could have just cast it as an instant.
Aura.
But
And that's good game.
Still had it. All right, good game. Zack Phillips takes down the win here with Aurora against Hala. So it was a very impressive Aurora showing. Had some really powerful and explosive turns. And, maybe he's onto something here with this Aurora deck. There's a lot of Aurora being represented, and he already got a win in the first round.
Yeah, Lightning, kind of a banger talent, as it turns out. I guess that was the whole point of Omens of the Third Age. But we've seen Acilio and use a lot of Omens cards. Maybe not the Acilio that was printed in the set, but certainly a lot of those tools. We've seen, surprisingly, a decent amount of Ziggy.
Yeah.
Now, finally, the last hero from Omens coming through, and I can kind of see what's going on. Maybe the Sage players know something we don't. There's been a lot of Lightning in that format running around. Some of these cards look pretty good, as we are going to have a look at something upcoming that I think most of you should be excited about. Armory decks are maybe one of the best ways to get yourself into Fab. Dr. Mortimer is going to be the next one in stores November 13th, right after Worlds.
Yes, what a cool hero design. All about these infections, the blood rot pox, the frailty, the inertia, and just about infecting your opponent with these diseases and then curing them in air quotes and then you have to pay him, of course. You have to create a silver when you cure them up. But then he can use that silver for some more offense. I think it's a really cool hero design, and I'm really excited to see what Dr. Mortimer does.
Yeah, the flavor's great, and turns out giving assassin attacks go again can be pretty terrifying. So probably some pretty good hero techs there as well. Here's his dagger. This is a rare one. You can rock this one in Sage if you want to.
God, the artwork on this is terrifying.
Yes,
man.
it is. The humor plunge, which not so funny, I feel like, when you're getting hit by this thing.
I think it has a different definition of humor there. But yeah, if it attacks an infected hero, it gets +1. But it's still the kind of standard assassin 2 for 1 go again with piercing 1.
Yeah, it can sometimes be 2 or 3, which is pretty scary for a dagger.
Oh, yeah.
Given how often assassins swing those. And, of course, a couple of cards that care about infections. Now, of course, the diseases as these common tokens that we've seen since the inception, really, of Flesh and Blood have all been retyped slightly to work with Dr. Mortar. But this is quite the specialization as a defense reaction. If you thought Hunt the Hunted was annoying, yeah, I don't know. Sometimes you get got by all of them.
Yes, this is a very powerful card, and I definitely think is one of the most powerful cards going to be one of the big draws to playing Dr. Mortimer here. And yeah, this getting the frailty, the blood rot pox, the inertia, it's just so devastating to get hit by that.
And of course, new art for silver as well, because you're going to be collecting hopefully a lot of these.
Yeah.
If you're using Dr. Mortimer, but maybe you like assassins, but you don't like this assassin. Maybe I have something else for you as well, because there's even more assassin on the way. Mastery Pack Assassin is going to be the next one coming up, and my goodness, these look sweet. In stores again, same time, November 13th, after Worlds, so don't have to prep for that if you're playing in the World Championship, but right afterwards. And there are callings at the end of the year. Don't forget, you can early bird register for them right now this weekend. You're probably going to be running into these cards.
Yes, you will probably be running into a lot of assassins come that time. I mean, we've already seen the impact that some of these Mastery Packs have had on the metagame. We've seen that with Mastery Pack Warrior, and surely we will see that here with Mastery Pack Assassin. Arakni, obviously, well, at least Arakni Marionette has been very popular, but even Arakni Huntsman Dunn has been showing up in the metagame. Dr. Mortimer, I assume, will come into his own here with this set. And Uzuri, a deck that has won a Pro Tour in the past and has always been on the fringe of the metagame or like very underrepresented. You got to imagine she's going to get a lot of support here in Mastery Pack Assassin.
Well, let's have a look at some of that potential support, shall we? Because there's fun keywords all around. We got a contract card, we got a stealth card, and we got this this curious-looking blue 2 cost with 4 that is someone that looks familiar in the art. That if you somehow don't play from your hand or Arsenal, I don't know how you would possibly do that, but it looks like a blue 6 when you do.
Yes. I wonder if Uzuri has anything to do with this, right? When her hero power swaps this in, this becomes an absolute force. As a blue that it comes in for 6 and has this on-hit banish effect. Now, it's not a full banish. They can still play it, but if you banish like their only blue card in their hand, they probably don't really want to be playing that. They were hoping to pitch that. And so this is a very powerful addition to Uzuri, and I think really harkens back to some of her her like almost mystic hero-esque, right? The blues, the banishing blues. No, she is not a mystic hero, but this definitely it likens to that quite a bit.
Certainly does, and the other 2 cards also very sweet. Pregnant Security, I think Slippy is going to be ending my life with this one, starting combat chains quite often. And Mutually Assured Destruction is just some of the coolest contract design I've seen in a minute.
Yes, yeah, that is really cool just to be able to have some extra Bloodrot Pox token generation.
For everyone.
For everyone. Mutually Assured Destruction.
And of course, it wouldn't be a sweet new set without sweet new marvels. And I have to say, these all look sweet. Young Azuri's looking real nice. I don't know how viable she's going to be in Sage, but I am going to find out.
Yes. Yeah, I know a lot of her more powerful cards are that higher rarity, but she does have some trickeries, does have some ways to sneak in, and there's not a lot of defense reactions in Sage. So being able to sneak in a disruptive attack using her hero power is going to be very valuable there.
She's just so fun.
Yeah, just a really fun hero.
All right.
Sure.
Well, first round's been pretty fun, but we have even more Flesh and Blood coming up. We do have a break, but don't go too far away because on the other side, it is classic battles time with some different cards. Dorinthea versus Rhinar is our round 2 matchup. We'll see you soon. Hello, folks. Welcome back to coverage of Colin, Kansas City. I'm still Julian Pastrytime Carr. That is still former U.S. National Champion Charles Dunn.
Yeah.
And round one's been fun.
Yeah, it was a fun matchup. We saw Hala versus Aurora, two decks that are kind of on the rise, I'd say, in this metagame. Hala getting a lot of support from the Mastery Pack Warrior. Aurora has had some innovation we've seen from some players, really taking that deck into the workshop. We saw with like the Aether Ironweave into Tempestuous Kiss, pretty powerful combination. And so Aurora was able to take that win, and it was a very fun game to watch.
I think for me, the most telling thing will be if we see it later in the day or tomorrow.
Or tomorrow, right? Obviously, this is that was just round one of this column. We've got 7 rounds today, and then 5 more tomorrow, then followed by a top 8. So there's still a long way to go, even for those who may have won the first round. Still a lot of flesh and blood still to be played this weekend.
And also a lot of warriors to look at, because Mastery Pack Warrior, as it turns out, juiced quite a few heroes. So let's have a look at our next game then, shall we? Because we have a different warrior. In fact, someone related to Hala, we can say. On the left, it is Team Hickman on Dorinthea, one of the OGs. In fact, it's OG versus OG. The classic battle truly as Conley hunts on Rhinar.
Yeah, the first classic battles game deck was Dorinthea versus Rhinar. So we've got a rematch here. 2 of our original heroes from Welcome to Wraith. Right, and so Dorinthea obviously got a lot of support, as we mentioned, from Mastery Pack Warrior. Rhinar has also been on the rise, even though losing Mandible Claws a few months back with KO hitting LL. Rhinar has still managed to put up some results. It turns out intimidating an opponent's hand. He's got some good disruptive attacks. He's got some pretty good rate numbers. And, of course, some of the best armor in the game. And Scabskins, right? Scabskins is like the best armor in the game, right? You just roll 6 every time, and it's insane.
Yeah.
Or, you know, you roll a 1. We don't talk about those moments. But Rhinar, a little bit of a high variance hero. Dorinthea, a little bit more of the consistency hero with that powerful weapon and powerful ways to pump it up. And we're going to see who comes out on top in this classic battle.
Also, until recently, that was the only place, really, you could get yellow run-through. And thanks to Mastery Pack Warrior, we have been updated.
Yes, and now there's red run-through.
And
even,
blue.
yes.
There's all of them. As we have a quick read of our heroes. Dorinthea Ironsong, an old favorite of many play-by-play. Certainly my compatriot, Mitri Leslie, loves this lady. Once per turn effect, when your weapon attack hits, you may attack an additional time with that weapon this turn.
I love that Dorinthea just says weapon. It's not a specific type of weapon like some of the other heroes. She's a very versatile hero. Sometimes you'll see her play Dawnblade. That's her kind of signature weapon. People have played a Decimator Great Axe Dorinthea, kind of more controlling defensive version. I personally have played Hatchets Dorinthea at a Pro Tour.
At a Pro Tour?
Yeah, Pro Tour Los Angeles. When that first came out right after Heavy Hitters, I think that was a great deck for that tournament. And it was such a powerful effect because your Hatchets could swing again, and they retain the buff and everything. So a lot of different ways to play Dorinthea. We'll see what they've got in store for this round.
And of course, Rhinar, because again, both these heroes are from Welcome to Wraith. You know, the text boxes aren't as heavy as they maybe are on some modern heroes who have a few more modern mechanics. Whenever you discard a card with 6 or more during your action phase, Intimidate, which is banish a random card from your opponent's hand until end of turn.
Yeah, they'll get that back. It doesn't take it out permanently, but it prevents them from being able to block with it. And that is the important part. He is the kind of the king of unblockable damage in a way, and has a lot of effects that intimidate multiple times. So we talked about how on the Aurora match, if you just had a few life total and no arcane barrier, you could be very vulnerable to just being killed. Rhinar, the threat range is much higher, because like, oh, I'm sitting at 10 life, I'm fine. Oh, suddenly I got intimidated 4 times and attacked for 12. I guess I lose.
Dorinthea's fridge going to be at a premium here. With these two. So let's get on down and see exactly what equipment these two heroes are packing. It's time to get in the game. And I have a quick pick on over, and Courage of Bladehold, smack bang in the middle there. On the other side, Savage Chest and the rest of the friends for Rhinar as Ravenous Meat Axe.
Yeah.
The weapon of choice, maybe the key difference is Scabs gets rolled! He's the god!
This is the absolute best way for a brute to start off the day. You just roll the Scabskins, first action of the game, and of course you roll a 6. When you roll the dice, you get rewarded. That is the brute life here.
I love Scabs. It's so fun to roll Scabs. As someone that's been playing more Brute recently, I just roll Scabs no matter what. It's so fun. As Reckless Stampede.
Yeah, Reckless Stampede is a really good card, especially on this turn 0, because every card that your opponent blocks with causes a Clash. And Clash does miss with the clash. You know, normally this is something very heavily Rhinar favored because Dorinthea has very few, if any, attacks in the deck. Did miss that with the Tear Limb from them. Wins the second clash, though, and does manage to get a point in there. And then one more from the Reckless Stampede.
Yep, down to 38 for Tim Hickman, our Dorinthea player. Get a bit of bonus turn 0 value, too, as extra filtering gets done. Because unlike the smash-ups from Super Slam, which is one-sided, only on defense, this one lets both players actually filter if they want, as Medak's going to come on through. Discard a 6. Oh, not yet.
Well, he draws and then discards, so he knows we drew the Wild Ride off the top, and I think that was a Sea Legs in hand, which would be the insane hit if he hits it here. 50-50.
Sea Legs, let's go!
What a great turn one here from Conley.
Tim's head was like, oh, come on.
Oh, come on. And it intimidates, right? So one of the cards that Tim might have wanted to block with can no longer block, so now he's basically priced into blocking with this other card, which is probably going to leak through even more points. Like, talk about an insane turn 0 here for Conley Hunt on Rhinar.
It's kind of the dream for Ravenous Medax Rhinar, I feel like. You just want to intimidate all of the cards is the whole reason you're playing this weapon, right? You start an attack, hopefully get some go again, then you just get to keep on intimidating. Your axe gets bigger, your opponent has fewer cards, they're in permanent mental anguish. It's turn 0, you're drinking up already. It's a great time.
Yeah, talk about, and also having the best Arsenal card, right? A Wild Ride blue, or Wild Ride red, sorry, into Arsenal is just a great enabler for your future turns. And unfortunately, Tim had to block with that Raised Blades. That is one of the main cards that came out of Mastery Pack Warrior for all of the Warriors. And so being forced to block with that, you can tell he's not that happy about it.
No, I mean, the facial expressions of Tim, that whole turn 0 were wonderful to watch if you want to go back and have a peek. But this hand looks all right.
Yep.
First turn for Dorinthea. Donkey, not a bad little attack reaction, but going to be pitched here as a blue. And here comes Dawnblade. Expect to see this a lot in this game.
It's so funny to talk about the pitch cards, but pitching Donkey, what a funny card that is, huh?
It is a funny card. I had to read that quite a few times
to
figure out what it did.
And you kind of have to play against it to really comprehend. It's kind of like a +1, but you're not trying to hit with it.
Yeah.
You're trying to get +1 and then not hit. Because then your opponent wins the wager, and then you destroy their arsenal. So it's like, well, you blocked me out. Well, all right, I'll just trade this for your arsenal. But it has these weird conditions. All being said, for a blue, you love to see it.
Yep, his Blade Flare there on the Dawnblade. Pump it up, which probably means we have a way to give it go again. I do appreciate, by the way, Conley said, can I read Dawnblade? It's been a hot minute. This is the first thing he said.
To be fair, you know, Dorinthea was first printed, almost 7 years ago now, so it's been quite a while. And sometimes, you know, if you haven't played against it in a while, maybe it's a little rusty.
It goes away if I don't hit an attack. Yes.
So once again, we just like last round where we saw a player pop their battle-worn equipment once per game without blocking with it.
Yep.
Last round, we saw the Aether Ironweave being used without being blocked with. Now here we see Tim using his bolters without blocking with them. But, you know, sometimes you just need these to enable your hand. And so that is the flexibility of these cards. But, of course, Tim's got to feel a little bad that he kind of IP'd one, didn't use that one of the cards, had an extra card in hand, and still had to use those bolters right off the bat.
All right, well, down at 32 at the end of it all. Blood Rush Bellow going to kick things off. Immediately going to pop a prevention effect out of the hand, because, again, if it gets intimidated, you don't get to use it.
Correct, yeah. There was the Intimidate kind of trigger on the stack, or would have been on the stack, right? Technically, this should have been discarded first, then the Intimidate, but, you know, I'm sure it all works out, right?
Yep, still going here. So now taking one card away.
Cool, I'll rotate.
Or do you have Take the Lead kind of floating around, waiting for this next instance of damage? And I can tell you, there's going to be damage until this turn. With the Wild Ride we already know about, and this Blood Rush Bellow, Savage Test getting popped after being blocked. It is time to do Rhinar things.
So explosive. Conley obviously using that Savage Sash right away. Does not really have a blue, so it's a little bit resource light, but this Savage Sash is going to be able to help facilitate that. Use the Wild Ride, which should be able to most likely get go again, and maybe, no, I was going to say maybe if he draws into a blue, he can kind of fix this hand. No whiffs, I believe. I think all of these are hits. I'm not going to reroll on that 6 and the 5.
Got to get a 1 to 4.
Man,
it's tough.
Tim should be playing the root here. He's trying to roll 1 through 4. Reroll on 5 or 6. He keeps on hitting that. It does discard the Savage Feast.
All right, Intimidate more. No misses on this die roll, thankfully. If you like rolling die, by the way, definitely play Rhinar. You do it all the time. You make your opponent do it.
Yep.
It's a good time. 8 go again, though. How you feel about that? Dorinthea probably not all that thrilled. As Crown of Providence going to move on in.
And the two block from the prevention there, so that's going to generate. It was the blade dance.
Good by Arsenal. I would like more cards to block with. We'll see if that works out for Dorinthea. If there's even more Intimidates happening. Again, Ravenous Meat, kind of the obvious follow-up, but might be some more happening in hand. Going to make a Blade Dance token, excuse me, not a Blade Flurry token. This one gives the weapon go again. It's kind of the inverse of the Flurry tokens.
Yeah, this is just like Agility Plus, right, for these decks. So Agility guarantees pops at the start of your next turn, and it applies any attack, but when you're a warrior, you're probably just using your weapon attacks. So this doesn't go away until you use the weapon attack, so you can kind of bank it up. And I love Take It on the Chin, which was a similar effect, but granted you the Agility token. This just seems like a pretty strict upgrade for these style of decks to get the Blade Dance instead.
All right, no bonus action points, no bonus resources floating around, but it's Gauntlets plus a pump. 12 strength for 11.
Huge.
Sure, why not? Do you have any 6s in your deck? No, you don't have attacks. Good luck.
Yeah. Yeah, about that. So it's interesting. So Conley opted to use the gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex to give +1. Pitched an extra card for that. I wonder if it had been better to just cash in the Gold Kiss Rum to send an extra attack wide, right? Because you could have, instead of pitching that card, would he had enough to attack to it, right? Yeah, one red could have paid for the attack, and the other red would have been the attack. He would have needed to use the Gold Kiss Run, but I think on a Blood Rush Bellows turn, like, when is the rum going to be better than that?
Makes a bunch of sense. Bear Destruction, of course, hanging out in the pitch zone. Don't think we'll see it later.
Well, this
but
could
it's
have been
pretty good.
This could have been his attack to get going. He would have been needed to use the Gold Kiss Rum, right? Yeah, maybe a slight missequencing there, but Conley, I think he should have been able to use that Bear Destruction.
Maybe it doesn't matter. It's Bello, Wreck-A-Romp. And I think Bear Necessities is the last card in hand. Bear Necessities yellow. This Courage of Bladehold.
So, unfortunately, drawing two Blood Rush Bellows at the same hand is not ideal.
No.
Because you probably need to use one to pitch to the other. Otherwise, you risk discarding it, and then it's a disaster.
And it comes back.
Yeah. But I don't know if this game is very explosive. I don't know if we're thinking about second cycle on either side here.
I don't think so, as the Blade Dance is going to go away. Dawnblade's going to already have go again. Did get a counter from the last turn as well. So Tim down to 25 from all the blood rushing that happened. But Conley sitting pretty at 32. Wants to say, yep, take this flesh bag. Oh, I got 2 block on these. I got 2 block on these. I'll block everywhere. Yeah, I'll block some up. Why not?
Yeah, interesting. Wanting to use the flesh bag here, just trying to prevent the attack reaction, trying to prevent the prevent the hit. Because if you can prevent the hit, it can't attack it. Or no, it can't. Right, it has go again from the Blade Dance.
Yes.
Right? It does not have the second hit. Because that was a Blade Dance, not a Flurry token.
Yep, taking 1 though. It was 7 thanks to the Unsheathed Pump.
Yeah.
So only 6 armor block presented.
So if you get a little lucky and hit the attack reaction, maybe Tim doesn't have a follow-up here. It looks like damage has been dealt. Let's take a look at Dorinthea's hand here. What is he working with? Lead the charge.
Lead with speed and stinging Steel Blade.
Oh wait, did this still hit? Oh right, it only
did
blocked for 6.
Yeah, 6 on 7.
We only blocked 6, not 7.
It's just living the brute life. Just like, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and pop as much armor in front of this. I want to attack you. Do your Singing Steel Blade. Do your thing. Look through your deck. I got 6s on deck. As Dawnblade's going to get a counter.
Yeah, I wonder if it was really worth cashing in all this armor here when it didn't even fully block it out. I guess there is some equity in hoping that Scowling Fleshbag really disrupts the turn, but it was already going to hit. It already had to go again. What disruption are you aiming for here without a block? Maybe could have been better to save that either for the second attack or try to use it on a future turn to reset the Dawnblade counter.
All right, here we go.
There's still a Blood Rush Bellows in hand.
Oh, let's go. Who's doing the thing? One time. Let's go.
Never punished. So he had the second Blood Rush Bellows in hand.
Yes.
50-50 chance Conley just loses the game on the spot, right? Because if you discard the other Blood Rush Bellows, it's done, right? You don't get go again. You don't draw 2 cards. You discard your other Blood Rush. It's a disaster.
Did drink the rum, I believe, to, I think, provide some insurance, it looks like? Because it's gone, and I did see him tap his hero.
Well, his hero shouldn't be untapped then.
That's also true.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you miss, you can still go again, I think. Although, yeah.
But
yeah,
you wouldn't
but it
draw
is extraneous.
2 cards.
Yeah. I mean, you also can't, like, you don't have resources.
So-
Oh, you do, actually. You can...
Yeah, well, the 2 float, so he could have just played the swing big for
Yeah,
10.
yeah.
It would have been, like, kind of bad. It wouldn't have, like, ended the game, but it would have been pretty.
Yeah, it's not great. You definitely don't want to operate that way if you can afford it. We just...
Rolling
roll
scabs. Why not? Gets 2 action points.
Let's have a
Oh,
look.
because he has no 6s to play the other Blood Rush fellows. Oh, my goodness.
Sand Sketch plan.
Oh, my goodness.
It's-
Okay. The Sand
The
Sketch.
People's Champion, Eugene C, has blessed this game.
Yes.
Every
of course.
funny Rhinar thing is
he's gonna
happening.
please get Beast Within. He's going to be a Beast Within, and he's going to discard the Beast Within. It's just like, it has to happen, right? He stopped on the
it
Beast
is
Within.
fate.
He stopped on the Beast Within. Oh, he went past it.
No, go back.
No,
There's
go-
another one. I saw it. I mean, look, good to see what's in here. There's a couple sim packings.
So he does have 2 action points. So one of the action points gets spent here, assuming if it misses, he still has 1 action point left, and presuming he can then just play the last card, Arsenal the Blood Rush. If he discards, say, the other Sand Sketch. Or he goes for the next Sand Sketch, because why not? You know? At this point,
1 to 6.
I would do it.
so it looks like he chose, what, a Show of Strength?
Yep, show of strength.
Okay.
Big old 8. 6. Still shuffling his deck. It's tough. And...
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, the bait.
Yep, present deck. You know, operations. Make sure your opponent
Okay.
gets a chance to randomize your deck.
And is it?
6.
Ah,
It is
Show
Show
of
of
Strength!
All right. 2 action points.
Yeah, his hand is Sand Sketch plan and Blood Rush
So I
Fellows.
believe it's 3 action points now because
So-
he used 1 for the plan.
Well, so this gets 2. So yeah, he's up to 3.
Up to 3.
3 action
Okay,
points.
intimidate again. Because that also you get to intimidate because Rhinar
Yes, of
has
course.
text.
Um,
So it's
so
Blood
now-
Rush Sand Sketch plan, 2 resources floating, 3 action points.
Yeah.
So now we Sand Sketch again.
I believe there's
Surely,
a
right?
minor action point miscount, but I don't think it's going to matter.
He's got enough action
Good jump,
points.
bad jump.
Certainly has enough action points. Let
Oh,
the
come
Rhino
on.
play.
Loading and
No, this can't be it. Okay, so this is coming in for 5, maybe 7.
Okay. I have a draw discard.
Oh, you have to draw a discard. That's right.
Okay, that was an aggressive
You have
pounce.
to draw discard. That's right. 1, 2, 1 time. No.
Oh, discard the Blood Rush, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Coming in for 5.
So
No
5.
intimidate. Put those away.
No, he's like, oh.
He just assumed it was happening again.
This is why we put Rhinar on camera.
Yeah.
It's always some of the most entertaining games.
I love Brutes, man. What a fun class. It's just so
Brute
fun.
life.
All right, so I believe 2 action points left. I don't think it's going to affect the outcome of this turn because, again, there's just so many extra action points.
Yeah, because currently in hand is a Sand Sketch plan and an aggressive pounce for Conley. So probably just going to pitch it to attack with the aggressive pounce. I mean, I could Sand Sketch here, but that's a little risky because you don't have enough resources to play.
Yeah.
Depending on how the card draws go.
A little sketchy, as it were.
Yeah.
Do have a 6 in your pitch, so can also get the gauntlets involved.
I'll pitch a Sand Sketch plan. Oh my god.
Yeah. Gauntlet's coming in. Yeah, Tim just said,
Oh my God.
He realizes what a crazy turn this was. You know, like we can see it because we can see all the hands.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
We're at a distance here. But all Tim sees is Blood Rush Fellows got cast.
Yep.
And a 6 got discarded.
Uh-huh.
All standard.
Uh-huh.
Sand Sketch plan. A 6 got discarded. All standard. We're freaking out over here, and he's just like, it's just the normal thing, I guess.
Yeah, I guess I'm getting Rhino.
And now he's realizing the craziness that unfolded behind closed doors, as it were.
Couple yellow block, 3 sharpened senses, drawing dead.
Purposes
Yeah,
of
Yeah,
should be
should be-
9 here. 8 + 2 + 1, thanks to
Should be
gauntlets.
for 9.
Yep.
Conley figures it out.
Yeah.
Brute math sometimes can get a little tricky.
Brutes are not known for their reckless arithmetic here.
No, they're not.
That's a different card. I don't know if Conley's playing the
It
reckless
literally got
arithmetic.
pitched on turn 1. I know
Oh,
it's
yeah.
in
Okay,
there.
well, it is in the deck. Great. Yeah.
And we're blocking. Take 3. Down to
Hey, there it
17
is.
for Tim Hickman.
Yes.
Alrighty. So Dorinthea, giving cards and armor away because Blood Rush Bellows is a card. You have now seen them all, mercifully, so you know it's not going to happen again. If it does, call a judge immediately. As Dawnblade's going to roll on in. This one's for 5. Trying to keep the counters as Tim has... Oh, that's right. Sorry, I forgot Tim had intimidated cards.
He did have
He
to.
did actually have a hand to play with.
Yeah, so he does have basically 2 cards in hand. Well, 1 pitch and now 1 in hand, 1 arsenal. It does look like...
Again.
Oh, it's
Oh.
going in and the Blade Flurry. What a great 3-card hand here. Like the blue pitch, the go again, the pump, into the Brave Forge Bracers. This is a massive turn. Like Conley had a big turn, don't
Yeah.
get me wrong. But this is a super efficient, it's 3-card coming in for 5. And then another 6 and the 4 from the Blade Flurry. That's a 3-card 15.
Yeah, that is very efficient here.
I mean, your brute math is good, but 3-card 15.
And unfortunately, Conley not interested in blocking this game in general, so no extra value off Glint the Quicksilver, but we'll take another peek over here at the other side. These look like cards you'll want to attack with. And Conley agrees. He's going to take the damage. 8 down to 11, I believe. As players just swinging at each other right now.
Yeah, all gas, no brakes on both sides of the board here. You got to imagine, so Tim's still at 17. Now, Conley definitely can put together a turn that attacks for 17, but you need to attack for 17 and then start forcing blocks, right?
Yeah.
So Tim is perfectly happy with 3 Dawnblade counters here. He's perfectly happy to keep a 1 or 2 card hand.
Yeah.
Like a 2-card hand could still be insane for him, right? Just if it's a blue plus a go again or a pump.
Yeah, it's kind of like Fang-esque in a way.
Oh, no, it's the
Sans
Sans plan, and he doesn't have go again. That's a whiff.
Oh, no, we didn't roll scabs. That die indicating action points is from last turn.
This does not have go. He doesn't have an action point. This is a disaster for Conley.
I'm saying no blocks.
Oh, that's terrifying.
Yeah, no blocks out of the Dawnblade. That is 3 counters. Oh, no. The Brute Gods had blessed Conley on the previous turns, and they have now forsaken him when it matters most.
Little intellect penalty here being paid. Usually that's just tough nut, how tough nut goes, but no tough nut in this game, but still Brute's having to pay the price, drawing up the next hand and looking on over what is cooking on the Dorinthea side.
Oh, this is a good
Oh,
hand.
no.
He's got the provoke, shove off, so some blue pitch, some reactions, Warrior's Valor, and the Drawing Dead.
Little front pump action. Try and get some go again on hit. Seems pretty good. Provoke going to hit the pitch. Pay 1 for this Valor. Very beautiful looking extended
yes, we were
art from
talking about
packs,
the
I
tournament
believe.
packs earlier. Of course, if you want to get a beautiful full art Warrior's Valor just like this, come play in tournaments.
Yep.
And then open a tournament pack. And if you're lucky, you will get one.
Certainly will. If you're lucky, on hit, go again. 9 damage, 3+3+3. As Dawnblade has gotten quite large this game, and Conley looks like we're moving into block.
Blocking here for 10, just over blocking by 1,
Yep.
it seems.
Scabskin good for a little bit more block.
That does mean that he is drawing dead. Oh, no, never mind. He's coming in with the shove off.
All right, let's kick one of these cards back. You can block with it next time if you want.
Yeah, kind of like a mini route effect, right? You're basically pump +3. Not very efficient rate-wise. You're kind of losing a card for nothing. But when it forces through an on hit, that allows you to attack again with +3 counters on Dawnblade, seems worth it.
Yeah, it makes sense. Tim's really just making sure to preserve the Dawnblade counters as often as you can, which means you do have to hit. It doesn't really matter which one. Although obviously you needed go again from the hit from Warrior's Valor, so needing to make sure this came through. And I believe has I think it's a yellow left.
Drawing Dead, yeah. So
can pitch to braces and then swing again.
definitely worthwhile here, right? To do that. I mean, it's going to be worth attacking for 7. What, 1 card for 7? Yeah. You're going to take that trade here.
That is the numbers Dorinthea can get if she can accrue enough counters on her very shiny sword.
And not just that, it's threatening another counter, right? Conley could block this out. It could send... Oh, wait, that's Alpha Rampage. That's not a 3-block. That's a 0-block.
Oh, no.
Alpha Instinct, sorry.
That is not the block number you want in this situation. 9 life, staring down 7 on the combat chain already.
No, so that's going to get a 4th Dawnblade counter. And I'm pretty sure at 4 Dawnblade counters, the writing's on the wall. Like having 1 or 2 counters is like, yeah, you can come back from that.
Yeah.
3, it's pretty dicey. 4, when you're this low on life, you're gonna need something big out of Conley here to be able to reset this Dawnblade and be able to somehow scrape back into this.
Yeah, the first one is so annoying because, going from 3 to 4 and introducing a breakpoint is just kind of like, this is annoying, but you can find ways around it. There's 4 defense reactions. 7, and the next breakpoint in that chain is just like, ugh. I don't want to give 3 cards every single time.
Well, when you are behind like this, you've got to take the high-risk lines to get that high reward. And unfortunately, the high-risk line of Scabskins rolling here, rolling the 1, did not pan out the way Conley had hoped. The Brute Gods really loved his dice rolls for the first few turns of the game. Unfortunately, they have fallen away from him, favoring Tim instead on these last few die rolls, and Tim is able to take some commanding control of this game here.
Yeah. 3 no blocks.
On hit, I die. 3 no blocks in the head. Tim over Hickman takes it down on Dorinthea, weathers a ridiculous chain of intimidates and scabskins rolls, and the luck runs out.
Yeah.
Back-to-back in-leg penalties for Rhinar, and kind of just fell behind and could never get back ahead. Sometimes it happens.
Sometimes that happens, but that is the power of Dorinthea when she is kind of unchecked and is able to hit with these weapons. The Dawn Blade just over and over again, queuing those counters against deck that has a lot of no blocks, 0 blocks or null blocks in the Rhinar. Just not able to contain those Dawn Blade counters, and the dice rolls really didn't help him out there. And Dorinthea was able to take the win.
But you can see why Rhinar is a crowd favorite.
Yes.
Every Rhinar game is entertaining.
Oh, it's so entertaining. You know, there's the high variance, the high risk, high reward. Didn't work out there this time, but we got an exciting game out of it for sure.
Certainly did. This opening minutes were a thing of beauty. Let's have a look at some things that are coming up in the Flesh and Blood universe. The World Tour, $2 million USD given out across this year, which is always a banger. And there's some upcoming events. Again, we are in, where are we? August? Late August, almost in September. There's still more to go. Worlds is in November. But let's have a look at what's coming up, because my goodness, if you are not going to Seoul, figure it out if you can. If you can, get involved. It's going to be such a sick world premiere.
World premiere of Usurp the Shadow Throne. This is looking like an absolutely amazing set. I love the sets that bring in the old talents. Shadow is a historically very powerful talent, giving support to some fan favorite heroes like Vetreiði, bringing him back. Malice, I think everyone's super hyped for. And we know our producer here is super, Ethan is very hyped for Levia, of course.
I just love that they're like, you know what? It's a Shadow set. Levia needs some love. She doesn't have that many LL points. Just bring her back as she is. That's just such a smart way to build a set. I love to see the direction the game is going in that regard. But of course, after that, it's going to be Bilbao for a little limited action for the limited enjoyers.
Right after the set release, we got to prove who's able to tackle the limited environment. Still very important for anybody who's looking to go to Worlds later on. There's going to be draft involved at Worlds, so mastering that limited early is going to be very important. So head over to Bilbao to show your might in limited.
And coverage, I believe, will be Silver Age for the showdown. So tune in if you want to see some Sage action. Calling 100, of course, in Atlanta. It's certainly one to watch. There's a lot of stuff going on there.
It's amazing to think we've had 100 callings so far, and that 100th calling in Atlanta is going to be one that you should not miss. It is going to be so exciting. We've got a Living Legend Championship, the main event being Classic Constructed and Showdown Silver Age, just the full gamut of the best formats of Flesh and Blood.
Certainly so. And of course, Kyoto in mid-October. Japan, always a treat to host events. Obviously, the Pro Tour in Yokohama earlier this year. And I see C calling over there. As we keep going, don't worry, folks. There's a lot. Mexico City is going to host a calling for Classic Constructed, which should be an absolute banger right before the World Championships.
Worlds in Paris is going to be so nice. It is such an amazing city. We went over to France for Pro Tour Lille a few years back. Just briefly stopped over in Paris. I personally looking forward to exploring the city a bit more. I cannot wait for the World Championship in Paris. And, of course, the 100K calling, the biggest calling ever. Make sure you go there, play in the Worlds. If you're not qualified for Worlds, play in the calling. It's going to be a great weekend. You shouldn't miss it.
Yeah, just go, try and qualify. Just book your tickets now. Yeah. Try and qualify for Worlds if that's still a thing that's possible to do. And then just show up, and no matter what happens, you'll have something to play.
It's going to be great.
All right, well, of course, my hometown, Sydney, is going to be hosting a CC calling after Worlds. This is the weekend that Master Beck Assassin and Dr. Mortimer release.
Ooh.
So that should be quite a fun one to watch. Shenzhen, of course, in late November. Classic Constructed. Wakefield in the UK, mostly C. And then Portland, Silver Age, back on the West Coast. We keep going, though, because Pro Tour London 2027, the first PT of the next season, which, by the way, there's going to be a lot of Pro Tours next year.
There's going to be 3 Pro Tours, in fact, next year. Just Pro Tour London being the first of 3. We had Pro Tour London a few years back. I really loved that the event there. It was a great time. It was when we had original Aurora. She was pretty powerful back then. And Aurora maybe is making her on this weekend. We'll have to see. So excited for Pro Tour London.
I feel like this is an unfair advantage to Jacob Clements. I just want to point that out there, starting off 2027 that way. But of course, the World Premier Package, if you can, you should get yourself to Seoul. Not only is Seoul, South Korea, an incredible city to be in and explore, something that with my background, I've only visited once, but I had an incredible time. But again, the package for World Premiere, the K-pop Malice and her little zombies, I mean, it's just incredible, these cards.
This is absolutely perfect. Perfect treatment for the cards. Perfect. The new cards really embracing the culture of the South Korea, the K-pop. I think these are going to be real fan favorites.
Certainly so. And of course, the souvenir package for World Championship Paris, a very nice looking cold foil Marvel Levia. How did that possibly happen?
That is a beautiful.
I feel like some leverage. Our
there.
producer might have been using some leverage
might
coming
have
into
been
this
a
World
little bit.
Championships. And of course, Rainbow Fall outed with some beautiful alt art with Dorinthea looking pretty French.
Yeah, like they're very French, very like the stained glass window, the very like cathedral look. Obviously, very iconic to the French culture there.
And we'll keep on going because you can get even more as you roll on to the next set of callings. We've had, of course, a lot of Omens goodies, but you can get yourself some Shadow Realm cards, a little Open the Gate to Arathia, probably a card that we're going to see quite a lot in your Shop the Shadow Throne, and of course, get yourself a Rainbow Fall Gate to Arathia, among all the other things, entry to the callings, vouchers for your side events, fun for the whole family if they all play Flesh and Blood.
Hopefully they do, because it is a great event, and you're not going to want to miss it.
Alrighty, lay low, of course, coming. Ooh, this is gorgeous. A new side event promo.
Very cool, very creepy. I love that. I love this artwork style. This is nice.
That's really nice. Every now and then.
Yeah.
This one sees some play, especially in Silver Age.
Yeah, definitely.
So excited to get that one going. And what else we got? It's your last chance.
This weekend.
It's really, like, if you're listening to me right now, it's probably too late.
It is probably too late.
But if you're playing in the event, I wish you best of luck winning this gold foil quick dodge flexes.
Yes, the last one here, because for future events, we'll be rotating out to the new cold foil calling champion, the new circlet.
Yeah, that's going to be, again, a piece of equipment I'm excited to see how it gets used.
Yeah.
And it seems like if we take Flexes, which is an incredible piece of generic equipment, as kind of our cue, LSS probably knows something I don't.
Yeah.
If they're like, this is the legendary generic that we're going to give out.
Yeah.
They're probably expected to see a decent amount of play.
I would imagine so. I think every single calling championship card has been like a metagame staple. It has been a card that is very highly played at the competitive level, and I would imagine the next one is no different.
All right, so what do you want to see next round? Well, I have to tell you, you don't get a choice.
Okay.
Because I was just told what it was. But I know you want to see some Kassai.
I do want to see some Kassai.
We are going to have Kassai.
I would love to see Kassai.
Did you hear what the matchup, the other side is?
I heard a Jarl.
It is Jarl.
Which is a hero that I personally am very close with. I love me some Guardian, some Earth and Ice. So this should be an exciting matchup. Very excited to see how that goes.
All right. Well, I know you're a big fan of the Elemental Guardian. Not the one you truly love.
Starvo.
But the... not the Elemental Guardian I thought you were going to say.
Okay, old him. Yes,
yeah.
the old Earth Ice Guardian. I just like Elemental Guardians.
Elemental cards are good, as it turns out. All right, that's what's coming up in round 3. We're going to pop on over to a break. When we return, we're going to get some Kassai versus Jarl. We'll see how that goes, but strap in. It might be a long one. Welcome back to coverage of Calling Kansas City. We are a few rounds into this here Flesh and Blood tournament, Charles, and it's been so far so good for what we've seen. But we're going to check in on how we're doing because we and Ethan, our producer, selected some players to watch coming in. And I think one of us is doing better than the other in terms of, we're doing a fantasy draft here.
Yeah, basically.
Don't pick my guys. But Josh Lyle's 2-0.
Yeah, that on his Dorinthea deck. He's representing Dorinthea and doing pretty good.
Let's
Rest
go.
of your picks, just a middle pack right now.
I want us look. Dalen Mack, NFL player, love the guy, playing Ziggy 1-1. That's a very respectable start
For
to your
sure.
calling.
Of course.
Pankaj, throwing a little bit, but it's okay. What are my boys doing?
Michael Fung and Peter Bedetzik.
So they already have a loss.
Some top-tier players are already picking up a loss this early on. I mean, that is the risk of playing Dash.io and Acilio. These decks don't block very well. They are susceptible to maybe a little bit of a low roll. Your opponent gets going. You don't have a lot of ways to come back into a game where you fall behind very quickly. So, maybe just a little bit of bad variance for them here in the first 2 rounds.
Just win, perhaps, not working out. But let's have a peek in. Oh, my goodness. He's mogging me.
So we got 3 of my picks here. Alex for Lucas Oswald and Lucas Barding, all both 2-0. Starting off strong here. We got a good variety of heroes, right, with the Acilio, Aurora, and Arakni slipped through the cracks. There's only 2 Arakni slipped through the cracks in this whole field, and one of them, at least, is 2-0. So excited to see. Hopefully he keeps that up. Maybe we can get him on camera a little bit later in the day.
And perhaps a strategic loss early for Kassai, trying to get in the Guardian bracket as Kassai and chop on through.
Yeah, he has a great play on Kassai. I'm still rooting for Kassai to win this whole event. I really would love to see either Kassai or Dash.io both hit Living Legend. One of them hit Living Legend this weekend.
Again, continuing to manifest that final as our producer man said. Oh, my goodness.
Somebody's been pick-maxing.
That's crazy,
Okay, so...
Yeah, we're clean XO on the day. So, in theory, you think about it this way. I am 10-0. Do the math on that.
You are 10-0
I am 10-0
out of round 2.
I am
That's
locked.
crazy.
I'm locked for top 8 of a Calling Pro Tour. I think all of them you're locked if you're.
And you just started it 2 rounds in.
And it's only noon, so suck on that, I guess.
So to be fair, we did have to we were mutually exclusive. We couldn't pick the same players.
True.
And Ethan did get to pick first.
Yes.
And I feel like he was able to scoop up tournament favorite Jacob Clements.
Yep.
And that's definitely he made some other good picks too. But
you got 2 first picks in the snake draft. It's kind of crazy.
It really is. We'll have to check back in on these later throughout the weekend and see where our fantasy teams as they were developed.
I'm excited for Vincent to keep winning. So I like that both Brody and Mara are XO. Definitely a hero that's been pretty good, but hasn't really had a big, some breakthrough performances, but not a win recently.
Yeah, it's an exciting and interesting hero to watch, and I imagine after Usurp the Shadow Throne comes out, it's going to be even more powerful and more of a force in the metagame.
All right, well, we've had some aggro, we've had some aggressive, some weapons, some go-again attacks slung across the combat chain. Let's slow it down a little.
Yeah.
Our next game here is between 2 heroes that, well, one of them pretty much always goes slow. The other one depends.
Yeah.
But Kassai is not the most aggressive of the warriors.
Kassai can definitely be very flexible. Can have a more aggressively slated game plan, especially into aggro decks. You can have like those blood on her hands turns and just be able to play an aggressive deck into opponents that don't block. But against a more defensive-oriented deck like this Jarl, you got to imagine they're going to be setting up a longer game, trying to raise a big army, and then take over in the late game. We'll have to see if Jarl has the tools in that late game to be able to counteract that.
Yeah, I think it's so funny because this matchup seems like it might be relatively close, just like lots of good blocking, lots of good defensive tools, lots of good armor. And then Kassai makes 6 gold, raises an army, and the Guardian player loses. Tends to be how it goes.
Historically, that is what I would come into this matchup expecting. Okay, if Kassai is able to generate a lot of gold and it's kind of unchecked from the Jarl side, that's got to favor the Kassai. But Jarl definitely has tools to be able to punish that, be able to destroy equipment, be able to have things like Oaken Old and Pummel, and potentially recur it with some stuff like So Tomorrow or some other options, like Everbloom Life. Could still also have a very powerful late game as well. And of course has all of those defensive tools as well to maybe deny getting that gold in the first place.
All right, well, let's have a look at our players then as we are going to get ourselves into round number 3. 2-0 players. Zack Miller on the left on Kassai, the Golden Sander hero. We expect to see a decent amount of. And then Conley Hunt, I believe the architect of kind of Jarl as...
I believe these are the incorrect
it
names from last...
Jocelyn.
There we go,
architect of Jarl, Zack Miller on the left on Kassai. Kassai versus Jarl, like we said, Two relatively defensive decks. Certainly, y'all can fit that genre.
Definitely excited to see what Josh Lind has cooked up here for Jarl. I know he is a big Jarl enjoyer, has been playing it for quite a while, makes some content with it, is one of the main architects of the deck in the community. And so starting off 2-0 has got to be good, but it's potentially a tough matchup here against Kassai. But if anyone's able to do it with Jarl, I'd imagine Josh Lind is one of the ones to do it.
Yeah, we'll have a quick read of Jarl, because it's been a minute. We've seen Kassai actually already today, but we didn't read her. I guess we can fix that in a second. Whenever you play an ice card, though, create a frostbite token in an opponent's exposed head, chest, arms, or leg zone, which honestly, sometimes that text sits there and looks pretty all game long.
Yes, it is difficult to get them to use their equipment. It does introduce this weird kind of mini game where hey, you have some equipment that you might want to use, or cash in a Snapdragon Scalers, right? Where you want to destroy it to give a go again. But when you do that against a Jarl, it kind of exposes you to some of his disruption. Now, he has some of his own ways to destroy your equipment if you sit around and give him space too long, where he can kind of force the issue. But obviously, he'd prefer if you just voluntarily blow up your own equipment instead.
Yeah, and of course, pretty recent Pro Tour top 8 from Jarl in the hands of none other than Michael Hamilton.
Yeah.
Who's certainly a hero that has some pedigree. On the other side, I did in fact get brain fogged by how many warriors we've seen on stream already.
Seen a lot.
We have not seen Kassai today. We've seen Hala and Dori. So let's read Kassai. If you've drawn a card this turn, your sword attacks costs 1 less to activate. Spoiler alert, both of the swords cost 1 to activate. And of course, once per turn, you can banish 2 reds and 2 yellows from your graveyard. And then the next time a weapon you control hits a hero this turn, make a gold go again. That will be relevant later, but let's pop on down to the game, because I have a feeling we might be in for a number of turns of fab. As we have a quick look at the opponent's equipment turn. Ooh, don't always see this one. It is, sorry, not that one. It is Crown of Dominion.
Yes,
for Zack Miller.
Crown of Dominion starting the game off with that gold. I think one of the keys to this matchup for the Kassai is going to be generating a lot of gold. And so some matchups for Kassai, you want to pop the gold aggressively. Oh, you got a gold? Spend it. Spend that gold to draw a card, which then discounts your swords and also gets you a card. That's a lot of value and a lot of acceleration into aggro matchups. But against a slow deck like Jarl, you want to actually accumulate that gold. You want to get a stack of it so that you can cash it all in for a big raise the army later on in the game.
You Josh Lynch say that's so brutal. It's Redwood Hammer. The hammer we don't always see that often. Kind of like Titan's Fist with different steps, Fruits of the Forest.
But it gets immediately hit by a Blunton. So Blunton normally gets to make you discard the card, but it's not a card that you expect to be too terribly often active here. But Josh Lind starting off with that, it basically denied 2 points of life. Josh probably wanted to discard that Fruits of the Forest to gain 2 life. Instead, he had to discard it to the trigger of Blunton. Yep,
and keep track of the pitch, by the way, because Old is currently on the bottom of the deck for this Jarl, and we may well get to second cycle as Command & Conquer going to roll on over a Yellow Blade Flurry in the pitch.
I have to imagine this game probably goes quite long and is probably going to get into second cycle. So, and there's no Remembrance anymore. So Remembrance has been banned, and so that was a card that would frequently shuffle your deck, and sometimes you even cast it first cycle. So the pitch stack was not necessarily quite that important. But in this matchup, you got to imagine it will be that important.
All right, so using most of this here, 2. Ooh, one of those is a block 2.
Yep.
But Rampage
blocks
also going in.
Yeah, it has to pitch the defense reaction to be able to use that. Josh does have that So Tomorrow, that kind of Remembrance Light, to be able to bring back that Oakenold in the late game.
It's also peak, I have to say, a Sigil of Solace. Came up for Josh. This is the other thing I wanted to point out. Both players with some kind of fun headpieces here. Coronet Peak we haven't seen in a while.
Coronet Peak is a card that you often see into aggro matchups to just be able to aggro. A lot of decks don't care about your weapon swing that much, but Coronet Peak is basically guarantees, hey, we're both going to play a card down. I'm going to use a blue pitch. You're going to have to give me a card or a resource here every turn. So that's an interesting inclusion here for Jarl to be able to use.
And of course, we mentioned it, Kassai wants to raise an army, which means she wants a lot of gold. And High Current Currency picked off both energy counters on the Tunic.
That is absolutely huge. That is how you draw it up. To start off here with 3 gold right off the bat, that is a powerful start for Zack Miller. And I think if you're able to raise an army for 3, or I mean, you could hold out for more, but 3 is a pretty respectable army to raise even this early on. So if he finds one, I'd be inclined, if I was Zack Miller, to just cash that in right off the bat.
All right, well, a couple of cards going to get in the way. Pop a bunch in there.
Blocking the full 10 here, anticipating that Josh might have a pummel, respecting the pummel. I don't believe there was one, but you know, the threat is often greater than the activation here. Essentially just got 4 extra points without having to use anything out of his deck. There's been a lot of Command and Conquers thrown back and forth. I think what's that, the third Command and Conquer we've seen?
This is the third Command and Conquer. This is Zack Miller's second of this game, calling winner previously on Kano, which is a different hero that starts with a K, but very different to Kassai.
Very different game plan. So it's awesome to be able to see a very flexible players, right? Some our best players in our game are able to adapt to different decks. We definitely have players who are more specialists. They really play their one hero and their one play style and get really comfortable with it.
Yep.
But to be able to see someone have success on multiple different hero archetypes, I think that's a real mark of the high quality players.
I agree. Shoutouts to host of World Tour Weekly, Martin Bay. As Zack Miller's going to draw up and pass it back, as we have had a sigil played. So all told, we've played about 3 turns, and it's 40-43 is Redwood Hammer going to roll on in on the other side.
You're never going to guess what's in Zack Miller's hand.
It's a Blunton.
Well, it's not him. There's a Command and Conquer.
Oh, of course. Sorry, I clearly should have guessed that.
The Blunton was also very important. Looks like Josh has putting his cards on the bottom here.
Sorry, I didn't want it to be like this.
Right, so Josh drawing back up here after getting blunted a second time. No arsenal here, but I think we did see was it an ominous excavation sent to the bottom as well as a D-react. So that's kind of his anti-fatigue package to be able to, a bit of recursion there.
Certainly could be relevant as things go on. Sync Blow also joining that pitch stack, although not particularly relevant as far as that goes. I don't know if Oakenold has a lot of friends as far as the elements needed in the bottom of the stack, but we'll have to see as we get around there. That is Thwart in the middle of the combat chain. Don't see this one all that often.
Yeah.
Also the Plow under is Hot Streak coming in.
When this defends, remove all +1 counters from the attacking card.
Oh, you just hate Hala and Dorinthea. That's crazy.
Hala, I mean, hey, given the metagame breakdown, we saw lots of Hala, a lot of Dorinthea. I mean, that would have been an insane card to have last round, right? Oh, Dorinthea has 3 or 4 counters, and you think, oh, it's all over. Nah, just throw it. And it just completely removes it. Yep. Jocelyn here, obviously playing a very defensive, fatigue-oriented Jarl, has got to cover all his bases. And I think I've played a good number of fatigue decks in my time.
Certainly have.
You often have these really silver bullet cards that you end up running into a lot of different matchups. You will play something like Thwart into everybody because you want sheer density of deck. And this is a card that you bring into your deck for certain matchups and certain metagames, but even into decks where it's just okay, you're going to end up playing it.
Yeah, I know calling Edinburgh winner Evan Tanguy was joking once again that the Mastery Pack had the best gravy card in it, just like it did for Mastery Pack Guardian, because this one also helps the Dorinthea matchup. I do want to point out, by the way, now that Josh is down to 36, that is the first time Zack swung his swords this game, I believe.
Yeah. Because
it's
been 3 Command and Conquers, just back and forth, back and forth. Yeah, you got to imagine, normally, Kassai doesn't run too many attacks.
No.
Just maybe Nourishing Emptiness, Command and Conquer, maybe. But not too many, and so to finally now start swinging the swords, it certainly took him a while.
Yeah, well, here's Raised Blades. This is an absolutely banger edition for Mastery Pack Warrior. This is the Kassai card.
I think this is the best card. Well, I mean, one of the best cards they've printed for Kassai. She's got a lot of powerful cards. I was about to say that, and then I thought, oh wait, Blood Follows Blade. That's really good. Oh wait, Blood on her hands. Oh, that's also really good. This is on that level of just really efficient. It's 0 cost. It immediately discounts your dagger or your swords rather. Gives them +3. It just does everything you want. And it blocks 3 because why not?
Certainly does. So this time Rampart getting in the way, and now a defense reaction going to come after the Blade Runner is shown. Basically said, you know what? I want to see if you can give this go again first before committing anything else. And of course had the defense reaction at the ready. So nifty little decompose from Rootbound Carapace. Get some things going, maybe sets up a future felling. But for now, it's Centauri Saber swinging on in, thanks to Blade Runner for 4. And
getting that first decompose, very important for Josh Lynn to be able to set up his future Felling on the Crown or Plow Unders, which I think he's also running. Yeah, we do see a Plow Under already in Graveyard. That's in Graveyard, not blocking on the combat chain here. He's just kind of separating out his Earth cards to be able to know, what's available for decompose and what's not.
Love that. Gravy Bones, and I guess, does Levi ever do that? Poker 6 is out?
I don't think so, because you have to shuffle them all up anyway to randomly banish.
Might as be one pile.
Yeah.
Ooh, for 3.
Oh,
womp womp. Fiddler's Green. Josh Lynch shaking his head. As Valiant Dynamo and Fiddler's Green get in the middle.
You attack for 3 and your opponent blocks for 5 and gains 2. Normally that's not how the math works in Flesh and Blood if you overblock, but Fiddler's Green has that nice little text where it's going to guarantee to gain you that 3 life.
All right, going to gain a couple life here. Again, dual-wielding warriors tend to be decent at cracking through defensive decks.
Yes, especially when Centauri Sabers has and Hot Streak both have these, like, when it's defended by an attack action card, they get some benefit, either +1 on the Sabers or go again on the Hot Streak, both of which are very valuable into this matchup. That being said, you know, the fact that Jocelyn hasn't been, doesn't have too many attacks that he wants to block with. He's got D-Reacts. He's got Thwarts, apparently. He's got Channel Lake Frigid, which is not an attack action. So he's able to sidestep some of that that on-hit mess, or the on-block messiness, rather.
Yeah, Red Blade Runner kind of doing a little sidestep as well. CLF got in the way, and Rampart once again is blocking. Ooh, Sigil, not the attack react we expected. Staunch response.
Staunch response. A little bit of a block here. But yeah, hey, that's another one of those tournament pack staunch responses. The full art there. Beautiful artwork.
You can certainly see the plan for Josh Lind. Kind of already suspected it with things like Coronet Peak. Yeah. And obviously Rampart of the Rams had a big giveaway for a very defensive-minded Jarl deck. But getting value from that shield every single turn, making sure to get in the way, get the defensive value. Ooh, another high currency getting pitched.
Obviously not very good here because there's 3 counters on that tunic. You want to do it on 2 because then you get 2 gold and they can't respond to it. If you would just cast it now, you could just remove all the counters in the tunic just to make a resource, and it would kind of be a wasted card. But you know, got to imagine that's going to get back into second cycle. Based on the way this game is going, you got to imagine we're going to get there. And so if Josh Lind pays close attention, maybe he can kind of track when that's coming up and try to avoid that issue with the tunic.
Yeah, I feel like Zach Miller clearly prepared for this matchup, by the way. Crowner Dominion, which I don't think every Kassai even has in their inventory all that time. And obviously, more than one high current currency, like wanting to make sure to get gold in ways that are more accessible, especially getting him in bigger stacks, because obviously, if you try and activate Kassai, your opponent that wants to block is going to block a lot.
Wow, double provoke here out of Zack. He is this is on the hot streak, which does not currently have go again, and so he's basically saying, "Give me cards out of your hand to give this go again."
Not entertained.
All right. Well, revealed a defense reaction, I believe.
He had to discard the Shelter from the Storm, so that's what he revealed. Yeah, because if it was an attack, it would go on the chain, but then it would go again. Yeah, it would give go again. So Jocelyn trying to avoid that. He's actually, opting to keep the blue in his hand. He could have revealed the Terra Sunder to block with it, but and not give go again. But then he'd have 2 reds and not much to do with that. Yeah. So instead, opting to just make sure he's swinging this hammer every turn. It seems to me that Jocelyn's strategy is going to be just wear down on the deck count and just keep swinging this hammer every turn. You really want to be pushing that damage, forcing Zack to block. That being said, he's giving Zack a lot of space to just play the game he wants, block with the cards that he wants to block with, and also swing his own weapons.
Very important card in Zack Miller's hand. If we can get a weapon through, you can't quite see it yet, but Blood follows Blade. Kassai's specialization is if you can get a hit, it feels good to get a Cell Sword without paying gold.
He's going to try it here. Does Jocelyn have the defense reaction to counter this? He could also use his equipment. He does have like the Boots of Omnis Ward, which is kind of a guaranteed 1 prevention at instant speed. But obviously you'd prefer to have a defense reaction at this time.
Certainly would, and we know there is a Shelter poking around the hand.
The perfect counter here, right? Because this is going to discard to give the +1 prevention, and it's going to prevent 1 on the next swing.
And generally Kassai, I feel like doesn't have that many pumps on the first link, I feel like, at least in attack reaction speed. He kind of often is face up in terms of the damage that's front loaded. So Bloodfellow's Blade not going to work out there. Did give the go again as well. That is the other thing the card does inexplicably.
Yeah, one of the cards is the Jagged Edge, which we just saw pitched. So like that's one of the kind of front pumps, or a Blade Flurry as well.
Yes. Certainly ways to do it, but things like Unsheath, Sharpen Senses, kind of give you the value as you go, which obviously give you go again in a lot of those cases, which is nice. But here comes Plow Under. Goodbye, Arsenal.
This is bottom.
Yeah, this is a card that is extremely good into aggro matchups, or matchups where like the tempo of cards matters, where it's like, oh, I got rid of your arsenal, that's +1 card advantage to me. This matchup where it's going to go pretty long, you got to imagine what you're more concerned about is like cards in deck and kind of like how much firepower exists in your deck total. And in this case, I don't think either side really minds that they're losing their arsenal because they know it's still in the deck and it's still going to be valuable later on in the game.
All right, 2 reds, 2 yellows. That means Kassai is getting activated. So now weapon hits make gold. Only the first time you do it, but either weapon is good for it, and you just want gold.
We see the pitch card here, the lessons learned out of
baby.
Kassai. So they did ban Remembrance.
They
Remembrance is no longer a legal card, but lessons learned. They learned their lesson with Remembrance and gave them Warrior Remembrance instead, but made it blue instead of yellow.
Yeah.
Now, of course, it needs to be attack reactions and have different names. So it's not action cards, so you can't get all of your biggest attacks. But for Warrior decks that care about attack reactions, things like Blood Follows Blade, or Run Through, or Blade Flurry, or some things that are still powerful for these decks. Blade Runner, you're still able to have a lot more kind of firepower in your deck thanks to lessons learned. And you got to imagine that Zack feels pretty happy to have at least one copy of that in his list right now into a fatigue-style Jarl.
Yep, has to feel pretty good. Line up that final turn. Even one of them could be a pitch card if you need to get in there with your weapons. You're in a truly I have nothing left situation if you're building a little stack that way. But certainly, given that we are with almost 40 minutes left in the round, life totals are 40 to 37 for Kassai and Jarl respectively.
Yeah, so Josh is really tanking on this that it looks like, attacking for 4, blocking for 3, not that big a deal. But Josh was considering throwing a defense reaction on this because it threatens an on-hit gain of gold.
Yep.
So really had to think about that and let the 1 point leak through in order to, because Zack was probably going to get the gold anyway because he was coming in with another sword, and just opting for the higher value. But that does mean Zack has a 4th gold. Started off real quick, getting up to 3. It took him a while, like turn 9 here, to get that 4th gold. We haven't seen the raise an army yet, but I'm sure when we do, Zack is going to be very happy to raise at least 4 cell swords.
I mean, we are going to get there, and one of the cards was a no block. It was Heart Finder, which is going to gain a life at least. Not an Earth card, sadly, so it doesn't boost up the old Redwood Hammer, but still a card you've seen a lot in these kind of lists because incidental life gain, very good when you're expecting to see this card over and over and over again, and it constantly pitches to your hammer, which is a good time.
Yeah, it is very good for this style of deck that wants to go long. It's just kind of 4 points of value on its face, so the 3 plus the 1, and it's recursive. You're going to bring that back into the late game and trigger it again, more likely than not.
Josh Lind, any reactions? Zack's like, nope. Valiant Dynamo can take 1.
Yeah.
I'll take 2. I'm now at 38. Feels like a pretty reasonable spot to be in. As Kassai is going to do the thing again.
He thinks he's got a pretty good hand here. They can maybe force through another gold option. He's going to banish some reds and yellows.
Funny, usually you don't think about it too much as Kassai, but now with Lessons Learned, you actually have to think about it a little bit.
Yeah, you do.
Because you want to keep certain attack reactions around.
Luckily, there's a lot of command and conquers to banish, and you're happy to do that, especially if he might have a Nourishing Emptiness or 2 in his list. I know it's pretty common in Kassai to have maybe one of those. So you want to banish your attacks. Prioritize banishing those.
Unsheath, my goodness, this card is good.
Oh, this card's insane.
I'm very glad this is reprinted in Mastery Pack Warrior. Next sword attack gets +3 when it attacks. If its might is greater than twice its base, 2 times 2 is 4, by the way, so 5 is more. So already had go again. Blade Flurry going to make it 7 after some blocks got committed. And Josh Lind says, why are you like this?
Why are you like this? He's coming in, blocking 5, coming in for 7. So a little bit of a friendly banter back and forth here as Zack pushes over for 2. Josh debating if he's got another D-React or some other way to prevent this. I do see a sink below in his hand. He's considering if it's worth kind of blocking excess, right? You're blocking 9 here, but it's preventing a gold. Once again, the threat of that gold is what's really giving him a lot of value.
And no card drawn, so swords must be paid for, but Red Shelter of the Storm more than enough to let Hot Streak swing on in for 4 thanks to Blade Flurry. Is Josh going to look through the rest of the Earth cards, and let's put everything in the way. Rampart in a blue.
Blocking for 4. Zack doesn't have another reaction. Looks like that gold was successfully defended against, right? Josh preventing that gold from coming out. So still at 4 gold. It's still a lot, but not getting any worse at the moment.
All right. Drawing back. Hey, we found an Earth card. In we go with the Redwood Hammer. I love this little hammer. It's so fun.
Yeah. Block coming in for 4.
It happened again.
Coming in for 4. Zack Miller blocks for 5. Gains a point of life net. Fiddler's Green. What a great card.
I will say I appreciate the pace of play. Not just the friendliness between the 2 players, which is always great to hear in the feature match. I'm sure we'll have a listen in at some point because there's a lot of chatter between these 2. But they do know they have to play fairly quickly given the matchup. So making sure to make things happen pretty swiftly. Blade Flurry immediately gets ignored as a potential attack reaction, which probably tells us about what the lessons learned later in this game might look like for Kassai, but continuing to try and force cards out by demanding something for gold. One way or another, it feels bad.
He's banishing the Blood Follows Blade, which is a good reaction to get back, but doesn't necessarily contribute damage output to the deck. So maybe he's considering lessons learned is just looking for the red ones, like the red Run Through, Blade Flurry, and maybe something else along those lines.
Red Run Through.
Right.
Okay.
Oasis Respite here,
Yeah, 35.
blocking for 4.
Got that.
A little bit of an overblock, but does gain the life.
Gonna be for
Lets you
5.
activate Rampart, the Ram's Head as well. Here comes Saber. There goes Rampart, immediately using those resources.
So I get first react.
Yeah, now coming in for 5. Maybe Josh Lennon would have preferred. Oh, no, he really needed to block out fully because the Kassai's active again.
Mm-hmm.
Overwhelming swing.
Oh,
What is this?
overwhelming swing. This is a brand new card. Now, this is a very powerful, it's kind of like a modal card. So it costs 0 baseline, but it costs 1 more for every card that your opponent's defending with. And then your attack gets plus X, where X is twice the number of cards defending, plus 1. So baseline, 0. It's a 0 for 1 pump. Pretty bad.
Yep.
If they block with 1 card, it's a 1 for 3. On rate, that's fine. If they block for 2 cards, it's a 2 for 5. That's a really good attack reaction, and it only gets better from there.
Yep.
As it continues to ramp up. And so against these decks that really want to be blocking out, this card is really powerful. It adds a lot of damage potential to your deck, and almost a lot of inevitability. Like, oh, you get low, you're forced to block. This is going to come in and potentially end the game.
Yep, and Jocelyn now down to 33 after that, and the gold got made as well after the Kassai activation. So despite Josh using all the resources he pitched away, including another Oasis that was waiting in the wings, still took the damage and made a gold for his opponent. So it doesn't feel great. And again, the spot doesn't look that bad. Sigils are getting, double sigils in fact, are getting played.
Right back over 40 life.
Not always like the most stellar offensive cards from Kassai, but Josh knows like, at some point, this army is going to be raised, and it is so tough for y'all to get through that. I will say there is one exception.
We just found that raise the army.
This is actually wild.
He doesn't have a lot of blues to play with this. You generally want to raise an army and then swing with all of them if you can, and that generally requires a blue. He might try to sink below maybe that Fiddler's Green to find a blue off the top or something, or just maybe park it in Arsenal, wait a turn to deploy it.
I think that was a little Kassai activation check from Zack.
Yeah.
Only has 1 yellow right now. That is the other thing about overwhelming swing that is nice. But no blue, as you mentioned. And I was trying to get to, y'all does have one way to try and wipe a Board of Allies away. Sense Weakness.
Sense
which
Weakness,
I have to imagine is in Jocelyn's deck.
You got to imagine, yes, if he's thinking about this as a potential matchup, and Kassai is a very popular deck
Gravy
this
too.
weekend, and Gravy as well, right? And soon Malice, right? You gotta think about the Malice deck. Not that you need to build your deck for her right now, but getting used to that in the future. Zack is getting attacked here with this Felling of the Crown. Looks like he's opting to really just. Oh no, he put this. Raise an army to the bottom.
Then this is even.
I mean, he knows that eventually he's going to get around here.
Yeah.
This wasn't a good spot for him, right? Because he didn't have the blue. He's getting attacked with the Felling, so he loses a card anyway. The Jarl is not going to like out-tempo you and kill you.
No.
So instead, he draws Riches of Tropeldani, which gives him a 6th gold, uninteractable. You can't just Kassai block this out. It's just guaranteed gold.
Can't play around it, unfortunately. So here comes Hot Streak again. Gold number 6 is made. The army is looking
it's gonna be
pretty good.
It is going to be huge.
A lot of cash to pay for all those mercenaries. Josh Lynn thinking about it again.
Yeah.
Players just correcting life totals. Very friendly.
Yeah, the schedule. I think
45 plays 36 here. 13 rounds or 13 turns into the game. Still 30 minutes left. There's still time on the clock to burn through all of this. They've been playing at a very good pace, and I really love to see this. When you're playing 2 different decks that go long and you have a long game plan, just being able to play efficiently and avoid going to time, avoid a draw, it's an important skill. It really is an important skill if you're playing a slower deck like Jarl.
All right, Oasis happening again. Moving on in, getting some life, blocking it up.
I'm getting ahead of myself.
I think.
He was trying to Felling.
Yes. You have to do things in the correct order. Yes.
I was gonna say that looks like a Felling, and I know it's in his hand because I just spotted it. But
yeah.
does come out once again. This is what you asked for: Felling of the Crown.
Sometimes they play so fast they slightly missequence or get out of order, but luckily we were able to just clear the air and get right back on it.
Card on the bottom. Card's pretty good. The bane of many heroes' existence for a while since its introduction.
Yeah.
Dynamo and run through going to get in the way.
41.
Block some damage down to 41.
Oh,
Pops
no.
the fist from Josh Lind.
We start these games at 40 life,
okay.
and here 14 turns later,
So
you're at 41.
So here's my question, Charles. As we are getting
Yeah.
closer to second cycle, near turn 15, although the decks
15.
might be bigger than
Yeah,
than
15 is
regulation.
kind of the start of a typical second
We
cycle.
know what Kassai is trying to do here. Raise a big army and just overwhelm a Guardian that can realistically only swing at one thing a turn. That is not a winning proposition against 6 to 7 3-go again soldiers.
Yep.
How does Jarl actually win this matchup?
So we haven't seen any of the real big power cards out of Jarl yet. The Oaken Olds and potentially Pummel if he's running any. I'm not sure if he is. He seems to be a bit more of a fatigue style deck and a little bit less on the aggressive Pummel. So the ideal for Josh Lind here in the second cycle is to chain together these Oaken Olds to go Oaken Old. Okay, I stop your turn. Next turn, Oaken Old. Stop your turn. If you have Raise the Army, you may not find a spot to deploy it if you're getting chained with a couple Oaken Olds in a row. Then recurring it with things like So Tomorrow or Ominous Excavation. Just being able to continue the late game pressure. It looks unimpressive. It looks like he's just been swinging hammer right now, but his real powerful cards are still in his deck.
All right, we'll Trot Along to give this go again. Pitched by another Trot Along. My favorite Malice card, by the way, is Trot Along. Turns out it's pretty good in that deck if you can make your zombies get go again. But Fiddler's Green, a ramp out of the ramp set, doing a Valiant Dynamo Fiddler's Green impression as overwhelming swing.
Yeah, a second overwhelming swing here. So this is going to be a 2-cost plus 5.
It's 2 cards, so it's 4, then plus 1.
Let's listen in.
Not sure Josh Lind's too happy about
Yeah,
how much
he's
value
like,
that's generating. Zack
There's
Miller
a
doing the
lot
math.
lot of damage there. Plus 5. It does have the Seeds of Tomorrow. This is kind of like a defense reaction. It's actually an instant. It does block 5, but it does require cycling your arsenal, which is sometimes a bonus in this style deck. When you want to be setting up that pitch deck, you can like arsenal an Oaken Old for a cycle and then set it in the exact right spot in your cycle by putting it on the bottom with Seeds of Tomorrow.
Yep. Real nice. Also pretty good against wizards that are running around. So can certainly get involved. I mean, I can see why it was in this deck, right? Not just a good Earth card, an Earth Blue, in fact, which is great with your Hammer and your Oaken Olds, but also, you know, Spellsealer is running around.
So we
Gotta
also
stop that guy.
We've mentioned a few times this Ominous Excavation that can bring back the Seeds of Tomorrow. I believe it can also bring back Everbloom Life, because Life is an instant card, so that's probably his prime target in this kind of fatigue style matchup, where you can bring back the Life half, which brings back the Everbloom, and then it can kind of enable your more recursion engine.
I used to bring back Figment of Erudition, and that was great.
That's a really good one for it.
That was a couple weeks of a few short-lived days of bringing back Figment of Erudition. Hopefully she'll be back one day. Touch of the Storm getting in the way of the Hammer. I'll trade my 1 card for your Hammer. That seems fine. Trying to keep the life total nice and healthy. Here for Zack Miller. Overcarded pitched. Hot streak goes on in.
Yeah, it really does seem like Josh Lind is all in on this long game fatigue.
Yes.
You've got the So Tomorrow to bring back Oaken Old. You've got Everbloom Life to bring back Oaken Old. You've got Ominous Excavation to bring back Everbloom Life, which brings back the Oaken Old. So yes, they did ban Remembrance, and you may not have 9 Oaken Olds that way, but you can get pretty darn close with all of these other recursion pieces.
Sometimes it takes some extra steps, and those steps are worth it.
And when you have 43 life to play with, you got time to have some extra steps.
Yep. Send the Hammer in
Here
there.
we are, 16 turns in, getting into that second cycle, unless they have extra cards, which they probably have a few extra. But we're still getting close, and of course, both players are at higher than their starting life total, just as we all predict.
Oh, yeah. This is, you know, very normal Flesh and Blood. Lots of weapons
This
have been
is peak Flesh and
swung. We've discussed this.
Yeah.
We both do like this.
Yes.
There's a reason that they put us in here and this match on stream. You know, we are, you know, calling Jakarta, top 8, fatigue Goliath. We've been here before.
That was fun. That
was fun.
As I've said before, it's kind of my thing now. Is like, I'm here to play the most Flesh and Blood possible, and they are playing the most amount of Flesh and Blood, and that's a lot of respect. You see some of these Auxilios and aggro ninjas and whatever. They're like, oh yeah, they play like 3 turns, they win the game, they go grab lunch. Like, but you're here to play Flesh and Blood, man. You're not here to play lunch.
So true. Is Raised Blades, Hot Streak, Rampart of the Ram's Head, and Oakenold. Ooh, hang on a second. The last card pitched before this on the other turn was Crumble to Eternity. There's now an Oakenold under that particular card.
I think I also seen,
now we're cooking.
Yeah. Crumble to Eternity, or I think there's also Pulse of Eisenloft recently, too.
Also,
yeah. So,
oh, no.
oh, boy, that's a lot of pumps.
Ooh, Rootbound. Is that enough to cover?
God. Okay, so blocking for 9 versus 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 versus 9.
Let's
it
go.
Full blocks. Okay.
The math
Bloodflow's
checks
Blade
out.
does not trigger.
No Kassai.
No Kassai.
Kassai, so feel much more comfy with this. Yeah, that was scary. You know, the Bloodflow's Blade is very risky. As we all predicted, the Jarl is now winning the game, up 41 to 38. And I'm surely it only goes worse from here, right?
No,
right,
I punted so hard.
Oh, no.
I punted so hard. Not what you want to hear.
27 in deck. I should have
27 for
played this
Kassai.
from hand, kept the arsenal. I was thinking of if you got another CNC. Cool, and I passed. We're good.
That's good.
All right, so it looks like Kassai has about 27 cards left in deck, of course, plus I think hand and arsenal as well. So a little bit more than that. Let's take a listen in on what Josh Lynn still has.
I have 26 in deck.
26 plus his 4 cards in hand. So they're about equal on deck size total, within plus or minus 1 here. So still very close game. No obvious fatigue advantage to either side.
All right, well, here comes Raised Blades once again. Hot Streak coming in for 5. No again just yet, but we have a little glint in the hand, little shimmer here out of Zack Miller.
It's the 3rd overwhelming swing. Zack
Yes,
knows
it
what he's
is.
about.
Certainly
When
does.
this comes to a fatigue-style matchup, he's like, I'm going to overwhelm you 3 times. I'm going to high current currency you. I am ready for this matchup.
And I will note, Kassai is active, so gold can be made if things do happen. And of course, Rampart of the Ram's Head.
No reactions?
Betting on Rex. Ooh, playing around the glint.
Yeah, I think this is
That's kind of
totally
based.
I think this is a really smart heads-up move from Zack. So, like, he could have extended this turn by just playing the glint for, like, no value there. But he knows as things stand, he's going to IP2, but he's going to get a gold. And honestly, the tempo does not matter. The IP2, the keeping 2 cards in hand, is not that bad of a detriment compared to gaining the gold, which we know is a very important part of this matchup.
And do you know what's in Zack Miller's hand? Raise an army. Do you know why I know that? That is the card he put back on top with Raised Blades that turn.
It's much safer on top of the deck than in your hand if it would get hit by something. Okay, so Josh Lynn is actually using the Ominous Excavation to bring back Fertile Ground. That was a card he actually just played last turn. It kind of snuck under the radar here. This is, pay 2, gain 5 life.
You have played this card.
I have played this card.
Of course you've played this
Of course
card.
I played this card. If you're a fatigue-style deck, you really like your Sigils of Solace, you like your life gain. Why not gain 5 instead? That is like a 1-card 5, and when you're all about like deck math, like how much life gain, how much damage do you have total in your deck?
Yep.
A 1-card converting for 5 is pretty good rate. It doesn't even take your action point. You can still swing your weapon on that same turn.
So true. And, I think Josh Lynn maybe also a minor advantage of this play. Just take a little mental reset. Don't have to worry about your pitch deck now. It's gone. You undid it all by shuffling your deck.
Yeah.
It's like it never existed.
That is a nice little mental reset there.
So if there is a pivot that's going to happen, if this turn we've kind of been building up towards, right? Well, we expect Kassai to feel pretty good in this matchup when she raises a big army. Oh, a goal being cracked here.
Yeah, I think this makes sense. This is still a Raise the Army coming. He just needs to be able to swing his weapons and doesn't have enough pitch to really pay for all of the weapon swing.
Well, drew a red, so not looking all that hot. But here comes... Oh, drew a card, of course. Now the swords are free. That's why he cracked the gold.
Yep. And I gotta imagine he's gonna try to give this go again and then raise the army. It looks like it's a glint, fate for sea.
You've fallen into my trap. Fiddle is green. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you. Another card draw on deck. I love it. Yep.
Draws a card, draws a yellow.
Oh, hey, that's better than a red here.
It helps fuel the Soul Swords.
I think we are about to see a very large army get raised.
6 is a really big number
big
of Centauri
army.
Soul Swords. All right, I think
I haven't seen a Sense Weakness out of Josh Lynn. I don't think I've seen one of those. So
I mean,
he might be struggling here.
It wouldn't make that much sense in this style of Yara because, like, the floor of like it's a blue block 3. That's decent. The other thing it does is like give +1 and which is there, but dominate can be quite good.
Yeah.
But like, who cares about dominate? You're playing fatigue.
It doesn't seem to be the viable strategy in this kind of case. Yep, as predicted, the big army gets raised. 6 gold brings out 6 Centauri sellswords, and you can tell by the look on Joshlin's face that he is not thrilled with this, and he may be in for a bit of a pain here.
I love Joshlin playing to the camera a little bit here as the most unique Alt-Art Centauri sellswords are coming on in. That's beautiful.
It's great artwork there.
That's
yeah.
That's exactly what the regular token looks like. Command and Conquer getting in front, and we'll do a little do-si-do of these die.
The ones who have not yet attacked are the ones that are kind of untapped, and there's 4 of them, and 2 of them are tapped, rather than bringing out all 6 actual tokens and really cluttering up the board. Just using some shortcut here with the dice.
And if you're wondering why this matchup can be kind of stinky for Guardians, is that they can't kill these allies all that efficiently, certainly kind of one at a time typically. There are 6 of them, and when you swing with the weapon, if you can give that weapon go again, which is literally the entire thing your deck does, you just get to convert all of your pitch into 3 go again, which is a ludicrous rate.
And it's great. Zack didn't even have enough pitch to really utilize all of them. Only could attack with 4 of them, but 4 of them is still a lot.
Yeah.
Love that.
And you got to imagine every turn from here on out, Josh probably is just trying to, I was going to say, just trying to clear out these sellswords. But instead, he's going on the offensive and sending an Oakenold straight at Zack.
All right, so we saw it all. I think that's Crumble or Pulse. It's one of the 2. But Oakenold, a Charles Dunn special.
9 Dominate. Does not have Go Again and then a Winter's Wail behind it, like back in the Starvo days. But still quite powerful here. And when Zack is really just trying to keep big hands to swing this big army, he's only going to be able to block with 1 card at a hand, blocking with some armor. It looks like it's going to cover at 5. I imagine this means there's a D-React in Arsenal.
Oh,
and he covers it up.
And Joshlin shakes the head, nods like, yeah, that was a possibility.
Any sync? No
Not
sync.
excited about that. Everything covered up. Dominate getting played around there by a very nifty defense reaction. And the on hit you were getting to is when it hits, put 2 random cards from their hand on the bottom of the person who hits hand on the bottom of their deck in any order. So you just lose everything. You have to block. You pretty much have to block with 1 card. Or like you lose half your hand. Sometimes you block. Sometimes you get blown out. It feels bad. Everything's bad. As Command and Conquer is back.
Hey, the CNC is back. Zack coming in just for 6 here. Josh does have an arsenal, but not swinging those sellswords. So the fact that Josh ignored the sellswords didn't really come back to punish him here, as the sellswords do not attack on this turn. Zack looks like he's setting up. I think that was a Trot Along was the last card in Zack's hand that is destined for the arsenal. That'll enable a big sellsword turn next turn, and hopefully the CNC buys him the space that he's not going to get that much disrupted to be able to play that.
Yeah, you can see Zack sorting through the bin real quick. I think just separating reds and yellows. When to think about future Kassai activations, probably thinking about lessons learned again as well. Wanting to line up potential attack reactions to recycle.
Look at Josh's hand. It's I think it's a blue, an Oakenold, yep, a Plow Under. Oh, he doesn't have enough to be able to cast this Oakenold with Fuse.
Yeah. I mean, both Earth and Ice had the cards, but not the resources to
Oh,
do
it's the
so.
Pulse of Eisenloft in Arsenal. That is perfect timing for that Command and Conquer to come and disrupt that.
It is a defense reaction.
Yeah.
Thought it might be Crumble, but no, it was the one of Pulse. The only one you're allowed to play is Plow Under. Going to get the job done and move that Trot Along on the bottom, which is not bad for Josh Lind if Zack can't find another source of go again. Oh my goodness, High Count Currency is back.
It's on to Tunic. I don't think he has a source of go again in this hand, though, does he? Or is there a Blade Runner? Yeah, there's a Blade Runner. Never mind.
There's a Blade Runner and a run through. They always have.
Okay.
Yeah, it's good. No blocks.
Yeah, it's good. No blocks, says Zack. Take 6. 30 plays 32 at the end of this all.
At this point, Zack just needs to have a functional hand, and he's going to be able to pull back any amount of value, really, just because of the sheer weight of Centauri sellswords.
The other nice thing here is if you do somehow, I mean, at these live totals you're not going to, but if you do bet your opponent into putting an action in front of Hot Streak, you don't even need to get go again the hard way. It just gives it naturally.
Yeah, normally when the game gets to turn 21, I'm like, well, yeah, Hot Streak needs to be blocked because both players are going to be really low in life total.
Yeah, he's at like 5.
Yeah, but no, you're still at 30, so you can afford to no block this.
No blocks here.
Yep, Josh Lynn says no blocks.
Blade Runner.
Good movie. Good card.
Yeah.
Go again. Next weapon's going to get bigger. I have a feeling that weapon is going to come quite a bit later than expected.
It only has 3 more pitch in hand, so 3 of the sellswords probably coming in. It's still, hey, you're converting that for 9 damage. That doesn't take any cards out of your deck.
Yeah, notably have to pay for the other sword swing because I haven't drawn a card this turn.
Good for our hero today.
Josh Lynn says, looking good for our hero today. Which you love to hear. As the sellswords come back on through, the tapped one, just to indicate this one's attacking. Do the little dance, back and forth. 3, go again.
Yeah, so these can be blocked with impunity with attack action cards,
That's
unlike
true.
the weapons, but that doesn't really make Jocelyn feel any better about the situation. It seemed like he took an approach of, okay, you raised a big army. I'm not going to just swing hammers and clear this out.
Yeah.
I need to just go face with my disruptive attacks. That is, I think the life totals from Zack were way too high at that point to have that be a viable strategy, and it looks like he might be crumbling under the weight here of all of these Centauri sellswords just being a perpetual source of massive damage.
There's a sink. I think it's back-to-back. Is that 2 no blocks in the hand? Excavation and seeds? Yeah.
Yep. Oh, it's still reasonable. I mean, you still get to swing a hammer and then arsenal or play the excavation here. You never want to put seeds in your arsenal because that's nearly uncastable. It's uncastable out of your arsenal.
Oh, that's true. Can't get it out. All right, so seeds it is. Redwood hammer in for 4. At the army or the face? At this point, Josh is maybe like, I don't think I can chop down this army. Yep, straight to you.
Yeah, just go in the face. That's.
I mean, I think that's reasonable. This is just.
You have to commit to a game plan, but
yeah.
I do feel like, given the life total and the tempo of the way the game has gone,
Yeah.
it may be too little too late to be trying to go face here.
Yeah, especially after that first Oakenold, as you mentioned, did get stuffed by that timely sink below. Everbloom Life coming back in.
Yep.
This is the long game that Josh Lind has set up his deck to play, which is very cool. Unfortunately, the game might not be quite long enough for this plan to come to fruition.
Lessons learned pitch. There's a blue. There's a Blade Runner, or a run-through, rather, in Zack Miller's hand. You got to imagine a bunch more Centauri sellswords coming through here. No matter how much recursion and kind of deck density you have on Josh Lind's side, it's not going to be surviving against multiple Centauri sellswords every single turn.
All right, well, the hot streak on the table, but Josh Lynn's still shuffling his deck because there is a draw coming. Oh, there's no
Ponder, correct.
Never mind.
Yeah, he did not have Ponder because there was no Aura Destroy.
That hand looks like it sends Oakenold.
It sure does. It's got the Crumble to Eternities.
I'll block 1.
Block 1.
Run through.
Use the Tunic there.
through.
Pump it up. Run through. Give it go
Pitch
again.
the rest of your cards. Swing sellswords. Swing a weapon for 5 at the end.
Only 2 reds, but you know what? They'll
Hey.
do. Because you know what happens? As you pointed out, they stay in your deck.
Yep. And it'll come back to block later if needed. Otherwise, you're still sending 6, quote, free damage. Damage that doesn't cost deck resources here. Oh!
1, 2.
Blizzard could shut down the rest of this turn. That could be a huge value Blizzard, right? Because Zack doesn't have enough, so he only has 2 more reds. And so that means in order to keep going, he doesn't have enough to swing a weapon. And so that basically blocks 3 from a sellsword plus 5 from the sword swing with the run through. So that's an 8-block Blizzard right there.
Yep. And Zack says, oh, I'll keep this defense reaction instead because maybe he's sniffing out another Oakenold. Again, we are very deep into this game. Turn 22 with just over 12 minutes remaining as Josh Lind is giggling to himself. I mean, how good that Blizzard, as Josh Lind does tell whoever's watching. We're teammates, by the way, which makes a lot of sense. Here's that Crumble. There's Oakenold. Everything working out like how Oldham wants to go. And Josh Lind says we're having some fun today, which is an impressive thing to say at 19 life as a Guardian against 6 Centauri sellswords.
Yes. Here, almost 45, 48 minutes into the round, or I can't math. 43 minutes into the round, they are still having fun playing this long game.
All right, so only 2 defense reacts. Josh Lind claps his hands in celebration. Zack Miller loses a life down to 28, and 2 cards are going to go to the bottom of the deck. 2 random cards.
Zack could have used the Grains of Bloodspill here to block this out, I believe, but opted that not worth it. Maybe his hand didn't really convert, even if he kept it.
Didn't have Braveforge, didn't have Dynamo's reset.
And oftentimes into fatigue-style decks, it's advantageous to just pass, just arsenal and pass. Because oftentimes the fatigue decks can't convert their full hand. You're like, okay, yeah, you're giving them tempo, but what are they going to do with it, right? Like, what are they going to do? What's the scariest that could happen? The scariest already happened. It was the Oakenold.
Yep. Well,
and now maybe he just plays Everbloom Life and swings hammer.
Well, see if it happens again. But trying to keep these pieces in there to, I assume, get something big out later, and you can gain a little bit more life. Pitchy pitch, frozen to death.
Okay, Frozen Death
Taking the
does
Dynamo?
able to destroy the Dynamos because the Dynamo had a -1 and it was not reset because it did not get cleared out with that the text earlier.
And turns on y'all's hero text. Turn 23.
Yep, we're
Right
finally
on
active.
time.
Got a hero text now.
Which is the other reason not to break your grains, right?
Yeah.
You also don't want to expose
That's true.
to y'all.
That is true. I feel like at this point in the game,
Probably not
it's
that relevant.
It's less relevant, but still it's an important distinction.
Yeah, unlike Terra Sunder, at least, Okanor does not discard the cards, which is a very different proposition in this kind of matchup where you're really grinding to the bottom of the deck. I mean, we've seen second cycle cards multiple times at this point from both these players.
Yeah, we've seen the second Riches of Tripledani pitch now because that's come back in the cycle. Even though it's a legendary, you still get to find it a second time.
Again, if you just play more Flesh and Blood, you get to see your cards again and again. It feels great.
You get all these fancy, expensive Marvel or fabled cards. So you gotta want to play them. You want to play them as much as possible.
Exactly. Want to get value.
Take one? Yeah, take
There's
one.
like intrinsic value to seeing your pretty cards over and over again.
Right.
Makes a lot of
I
sense.
gained one.
All right,
now-
so
And now as we're getting deeper into the second cycle, a lot of the cards that are left in Zack Miller's deck, a lot of the reds are gone. A lot of the deck is blues and yellows, which is exactly what he wants to see to swing all these Centauri Sellswords.
Assume all your cards are red, no blocks.
it's working out. Oh, Jocelyn says, I'm going to assume all your cards are red, no blocks. I have bad news, buddy.
Yeah,
They
he
are
is
not.
pretty flush on these blues at the moment.
I think Josh said that can't be good for me.
Yeah.
So 1, 2.
Have a quick listen, actually. These players are so fun.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Two. So this is 1, 3,
Oink, oink, oink.
Down to 7.
2. This is at 4. That one's at 2. So 3.
He's got some armor. Blocking with the Coronet Peak here. That we talked about a little bit at the start of the round, but Coronet Peak's text never really came into fruition here. It was every time you wanted to use it, you would prefer to swing the hammer because it dealt deck damage, actual real damage rather than tempo. And here just cashed in for 2 block.
Good enough. Here comes the Saber. Right on the end. Rampart
Coming
again.
in for 3. Did have to break chain in order to
Pop bracers.
pop the bracers. Okay, well, that's like net even, I guess. Well, I guess no, it's actually net positive because you get to block for 2 with the
Okay, well,
Rampart.
Jocelyn was at 1,
All right, hear me out.
Hey,
hear me
but
out.
Fertile Ground happened?
I think that's what he used to stay at 1.
Oh. All right.
Not kill me, right? Oh, well.
Yeah,
All right,
bringing
getting
back
it
the Fertile
back.
Ground. Yep, just got to make sure that that's still in your deck. That
Ominous Excavation's doing work. I think that's all of them.
Yep.
We have
No
one
aura's been destroyed, so no ponders, sadly. No bonus value.
Unfortunately, this deck
Doesn't have many auras. They got what, a Crumble to Eternity, Channel Lake Frigid, but Channel Lake Frigid wouldn't die in time for this, but Crumble to Eternity would. If your opponent gave you a Frostbite,
Ooh.
then you could use it with this.
Wager
I'm just trying to
anyone?
think.
That'd be
Wager
a
a Frostbite.
banger expansion slot card, honestly. All right.
I
well,
mean, they have like the Donkey and Drawing Dead, which like the winner,
Yeah,
like it's a disruptive wager.
yeah,
so I wouldn't
yeah.
put it past them.
Yeah.
You know?
all right. Well, the Centauri Sellswords are thirsty for more blood. And we're 6 to start that Raisin Army, and there are still 6 on the table, and a Guardian's at 1.
And so
The
when
math does not math. Oh, never mind. Okay, that Fertile Ground did happen at 6. Live totals haven't updated
okay.
for stream. Thank you.
sweet, nice.
So not gonna die immediately to any single weapon swing, whether it's from Kassai or one of her little minions. But it's not looking good, as Blade Runner is gonna finally go again. And we'll have a quick peek at the cards here. How many of them are blue? Oh, yellow.
and-
All of them.
Oh, it's the last. It's another Blizzard. But this time Zack has a very blue heavy hand. Enough pitch to play for this. Coming in for 2.
Your boy's so dead.
Your
Josh Lindsay
boy's
says,
so dead.
Your boy's so dead. Oh, great to see 2 teammates playing, having so much fun. But unfortunately, the fun is going to end for someone in short order.
3.
Give that back. You can have the Frostbite for your next round, mate. You are going to need it. Autumn's Touch immediately
3.
like jumping in with Future Sight onto the combat chain. I like that there's a line, by the way.
Yep.
It's just like one Sellsword and a cavalcade of blocking cards.
3.
But here's more. There's going to be one more after this, and only one more. But again, troublesome to say the least. Boots of Omnis Ward.
Okay, so this actually blocks 2 because he's able to block and then pop its defense ability. But
I get in damage.
You use the gold to start this turn, right? So the sword is free to swing?
What are we talking about?
Yes, I believe so.
Right, because he had pitched a blue,
Yeah,
so the
pitched
gold
overcutted.
plus the Blade Runner was the 3 resources there. Yeah.
Yeah.
he's still sort of
So not only is this also coming in, Zack's like, yep, the save
And
is
then
coming in as well.
4 is coming in
Block.
behind it.
Last one.
I'm gonna
4, that's a big number.
Block 1.
That's still
If
3.
there's no defense reaction in Arsenal, that
Sigil
is-
Solace, one time. GG!
Game.
Zach Miller going to win a very grindy game with 5 minutes to spare in the round.
Yes, that is so much time left on the clock. Really didn't maximize his game time there. Could have gone another few turns, but we did see the sheer power of Raise an Army in Kassai, just doing a lot of work against a slow defensive fatigue Guardian Jarl deck. That is definitely one of the counters, and one of the reasons that I think Kassai is my favorite deck to be taken into this weekend. I think it's got a lot of tools for both the aggressive matchups and the control slower defensive matchups. This might be the last time we see Kassai ever in a Classic Constructed tournament, so we better make it worth it.
If Charles has his way, we are going to get Kassai at least in the finals. As we're going to take a look at some upcoming things. Let's take a look at Mastery Pack Warrior. In fact, this one's up and come. It's already here. It's out now. I'm going to be honest with you. You should go out and get some because these cards are amazing.
We have seen the power of Warriors, and of course the power of the benefits to Kassai here. We had Raised Blades just doing great work into this deck. It's one of the best cards in Kassai. It comes in Master Pack Warrior, reprints of Unsheathed, some other great cards for both Hala and Olympia. We haven't seen an Olympia.
Not yet.
I know he's got some spicy cards in Master Pack Warrior as well. So if you like Warrior, please go out and get this. Get that beautiful
looks so
full
good.
art Dawnblade. Oh my goodness, look at that.
Gorgeous stuff. We already saw one, I believe, in play today already when we saw Dorinthea early on. And of course, Dorinthea, Quicksilver Prodigy, downshifted to B for basic, which means legal in Silver Age.
Silver Age legal now after Mastery Pack Warrior. Of course, Hala with her iconic Zenith Blade, another full art. Wonderful.
It's so nice looking.
Yeah.
There's beautiful Marvel weapons. There's more where that came from, don't you worry, folks. Golden Grail, which we haven't seen yet. As you mentioned, Olympia sometimes runs around with a different weapon in both hands, but Golden Grail is the fun one, and it, again, looks gorgeous in this treatment.
Yeah, I love this card, and I hope to see this as a very viable constructed card at some point. It just gives a lot of value. You know, gold is the payoff here, where you just get to cash it in for basically 4 power attack if you get the wager. Very valuable in Olympia.
And of course, if you want Hala, whether young or old, depending on which format you want to play, or maybe you just love Hala and want to play her in both, Marvel Hala's ready for you as well. Oh my goodness. I don't even know who's supposed to use this weapon, but this is another fancy-looking sword.
I don't think this is like assigned as a signature weapon for any hero, but it's just a good option, especially if reaction cards are very heavy in the meta. I think I've heard tales of a Sharpen Dorinthea deck, like a Dorinthea deck that runs Durandal and uses a lot of the sharpening synergy so that you can sharpen and turn on this effect. And opponents who are running a lot of D-Rex, generally you sit down against Dorinthea, you pack in every D-React you've got. And so that is able to kind of counteract those decks and go a little wide. We haven't seen that style on stream, I don't think, yet.
Not
but
yet.
I've heard tales of it floating around, so maybe we'll see how that does.
Love that. Also love options. And we actually saw one of these cards not get played, but it could have been relevant, we could say.
Yeah,
lessons learned.
Lessons learned definitely could have been relevant into those long, grindy games, but Raise an Army for 6 is able to handle that instead. My favorite card in Mastery Pack Warrior, All In.
All In.
I love this card. I mean, it's so flavorful, so thematic. It's so powerful when it works. If you just got a big stack of gold and some of your armor counts as gold too, this can just win the game. But if you don't, you kind of lose the game. But hey, that's the nature of going all in.
I forgot about that last part of tech. That's very cool.
Super high risk, high reward.
Makes sense.
But
Olympia's
very
greatest
powerful.
wager is the game.
Yeah.
Now you can wager that as
the
well.
game.
All right, we saw 2 of these 3 cards already. Overwhelming Swing, pretty good in these more defensive matchups. Raised Blades, very good. I mean, not even just in Kassai, who may be leaving the plane of Flesh and Blood in Classic Constructed this weekend. But my goodness, this card's good.
We saw the Dorinthea earlier playing Dawnblade, playing Raised Blades. It's just Sharpened Steel plus. It gives your attack +3, and it gives you a little bit of filtering with your card draw. Of course, in Kassai, that's even better. We saw 3 copies of Overwhelming Swing in Kassai. We're probably going to see that a lot in Dawnblade Dorinthea as well moving forward, even after Kassai potentially hits Living Legend. And it's just a great card. Very flexible and very powerful.
Yeah, Rake Back also a fun one. Getting the equipment back is a very tempting proposition, although obviously if your opponent gets their Scaling Fleshblade back, maybe you'll feel not so good about it. And of course, very important reprints, these legendaries. A lot more available now in Mastery Pack Warrior with beautiful new art as well. Brave Forge braces we saw in the last game in this art, Valiant Dynamo and Grains of Blood School. But realistically, I mean, this is just the Warrior Special. You can run this in just about anything and be happy if you're looking to get started with the class.
These are just great options for any warrior to be able to use it. They all interact with your weapons. You want to be swinging your weapons multiple times, and all of these benefit that immensely.
And as it is, out now, Mastery Pack Warrior. You can also open these beautiful Marvel tokens, which I'm so impressed how many players we've had on feature have beautiful cards.
Yeah, they do. They really have like some of these awesome tokens, and even some of the hand-drawn tokens, but some of these the flurries and blade dances. Make sure you go and grab some Mastery Pack Warrior if you are at all interested in the Warrior class, and who wouldn't be, given all the support that they have. They are very prevalent in the meta. I think we've had a Warrior on stream every round so far. And it doesn't show signs of stopping. I mean, there is a lot of warriors here at the Colin, Kansas City.
We got Olympia left. We haven't seen him yet. We got Fang left.
There's a Bolton in the room.
There's a Bolton in. We haven't seen him yet. It's all happening.
It's all happening.
Have we ever had all 6 on stream in one weekend?
Surely not. We've had every Guardian. I'm sure because Guardian's been a popular class historically. Warriors have never quite been in the limelight like they have right now.
This is the weekend.
This is it.
We could see them all.
Hope so.
All right. Ooh, all right. Well, we have some undefeated players, as it typically is in these early rounds of the tournament, and we have quite the matchup for you. I wouldn't take too long of a break, folks, because when we return after this break, we have Maxx the Hype Nitro versus Arakni Slip Through the Cracks. That should be a banger.
Both undefeated, some off-meta decks coming in at 3-0. Cannot wait to see it.
All right, let's see. Welcome back, folks, to coverage of Calling Kansas City. I'm still Julian Pastrytime Carr. Charles Dunn has survived the Kassai vs. Jarl.
Oh, I loved it.
Yeah, it was great.
Love me a long fatigue style deck. Even though the Raisin army, as kind of predicted, was able to kind of overwhelm Jarl in the end. It was still exciting back and forth there. There's times when, both sides looked pretty powerful.
Well, day one metagame has looked pretty fun so far. We'll have a quick refresh. What we have here, Acilio, the most represented deck, certainly to be expected. Certainly at least in one of the top 2 slots. Marionette right behind it kind of makes a lot of sense. But Kassai and Dio, both vying for their spot at getting living legended by a player.
We have seen one of the Kassai we just watched and is now 3-0, so definitely in a prime position to make a run there. But there's plenty of other Kassais in the room as well, and if Kassai does win, which is my favorite deck to win for this tournament, she would hit Living Legend. Same with Dash IO, who we've not seen yet on camera. We've seen a lot of Warriors, though.
Certainly have. It's been Warrior City so far. Even Aurora, who has a shockingly high amount of representation, matching Hala, which was our round 1 matchup here on coverage. And still Vincent floating around near the top, but not quite as much as she was after her success. But in the bottom right-hand corner of the metagame, there are 2 Arakni slip through the cracks, and there are 3 Maxx the Hype Nitros. Now, this is pretty normal. Players just like to bring decks that they really love, that are fun. Maybe they're specialists, maybe it's their favorite deck. There's always this. I love this part of the metagame breakdown because it's always fun to see what single-digit heroes people love that are bringing. Well, round 4 is coming up, and we have Lucas Barding on Arakni Slip Through the Cracks versus Devin McAtee on Maxx the Hype Nitro.
Both 3-0.
Very normal round 4 you're calling.
Oh, of course, these are both
undefeated
3-0.
players.
So, yes, these are definitely underrepresented heroes. They're heroes that are, maybe not the strongest, by popular perception right now, but in the right hands with the right kind of luck and right gameplay, they're able to do well. And both of the players 3-0. One of them presumably will be 4-0 by the end of this round. And they'll be in prime position to make a run into day 2 with these off-meta heroes.
It'd be a true tragedy if it was a draw somehow.
It could be a
this
draw. I don't know.
Especially.
We don't know.
That's true. We don't know. We don't get things spoiled, but we do have the game ready. Let's go on down and see what's happened. I already spoiled who the players were, but let's introduce them formally here. On the left, one of your picks to do well at this event. Look at you. Lucas Barding on Arakni Slip Through the Cracks.
It was a little bit of a risky choice when I said, hey, let me add Lucas Barding to my players to watch list. But I was talking with him yesterday before the event. He was talking about how he's playing Slippy, as he's known. And I thought, wow, that's a little bit off meta, especially with Arakni Marionette being the popular assassin of choice. But he's had really good success. He was talking about how he's testing a lot, and he feels very favored into a lot of these more aggro-focused decks because he's got aggro as well, but he's also got really good disruption.
Yeah, and of course on the right, Devin McAtee on Maxx the Hype Nitro. We do see mechanologists from time to time. Obviously, we're looking at Dio with a pretty keen eye this weekend. But Maxx the Hype Nitro is this is the deck that the people that play Maxx truly love. Maxx.
Oh, yeah. He is just such a fun deck, and he's had a good amount of support from some other sources, like some supplemental cards, as well as his armory deck, but still never really broke through into the top of the metagame. But hey, maybe this is his weekend to do it.
Awaiting their first champion in the bottom right-hand corner. Slippy has made a top 4 to PT in Singapore in 2025. Very different looking metagame, though, in that. Maxx, this one, we'll talk about it more as the game goes on, but once put in action, pay 2 resources, create a hyperdriver token with 2 steam counters, activate only if you boosted your hyperdrivers have crank.
Yes.
One of the key mechanologist keywords.
So yeah, he's kind of just like a lot of mechanologists. There's a lot of moving parts in the deck, and you're kind of assembling this engine. And so the engine for Maxx here is that you need to boost, which is the standard mechanologist mechanic. When you do, you can then use some resources to create a hyperdriver, which you then crank. And the hyperdrivers give you resources refund on future turns, as well as fuel into one of his main combo pieces, the Construct Nitro Mechanoid. And once you do that and you crank, you can then bank with Banksy. Crank and bank. That is the combo here. So we'll see how that plays out and exactly the construction of the deck that we see in this matchup.
And of course, Arakni Slip Through the Cracks, a very simple line of hero text. The first attack, with stealth, each turn gets go again. This does include your opponent's first, as there is reminder text on the card. Not going to be relevant in this matchup.
No. But this is why he is sort of, I'd say, fallen out of favor a little bit in the metagame, because Arakni Marionette is another assassin who is at the top of the metagame. And Arakni Marionette does have stealth attacks as well. And so you're basically giving them guaranteed value from your hero power. And he also starts with 2 less life. He only starts with 38 as opposed to the 40 on most heroes. And so is starting on a disadvantage. But it's a very powerful line of text for you into this matchup. And we'll see if that's good enough to overcome Maxx.
I think things to consider for people watching at home. Arakni Marionette, very good deck. Jacob Clements keeps winning, getting a lot of living legend points.
That's
Perhaps by the time Worlds rolls around, and certainly by the time Master Pack Assassin after Worlds rolls around, you might need yourself a new Assassin. Perhaps start looking at Slippy as we get on down to the game and see what these two have to offer. Apparently they are locals to each other, by the way, which is really beneficial in this matchup because typically when you play decks like this, you don't necessarily know what they do, but these two should be familiar with each other and their decks.
You gotta imagine, yes, that they have a little bit more familiarity with, especially these off-meta decks. You get a lot of equity if your opponent really has no idea exactly what's happening here.
No equity here, just all aggro, I'm guessing. We have seen a Maxx on stream in recent weeks on the calling. It was a very different combo Nitro Mechanoid, which was awesome to watch. This should be much more straightforward. Lots of attacks, lots of go again on both sides of the combat chain. Let's take up the mantle, and Spike with Blood are going to get in the way of Jumpstart.
So it does look like Lucas is going second here, and when I was talking with him yesterday, he did say that his win rate was very different going first versus going second.
Okay.
He really prefers going second with his deck because when you go second, you're able to kind of make that first meaningful tempo-based attack, and he finds a lot of value of that in his deck. So the fact that he is going second here definitely bodes well for Arakni right off the bat.
Alrighty. So Devin chose first. Interesting. Doesn't know about the tech.
It's possible. I mean, Maxx could also find a lot of value from going first, right? Because one of the downsides of going first is that you don't, on Arakni's side, is you don't have a lot of setup. You can't deploy an item. You're not really leaking any guaranteed damage through with reactions or whatnot. So it's not that advantageous. But for Maxx, going first lets you set up a free hyperdriver, which we've seen him do. So I can see why Maxx would want to make that play.
Makes a lot of sense. As Fast and Furious going to get in the way of the pain in the backside. Flick Knives. I'm going to go ahead and mark Maxx the Hype Nitro. This is very different to how it operates with Marionette, who has a lot of different ways to interact with Mark, but there are still ways to do. And hey, this is one of the ways to do it. Graphene Telicera, still good, as it turns out.
Sure is.
Especially when your opponent's marked. Oh my goodness, it's time for Mark of the Black Widow.
Mark of the Black Widow, 6 go again. So this gets guaranteed go again, unlike in Marionette, which gets +1 and maybe gets go again. This guarantees has it thanks to the Arakni slip through the cracks power.
First attack with stealth gets go again. Pain in the backside, not a stealth attack, and has native go again. So very, very nice turn set up here for Lucas Barding.
He's got 1 card left in hand. Devin's got to be thinking, hey, this might be a follow-up. This might be like a leave no witnesses or something behind. We know it is just a sink below, so it's going to be a great arsenal target for Lucas, but we can see why he likes going first or going second in these matchups. He's got a very efficient tempo and pressure hand here and gets to set up a good arsenal.
And of course, could be a little attack reaction. That's the fun part of Assassin.
Yeah.
Is it a defense reaction? Is it an attack reaction? Is it just another attack I want to send?
Yeah. He's got a lot of options here and does manage to hit and force a banish. Banishes a red throttle out of Devin's hand.
All right, well, Mechanologists do like to banish their own cards, but not typically this way. As Turn's going to pass on back. Little giggle from Devin. And here's 0 to 60.
Boost?
Yep, boosting. Pulse Wave Harpoon. And of course, Hyperdriver is going to make a resource when that attack gets played.
Seems likely that every single card in Devin's deck is Mechanologist, so these boosts will always be hitting. I know some other Mechanologists we've seen where sometimes you don't run every single Mechanologist card, but here you do.
Lucas, after my own heart, because I just spotted an absolute gigabanger. Lobotomy is in Lucas Barding's deck.
Lobotomy?
Right there.
Okay, I am going to have to remind myself of precisely what this
Gets
card
an albedo
does.
class from your inventory, basically.
Oh, boy.
Here we go. How about you a quick read together, shall we? Stealth, when this attacks, you may equip an albedo class from your inventory. When it hits, if you control an albedo class, they lose all hero card abilities during their next action phase.
That can be pretty powerful. I think the main value here, it's a 3 go again, right? Because it always gains go again, thanks to Arakni slip through the cracks. And it allows you to have an extra dagger to flick.
All right, and now Supercell, a card I'm certainly going to have to read. Put X team counters on X target hyperdrivers you control. Make a hyperdriver with X team counters. If it's 3 or greater, you may shuffle a construct Nitro Mechanoid from your banished zone into your deck. Now, haven't banished any of those just yet, but that is a ton of hyperdrivers.
But he does have 3 hyperdrivers, and 3 is the magic number here for that construct Nitro Mechanoid. And they all have multiple counters on it. It's 3, 3, and 2. So he is able to use a boost initially and still have 3 remaining, or even boost twice and be able to keep 2 of them, and then make a 3rd and still kind of have that Nitro Mechanoid suit available to activate.
All right, so Meat Madness with Go Again on the combat chain. Another card that is fine in Marionette and devastating in Slippy.
Yeah. Just giving this guaranteed go again, it's kind of chaotic, right? You don't know exactly what it's going to do on hit. Now, Devin does not have an arsenal, so that mode is kind of a blank. The banish off top of the deck, often not that relevant, but there is, that 1/3 chance that it does hit and gets a free banish out of your hand. So you still kind of have to respect this, and he's considering hard about blocking. Looks like he might block with T-Bone.
It's like a 1 in 45 to hit Construct Nitro Mechanoid, right? Or maybe it's 3. I'm assuming they're playing multiple.
They probably have 3, but that is partially why that last line of text on Supercell is relevant.
Ooh, Razor's Edge. Going to be the punish here, and the attack reacts.
Still going to hit. All right, comes in. 3 points, gets through. Roll of the dice.
Yeah, we don't need Rhinar to roll die in the future match area. 6.
Top card of the deck.
Nitro Mechanoid. Oh, it's T-Bone.
It's another T-Bone. Not as good as could be, but we do see the lobotomy here because Lucas did flick a dagger, so freed up that spot. Gets the Orbitoclast out of his inventory, so this really is like a 0 for 4, right? Because you get the extra dagger, which you can then flick. And if you just are having to sit around, it's threatening to turn off your hero power.
I know their teammates, like friends, by the way, because Devin did not have to read lobotomy. He's like, yeah, I know what's going on. I've seen this before.
I've seen this card before. Yes, of course.
All right, little Galvanic Bender and Teklo Hunt Foundry, on the combat chain to block. A Temper Piece. Oh, no!
Oh, that could have been. Oh, that's really
powerful.
powerful.
That was Battle 1, thank goodness.
It is Battle 1.
I was
about to say that was about to be a disaster, right? If this was like a temper piece of equipment or something that could have been destroyed by that T-Toxin, that would have been an absolute disaster because you really need all 4 of your equipment in order to create that Construct Nitro Mechanoid.
Oh, also true. So Devin, considering the rest of his hand here.
Devin's going to figure out how to play this turn so the lobotomy did not hit, so he's able to still use hero power if he wanted to, but it looks like he's just going to deploy a hyperdriver and pass back, I imagine. Yeah, it looks like so he's just taking kind of a setup turn, right? He's a deck that has some boost, has some aggro, but also likes to take setup turns to set up this big combo.
Yep. Unlike other Mechanoid's items that have steam counters, these don't naturally tick down.
Is that? Oh, no. I thought I saw. Okay, that's a Meganetic Shockwave, not a Construct Nitro Mechanoid. The art's kind of similar.
You gotta definitely keep on top of that stuff.
Yeah.
Full hyperdrivers with plenty of counters to fuel some big turns in the future. But Art of Desire Body, again, another one that's like decent in Marionette and an absolute banger in Slippy.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this card is I've played this card so much, and so Rage playing new. This card's so sweet.
It's so powerful. It's a 0 for 3. Well, go again. Oh, there's another T-Toxin, and it's going to be a 6 with 0 block. Hits 3. Maxx has a lot of reds. It's very possible it could just hit a red here off the top. It is a red.
Oh, Fast and Furious, good hit to grab. And of course, unlike, if you're casting at the end, maybe to try and use it as a semi-ponder to give yourself an arsenal, you just get more options now in your turn because you draw a whole card, you already have Go Again, and now Pain in the backside going to follow up. 3 Go Again, a very similar proposition, and Devin's already down to 24 life.
This is a pretty big life total lead that Lucas has already accumulated. Now, Devin with his Maxx deck is definitely setting up for a later game Construct Nitro Mechanoid combo, but it is good that he's already seen 2 Tarantula Toxins because T-Tox is very good as just an attack reaction to push through some damage, but if you end up blocking with that Construct Nitro Mechanoid, because it has a lot of block value.
It does. It's got so much armor.
It is very vulnerable to a Tarantula Toxin to destroy it.
What?
Because it gives it -3 block, and it's a temper. So normally you don't block all the way down to nothing.
So silly.
But it does increase the range at which you can destroy a Nitro Mechanoid. Now, I personally have never seen that come up, but you gotta be worried about that. It does have temper and 5 block.
Yeah, there you go. It does have temper.
I've not actually seen that art of Construct Nitro Mechanoid. That looks so
Beautiful
sweet. It's a
gem
gem pack special.
Oh, it happened again. Little flick of the wrist. Oh, because the Pain in the backside hit.
Pain in the backside triggered the flick, and now it's a 3 damage on hit.
I am not.
Devin, I think they said stop, which I can agree with. These are all very devastating small attacks, quote unquote. They all somehow suddenly get bigger and have threatening on hits.
Yeah, a lot of times when you're playing a deck that wants to do these setups or these like combo, you end up just like playing your thing and pass and hope that the aggro deck kind of stumbles. Because a lot of aggro decks like the Aurora that we saw earlier, they don't necessarily convert every hand all the time. Sometimes they could draw some just a bunch of attacks and no Go Again enablers. But when your Go Again enabler is just your hero power says my first attack has Go Again, that's a tough ask. Like, you are not going to stumble that hard.
Got to consider what to do against Mark of the Black Widow with that Mark token very visible in this frame on the combat chain. I think Devin thinking, if you have attack reaction, how do I have to block?
It's a tough prospect here. He's blocking all 3.
Respect. I love it. I love the respect being shown.
Okay.
We know, by the way, in the Arsenal, sync below. Lucas
Sync
Barding
below.
has had it all.
Oh my goodness. And he maintains the mark for future, and if there's another Mark of Black Widow or something else coming down the line.
This hand looks sick, by the way.
Every
Lucas
hand
Barding
out of
has
this.
not really missed. Kiss of Death with Go Again. Flick Knives ready and waiting.
And you can flick the Kiss of Death just like always. But unlike Arakni Marionette, which sometimes struggles to give Kiss of Death Go Again, it just has Go Again. It's just a 0 for 5 in this deck, right? Because it's 3 on attack and then 2 more from the Flick Knives.
It's so funny. I did remember Oldweaver. I didn't notice that Chalicer is already gone.
Yeah.
It was actually flicked.
It's been flicked
It was
and
flicked
he
already
lobotomied
to make
and-
way for the lobotomy. So clearly cares about the number of daggers. The qualities on them, not so important except for maybe Hunter's Clave, which is why Lucas has kept it around. But here's Ravenous Rabble. Does find a yellow, take up the mantle. Shrinking this to a head jab instead of a 0 for 4, but both still pretty good.
Yeah, when you have this much tempo and this much of a life total lead, just having Go Again and just being able to convert your hand into offense is what really matters here. And having that second chain link to enable you to flick. And when you're going to flick the Kiss of Death, that does leave a lobotomy in hand. I thought even if you just fling the Orbita Clast, you can equip another one out of your inventory.
Spend some money you got stashed in there, but down to 11. Now is Devin. 42 for Lucas Barding after a sigil happened. I think a turn ago. And here's Meat Madness to end the chain. So going to IP 1, but can't be too upset with how this game is going. Slippy is a deck that wants to be aggressive and above the starting life total of 38 already for this assassin.
We can see why, because in Devin's hand, we do have that construct Nitro Mechanoid. This could be the turn. He's just trying to say, no blocks, just send me the bill, take all this damage, because Nitro Mechanoid is probably coming out here next turn. He really needs it. He's so low on life total, he has to convert this. But Meat Madness is the effect that could disrupt this. Could banish the arsenal, could banish a card from hand.
Yeah, and again, doesn't know. Is the third T-Tox here? Is there another Razor's Edge? We've seen attack corrections already.
Yeah.
That's what assassins are known for. So maybe going to give
Just one. Just one. Well, because it's going to go away anyway, right? It's going to get absorbed into the Nitro Mechanoid next turn, so might as well cash on the one block, but it's going to get a bonus Go Again thanks to the Black Tech Whispers giving Go Again on hit.
And I said it. Lucas might have to IP 1, but not with Black Tech Whispers. Just using, forgoing the block value. Now Meat Madness. Are we going to hit a card in hand? I guess you get to choose, so you're never going to lose the Mechanoid.
Well, so he could have just blocked with the card, but instead of going away, took the risk that it would banish a card out of the top of the deck would be the best case scenario. Lobotomy for 3. No bonus equip because he already used the flick on the Kiss of Death.
For a deck that has
Trying to think if this matters. Like losing your hero text matters at all?
It
Mechanoid, but I
shouldn't.
don't think it does.
I don't think so because his hero text is only that it gives the things crank, the hyperdriver's crank, and can
lets you make
tap.
but
Yeah.
It's like draw all the head jabs now.
Yeah, I'm having a blast.
And then once I match up, draw all the D-react.
Yeah.
It's messed up, dude. Unfortunately, I think if I block, I don't have a turn, so no blocks.
My goodness, Devin.
All right. Y'all like a good comeback?
Oh boy, he called his shot. Calling his shot here. Y'all like a good comeback, Devin says. And we sure do like a good comeback here. And you got to imagine, we know what's coming. We know that he's going to pitch this jump start. Now, it triggers all of the hyperdrivers.
Go to 6 resources floating.
6 resources.
Ooh.
Pitch a blue, attack for 5, go to 6 resources.
The rare double 3 floating. You love
No
to see it.
blocks,
Yeah.
Reactions.
That's why those dice go up to 6.
Yeah. Sometimes you get there. Sync below jumps in front of the jump start. And, I mean, Lucas probably already suspected what was happening, but after that little one-liner, he knows exactly
He
what's
knows.
happening now.
Here it is.
Do you like robot dinosaurs armor suits?
Break
5 go again, break the chain, hop into your mech suit. It's going to come in with all the hyperdrivers and all his equipment. And it
we're going to spend 1 to Cogworks.
send 1 to gain an extra action point, 2 action points. So this way you'll be able to attack a few times with the Construct Nitro Mechanoid.
There it is.
Scoop up,
Big suit, beautiful cold foil right in the middle of the combat chain, and we are going to build a robot. Let's have a read, shall we? Transform target mechanologist, head, chest, arms, legs, weapon, and 3 hyperdrivers you control into Nitro Mechanoid. If you don't do that. It's not good.
Nothing happens.
Basically, go again, flip it over, and make a robot. Everything's going under the little guy with the big chainsaw and the hammer, and there it is, the beautiful
Marvel, as we previewed earlier. So this only has 5 attack baseline, but because of the galvanic bender, the arms, it does give +1 attack as long as it's under there.
Yep.
So this is coming in for 6 overpower with an extra action point behind. You do need to banish the card underneath it, so you get a total of, I believe that's 8 attacks, right? 4 equipment plus the weapon plus 3 hyperdrivers is 8 total attacks for 6 overpower. That is how you make a comeback. Oh, and it can just block for a bunch with Temper.
Certainly can. As you noted, there's 1 T-Tox left, and we could have some real shenanigans develop later on in the game, but 5 overpower twice feels pretty good in that spot, and this is kind of how Maxx is going to make his stand, sending very, very above rate attacks and blocks as often as he can. Kiss of Death, though, with Go Again, back on the combat chain as Devin says, let me cope and seethe for a bit.
Yeah, Lucas was just there for some block value, you know, just cashing in those defense reactions for good effects, but still coming in for Kiss of Death that Devin really needs to punch through here.
And notably, Flick Knives does not care about your 5 temper that you have going on, especially when you flick something like, I don't know, Kiss of Death. Is that a good dagger?
That's 2 points of damage, and I don't believe there's really any way in Devin's deck to block this out. You don't have something like Shelter from the Storm or those like Toe the Lines that we saw earlier being able to prevent that damage because you need to run all Mechanologist cards to enable this boost strategy. And so those generic cards aren't going to make the cut in this style of deck.
I'm glad I could let you know.
No, they're not. So that's potentially a third of Devin's current life if this happens. And again, this Kiss not represented on the board, but it does have Go Again because that is what Arakni slipped through the text says.
Yeah, that's definitely the clock that Devin is working against here is just Flick Knives because we've seen that Lucas, his style of deck here with Arakni is that he has a lot of Flick Knives out. You've got the Lobotomy, you've got the Orb Weaver Spinneret, and you've got Kiss of Death as just tons of ways to trigger Flick Knives, even if you don't have retrieve effects. You just have more dagger generation. And with that in mind, you know, you got to think if you're Devin, you're kind of staring down like a 4-turn clock, right? You got 2 damage here, and if any more points of damage comes in anywhere else, that's going to be pretty dangerous.
Yes, certainly so. It looks like Devin is considering, you know, he knows about the interaction with T-Tox.
He does, yeah. Does on the T-Tox. I think it's safe to block this first time, right? Because it's only -3. So as long as it has at least the 5, the first one can't be T-Tox. But once you get down to 4, then the Temper would do 1 plus the 3 from T-Tox would destroy it. But this first block seems free. This is probably the best one to block it on, right? This is the most scary attack that Lucas could realistically have in this situation.
You know what? If you block with just Nitro Mechanoid and T-Tox happens, do you die? I'm trying to do the math. There's 5. All right, it is passing. Just a dagger going in.
Oh, we should have known, right? The top of the card of the deck was Take up the Mantle,
yes.
Because it was revealed by the Ravenous Rebel.
Everyone knew, but sometimes you forget.
Yes, and it was a big turn, to be fair, out of Devin. But, as long as it was something here to trigger another attack. At the very worst, it could have been, just swing dagger and then be able to flick.
Yeah, never missing here. Even with the tunic counter, even a red.
Yeah, even a red could have, even if it wasn't a yellow here.
So we knew that Kiss of Death is coming over for 2 effectively true damage between the flick and the Kiss of Death on hit itself. So not many turns left, but some left still. As Construct Nitro Mechanoid does have a -1 counter. Thank you, Lucas, for keeping track of the old board state. As card from Arsenal is going to be Gas Up.
Gas Up. Okay, this is a big one. This is going to give you some extra action points because you are able to play a hyperdriver that you then crank. And so it gets Go Again, and the banished hyperdriver gives another action point. So he's got 2 action points. He's able to attack twice more with this Nitro Mechanoid suit.
And here's Zipper Hit. Again, all these Mechanologist boost attacks have Go Again when you boost, which is every time you attack, pretty much.
So that's a big life total discrepancy, but I can see the path for Devin here. This is coming in for a 9 Go Again, and then he's got 12 more behind it just on board, let alone the other card. We see it's a Pulse Wave Harpoon in hand, able to disrupt Lucas.
That card's pretty good, especially at the spot where you're looking to maybe get some damage through, rip cards out of your opponent's hand, take the tempo back.
Notably, it's only revealed 2, but there is a 2 block in hand. If it was just 2 3 blocks.
So you persuasive prognosis. Wow, okay.
It does have 1.
Oh, wait, he didn't boost it? There's 2 boosts. It should be 2 cards.
He did boost.
So Lucas has to reveal 2 cards, right?
12 more.
Am I misunderstanding Pulse Wave Harpoon stick? Let's have a quick read of Pulse Wave Harpoon, shall we? Oh.
Yeah.
Looks like, yeah, I think
Devin
you're right.
should have been able to pull that Ravenous Rabble out of his hand to force the block.
Yep, reveal X, where X is the number of times you've boosted.
Which would have been
Yeah,
2.
you're right.
Okay.
All right.
So a slight miss there. We'll see if that matters.
Another Hyperdriver, too. Does crank. That gets the action point back. Obviously, you have to use Max's ability. That doesn't have go again. So here comes Mechanoid in for 6. And 1 more.
Okay.
6 again.
Yep, 6 more power. So
Down to
Lucas
18.
dropping low pretty quick. Does have a bit of a swing back here, though, with 2 cards in hand. It's a Prognosis and a Rabble. And you got to imagine that a Flick Knives is also going to come in on one of these attacks.
Yeah, your opponent's at 4 and you have Flick Knife, so you do kind of want to keep some cards here and keep threatening. Prognosis in. Here's Obedoclast in for 1. It has more text, but I don't think it's going to be relevant in this game.
Yeah, look, it's just a blue attack, so you can swing both daggers between that and the Final Spring Tunic.
Yep. Chip away. It's all you need to do. Does give non-attack actions -1 if it does hit, but again, not a lot of those, if any, in
But you got
Devin's
to,
deck.
when you're at 4 life and staring down Flick Knives,
Yeah.
you're worried about this.
You are. It's 25% of your life total.
It's true, and you're basically at 3, really, because you know another dagger's coming in and that Orbitoclast gets flicked at you. Now, we do have the Construct Nitro Mechanoid to block for itself, but you probably have to send at least 1 card out of your hand to block one of these daggers. Otherwise, I feel like you're just getting a little too low.
Yeah, and the other thing is, like, Mechanoid's very powerful, but you do kind of need the action points to really threaten a lot of damage, right? Just 1 attack for 6 is like...
It's a good chain
yeah,
ender.
It's really good, but it's not enough in this deficit to try and get over the hump. If you're going to make a comeback that Devin did call his shot for, you're going to need a little bit more. But you do have to block effectively against Assassin, especially when you're at single-digit life total. And that is the consideration that Devin's having right now. Counting the attack reactions, looking through the follow-ups. What's left? What am I worried about? Can I afford to put Mechanoid in front of this?
Yeah, we know that Arakni Marionette often runs a lot of dagger pumps, a lot of things that say your next dagger attack has bonus damage, or something like Incision, or something that buffs your dagger attacks. Arakni slipped through the cracks, not as many reactions, because he wants a lot of density of stealth attacks, so a little bit less worrisome here, but still something to consider. You gotta be careful, because when you're this low on life.
All right, looks like 1 card sensibly going to go in front. Big Bertha blocking out Nabita. Here comes the Clave. Going to spend that Tunic. Resources do all work out, and basically the same thing, but we know Flick is going to come, and there could be more. This also has Go Again. No stealth required. T-Bone going to get in front of this Hunter's Clave.
It seems likely that you're going to want to flick one of these just to get that tempo going.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, flicking the Orbitoclast.
Just thinking, only 3 points left after this. Has at least 1 more Flick, likely more to come as well.
Yeah, if he can find an Orb-Weaver Spinneret or another Kiss of Death, the last Kiss of Death, he's already played 2 of them, but that last Kiss of Death would be huge. Opting to just arsenal down that Ravenous Rabble, because knowing that Devin could just block with the Nitro Mechanoid and it's not that threatening, so opting to play that on a bigger turn later on.
Well, I can see Lucas Barding's hand, and he just drew Kiss of Death number 3.
The last Kiss of Death. Ask and ye shall receive.
And 0 to 60. Boosted up.
Coming in for 4 go again. Trigger, make 3 resources.
Many hyperdrivers all go away. Don't need them to construct the Mechanoid anymore. We've already done our welding, but do want to make the resources. Fuel the rest of this turn. Go straight to react, shelter in front, and there's more where that came from.
Efficient blocking. Coming in, now he's got, I think it's a Heist in hand.
Ooh.
So it's a pretty, Devin is able to block with 2 cards and still send a 2-card 15.
Wow.
Right? 4 go again, into 5 with an on-hit, into 6 overpower. Seems to be his turn. The on-hit is very valuable because he does have, I believe there's another hyperdriver in the banish. I know he pulled back 1 earlier. I think he probably has banished another one since then.
Not an alive heist.
Yep, okay. Forces the block out of Lucas. Does luckily still have some armor here.
Yeah,
to play
with an action point effectively. So need to make sure that doesn't
It's
happen.
not live. It's still not live. He did pull that back with the gas up and has not since banished another one. Could have potentially banished one off the top with the heist, but not so lucky there.
That would have been hype. Instead, it is just 3 red infected. Looks like just make sure everything lines up. We'll get a good look at the banish here as well. And indeed, there are no items to heist. It takes 2 down to 16, and then the Mechanoid rumbles in.
Gonna come in with 6 overpower. Looks like that's a Leave No Witness and a
Kiss of Death. That is quite a good 2-card hand.
It's a very good 2-card hand when one of them guaranteed deals 2 damage. So like, Devin cannot let any of this through, and it's going to be a breakpoint, and it's probably going to be a second breakpoint with the Ravenous Rabble. But more importantly, this Kiss of Death goes through, deals 2 to Devin. Next turn, Lucas just needs any attack and 1 card, because then he still has the Hunter's Clave to finish the game.
Yeah, exactly. Has the last dagger to flick after finding these kisses that are also daggers themselves. Devin says, all right, we die, which, yeah, look, the chances aren't looking great, but again, it's what does Lucas have in hand? What cards are lurking in the arsenal?
Not guaranteed yet. I mean, we do know the Ravenous Rabble's down there to extend this chain. Even if it wasn't, I still feel pretty confident in Lucas's spot, even if he literally just didn't have that arsenal, or if he had been forced to block with it on that Pulse Wave Harpoon turn. Still 3 into the 4 with the flick. Still sets him up in that same exact endgame loop that we were talking about. It's just 1 less breakpoint to pressure.
Yeah, usually in a good spot as an assassin as you whittle your opponent down to 1 or 2 points of life, and it's going to be accelerated here with Kiss of Death being the best target you could hope to flick, and Lucas has flicked all of them by the time this game is going to end.
This has been a common theme today, right? With a lot of these decks that we've seen on stream, be very good about finding ways to end the game, even if you are able to block them out, right? They've got arcane damage from Aurora that we saw. We've seen the flick knives here, and even things like the Intimidate out of Rhinar, just being able to close the game, even though your opponent still has some defenses or blockability left.
Not the hammer. Devin really salvaging through the trash here. Have a listen, see what he's thinking about.
Like, unless you pitch something from hand, which then it's just 6, so who cares? We just established that's a nothing number. Razor's Edge is just 3.
Look, many players feel that way when playing against Assassin.
Yeah, you got to work through. So a lot of the issue with playing against Assassin is they have so much flexibility. They could have another attack. They could have an attack reaction. They could do a lot of different things. And they're oftentimes, you're dead no matter which way you do it.
No reacts. Ravenous Rabble instead. That one has go again. There's the
There's a
reaction. Next turn, you get to think about Spike with Blood Rot. But for now, 4 go again. Again,
Four
that
go
same
again.
breakpoint is here comes the Nitro Mechanoid.
Blocks 4, just like we anticipated last turn. But because he set it in Arsenal and set it up on a bigger turn, he is also able to follow up with another 4 that the Nitro Mechanoid cannot block.
I like he's doing it this way. He's hoping his opponent forgets and gets killed by Kiss of Death.
Yes.
But
No,
that's not gonna happen.
he knows he's got to block both, and so Kiss of Death goes down to 1. Now Devin has no cards in hand. Lucas is going to untap, and as long as he can attack with anything that is not Hunter's Clave, he's going to be able to flick that Hunter's Clave.
Yeah, there's a couple options here, I'm going to say.
Yeah, I think you're just blocking 3 here and hoping that Devin doesn't have something weird like Shelter from the Storm, which I just really don't think he would have
Take
here.
it, honestly. All right, gonna block 3. Spike with Blood. I guess he knew about it, so it's not as powerful, but here comes the attack. There's a dagger in the, oh my goodness,
Orb
making
Weaver
the
even
bonus
more.
dagger. Just flexing on him.
Yep. And a blue to be able to swing both daggers. So there's 4 go again. So it doesn't. Your opponent doesn't need to be marked for this to go again because it is a stealth attack, and therefore Arakni gets to give it go again.
Doing it all.
Just being super careful, not flicking until you need to.
Ravenous Rabble.
Ravenous
Still have the
Rabble.
flick live.
4. Block 3. Okay, then you flick with 1 card left,
got
and that
it.
is the game.
Lucas
Barding
Barding.
taking it down. My pick here on my kind of fantasy team caster pick, starting off strong, 4-0 on a very off-meta hero. There's only 2 Arakni slip through the cracks in the room, but one of them is 4-0, and it is Lucas.
That is wild. It's interesting. So we started the day with Aurora being like, didn't really expect to see this hanging around. Now I've seen this deck, and the theme to me is like good zero-cost red attacks.
Yeah.
Maybe that's where it's a good place to be in this metagame.
Well, I mean, you see all the Asilios, a lot of them are running zero-cost red attacks. Aurora's running zero-cost red attacks with
Syndra.
go again. Syndra.
It's a whole thing.
It's a whole thing.
It's his whole thing.
And now Arakni slipped through the cracks, also showing that turns out attacking with red attacks with go again, pretty good strategy.
Especially if you have extra ways to give them go again. Well, speaking of fun red attacks that you really want to give go again, this is the product I am single-handedly most excited for this year. Armory Deck Malice.
Oh,
September 18th. That's not far away.
that is real close. And of course, that it comes out right alongside the Usurp the Shadow Throne Just going to be really exciting to dive into the new metagame with a brand new take on a Necromancer hero.
And here she is, Malice, Dominant of the Dead. Gets zombies back from her trash, makes corrupted corpses. You attack them when they come in. There's a lot of complex stuff happening, but, you know, trying to overwhelm your opponent with a horde of mindless minions.
Yes, it's going to be a very interesting playstyle, and I love just like the kind of unique tempo of the game plan of like discarding cards, getting it from banish, attacking. Some of them get go again. They've got decay, a new keyword as well, and when they die, you get these corrupted corpses, which allow you to kind of continue fueling the value engine. Basically, every zombie is 2 zombies.
Certainly is. Armor Deck Mouse. Oh, these are some of the cards you can get. By the way, the Majestic allies in this deck are really good.
Yeah.
So if you're looking to play Malice, you should definitely get your hands on this. Restless Commander gives your zombies +1. That doesn't sound like it would be that good. It does include itself. It is like single-handedly one of the strongest zombies.
It seems very strong. She's unlike a lot of times with something like Gravy Bones, where he's often just attacking once per turn and maybe twice with an ally occasionally, you gotta imagine Malice has a lot more potential for go again because those corrupted corpses get go again just at baseline.
Yeah, you get that corrupted crown, little rare piece of equipment, dig for souls, very fun. Even if you're not digging, it's just 0 for 4.
It's pretty good.
For your zombie attack, and a lot of your zombies have pretty sweet on hits. Like I said, Armor Deck Malice coming in September this year, and the hero I am single-handedly most excited to play. Now we are gonna have a break, and I do want to warn you all, folks, it is gonna be a longer one. We do have a lunch break for us and the crew here at Colin, Kansas City, so it will be longer than usual, but you should wait and be very happy because the following matchup we have, I think we have the 2 things we have asked for coming up next.
Kassai,
We have not yet. That's the final.
Okay.
Remember, we have to scale the final.
Fair enough. That's final.
We
yes.
have Jacob Clements
Good
playing
player.
Arakni Marionette,
Good
very
player.
good player, against Austin Bull playing Tough Nut Bumbling
Tough
Hulkster. Is Mario versus Tough Nut coming up after this? Don't go too far away. Welcome back, everyone, to coverage of Calling Kansas City. We're up to round 5 here in this calling, and it's been fun.
Yeah, we've seen some explosive games, some close ones. Really excited to see what the rest of the day and tomorrow holds for us.
Yep, seen some slower ones as well. Got a nice mix as we are going to have a look at the standings because we've been watching a couple players as things go. So who's looking good? All right, well, Slippy, 4-0, just what we expected.
Everyone expected that. Yep, totally.
And, a casual 1, 2... 2 Auroras undefeated.
Auroras,
yeah, very normal.
Hey, that's a great showing for that hero that was a little bit under the radar coming into this weekend. Of course, we got the usual mix. We got some Acilios hanging out there, and otherwise good mix. We do see a couple of Halas that are undefeated. Noah Begelman, Randy Davis, both 4-0. Will Bradshaw with Phi. There's a Katsu that's 4-0 as well.
And a Phi.
And a Phi, yeah. So a bit of off-meta picks here. Still showing up strong in the standings so far.
But the Village Wizard, Alexander Vore, also 4-0 on Acilio, which whatever build is coming through today. And shout out to Brian Hoffman, also on Acilio at 4-0 from Smashing Good Team. Who else is going on here? Because we got a few more undefeateds.
Few more.
Oh my goodness, there's more Auroras.
There's more.
Josh Lau.
There's 2 more. Zack Phillips and Lucas Oswald also 4-0 on Aurora. So hey, this might be her breakout weekend, I would say. Having so many already at 4-0, you got to imagine that some of them will convert into some really positive results.
Yeah, it certainly feels like it here. Also, Josh Lau holding down the fort, at least for my picks.
Yep.
Still undefeated here. Jacob Clements 3-1, not necessarily what we expect to see. We'll see him in this round to see how he fares.
Yeah, there's notably, there's not a lot of Kassai or Dash.io. I think there's one of each that are currently undefeated. Yep. And so the hopes for them being LL is still live, of course, and still very possible. The weekend is still young, but definitely some other decks rising up to take some of that meta share away from them at the 4-0 table.
Certainly looking for at least X and 2, but obviously the more wins you get, the better. Birdie Spurlock also joining his teammate at 3-1 as well. So you scan the standings. Even JMag, recent Pro Tour top 8 competitor on Betsy, on Kassai, but also X and 1.
I'm seeing a decent number of more fatigue style decks in this area. We've got a couple of Betsy's. We got the Jarl, Josh Lynn that we saw earlier. Seeing some Halas as well down here. So definitely a bit of variety as we get further down into the metagame. Yeah,
we can see a bunch of the Dios as well. Evan Herndon, Pro Tour winner in Yokohama at the start of this year. Not on Acilio after the changes, on Dio instead. As we keep on looking for 3-1s. Oh, a 3-1 Riptide.
Yeah.
Always exciting.
I think there's actually Riptide earlier, so I think there might be 2 3-1 Riptides. So, I presume they're also a pretty defensively oriented deck. Oftentimes, Riptide is a bit more on that slower side. So, very curious to see where they end up.
And Michael Hamilton also still battling on Acilio, and one more to have a peek through. Yukili Bender also on Acilio, Pro Tour finalist from early in this year in Yokohama. My boy, Peter Bedensik, took a loss early. It's okay. We're scaling back. And then, of course, in number 100, Gary Bull.
On the tough nut.
On Tough Nut.
You love to see it.
We do love to see it. And you know what? We love it so much, we're going to see it soon, because that's our round for today.
Let's do it.
We got the 2 X1s. It goes by Austin Bull. I'll have a quick look at that in just a moment. Bo Cabrera also in there. I was actually very excited to pick Bird. I love watching Bird at Callings. But I assumed she was going to be playing a Warrior. Yeah. So she's playing Acilio. I was like,
interesting.
It's been happening.
Yeah.
I've been betrayed.
The decks are both very good. So
we release Mastery Pack Warrior. And notable Fang enjoyer Bo Cabrera doesn't switch to a different Warrior. Goes to Acilio.
It's just that good.
That's just how it happens. All right, well, we are going to see at least one meta hero on the side of the table, because Jacob Clements, the man of the hour, the man of basically any tournament that he shows up to, 3-1 to take a loss early here on Arakni Marionette. Of course, the deck he is pretty much single-handedly looking to Living Legend. It does choose to go first in this matchup, which is good against Tough Nut, who doesn't really do anything going second. Excellent one here for Austin Bull. 3-1 on my favorite brute right now. Tough Nut Bumbling Hulkster.
Yeah, he's such an interesting hero. He is the only 3 intellect constructed or classic constructed hero in the game. We do have Data Doll down in the in the young hero formats. But Tough Nut being a 3 intellect hero is obviously a big detriment, but he does have, a very powerful hero power to make up for it. You're allowed to freely pitch the top card of your deck by tapping him, and if it has 6 or more, the crowd cheers you.
Woo!
And when they cheer you, of course, you gain a toughness token.
Very exciting stuff. Again, looks like, what's going on here? Why his hands are small? You'll see. We'll look at the weapon slot when we load on
I
in.
will presume, I haven't seen it yet, but I presume there is a Rock in the future, and Rock is an extremely good card whenever you're able to pitch freely off the top of your deck. It's one of the best weapons. Now, of course, we got Arakni Marionette on the other side. This is a pretty well-known hero. We talked a bit about him last round when we were talking about Arakni slipped through the cracks. You'll see a lot of similar cards, but Arakni Marionette definitely has a little bit of a different game plan, a little bit less go again with the attacks, and a bit more about pumping up his daggers is kind of the game plan we've often seen out of Arakni Marionette.
One of my favorite parts of coverage is looking down in the bottom right-hand corner of these screens and seeing, Pro Tour Las Vegas 26 winner. Oh, Jacob Clements. That seems pretty
that's
good.
what we're seeing on
the
camera,
last
isn't it?
performance in American Marionette. But more importantly, down the bottom there, Tough Nut awaiting their first champion.
Yeah, only with 5 LL points, so definitely on the opposite end of the spectrum here. So a bit of the underdog on the Tough Nut side, but that always makes for some of the best stories, is the underdog story.
All right, well, let's check it out. Go down to the game and see if Jacob Clements, defending Pro Tour champion, the player to watch basically anytime a competitive Flesh and Blood event is happening, up against the bumbling Hulkster himself. And Jacob did choose to go first. Hunter's Clave to kick things off. And of course, all the equipment is unsleeved.
Yes, that is one of Jacob Clements' special. He plays unsleeved hero and equipment, even when they're legendary, even when they're cold foil or any level of rarity. Why would you put sleeves on those? Sleeves are for deck cards.
Yeah, it's a feature, not a bug. No hero stand alone. Let's do a little clash. Tough Nut going to win the clash. Should win most of them in this matchup.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
Has a bunch of 6 attacks. Rapturous Applause cheers Tough Nut, which makes a toughness token. Whenever Tough Nut gets cheered, make a toughness token. Always fun to see which different yellow 6s Tough Nut wants to play. There's lots of different options, but No Hero Standalone, very good in this matchup, particularly because of Codex of Frailty. This one gets ambushed if you have toughness.
Yes, so now it is blocking 3 against -2 on this clave. So
good.
even if he wanted to come in with some wet dagger pumps, they are not going to be doing very much here.
And Persuasive Prognosis. Yep, give it a little read. This one's pretty good if it hits, but it only has one little attack power, so tends not to hit if you want to put a card in front of it.
Tends not to hit, and also, unlike Arakni slipped through the cracks that we saw last round, this does not have guaranteed go again right off the bat. But of course, it would banish the top card of Austin's deck, and Austin knows that his top card is a yellow, as we saw with the Clash, and therefore it would allow him to take out that Song of Sinew, I believe, is the card in his hand, and that is a very powerful card in these Tough Nut decks. It allows you to sculpt kind of the top of your deck, allows you to pitch the optimal card, and it gives you some bonus damage.
Yeah, often the card you're looking to keep, as we're going to get some equipment in the way. 2/2 blocks between these two armor, which is the same amount of block for the cards in his hand, by the way. Also 2/2 blocks between Song of Sinew and Buckwild, which is the other card there. So Gauntlets and Scabskin's going to cover up this Prognosis, covering a +3 pump, and of course, a nice early flick for Hunter's Clave. Going to go ahead and mark Austin as the turn, and Jacob Clements, pretty happy, flicked a dagger, marked his opponent, gets the roll for Marionette, and can maybe set up for Graphene.
You definitely think that it looked like an overreaction, right? Blocking with equipment on turn 0, especially when you still have cards in hand, but Austin has identified that his hand, he knows what his 3 cards are going to be. He's already got 2. He's going to drop this 3rd card off the top. He knows what it is, and it's a pretty good hand for going second with Tough Nut. You're going to be able to cast this Buckwild and Song of Sinew and swing the Rock more likely than not based on what the top of your deck lines up with that Song of Sinew.
Just need to find a blue. Also need to not forget your Final Spring Tunic trigger.
Yep, looks like he's reaching for the die. Okay, good. Yep, he's drawn up.
Recovered. Wants to find the one that matches. Oh, it's that one instead. That's fine.
He just really didn't want to risk that Prognosis hitting and didn't want to have to lose any of the cards out of his hand.
Yeah, Song of Sinew is like one of Tough Nut's. Oh, it's Red Buckwild. Oh, okay. Actually, moving the song away and just looking for. Oh, we overpitched.
So, right, if the 3rd card is. Yeah, because it's yellow, right? With Song of Sinew, if he had cast it, it might not have worked out for him.
Yes,
So
it doesn't.
He's got 1 resource floating, and so he's going to be able to pitch top card of his deck to be able to get that extra resources needed to swing the Rock.
Yeah, so Mask of Deceit understandably gets in front, so does Fate Foreseen. Jacob takes 1, down to 39. Happy with that. Tough Nut pitches, finds a yellow in almost every situation, and that's a blue, so good enough to swing Rock on in. Did have a resource floating?
Yeah, so I think he could have afforded to pop the Gauntlets as well, yeah.
But you're right, because it is 5, right? It's 3. Oh, I guess it's 3 and 3 for Buckwild, so you can't line up the resources the other way. Does make sense to pitch this way, even though Song is such a powerful card. But 7 and 7, pretty good.
Yeah, I do think he
All
did
things
miss a point,
considered.
unfortunately,
But
with that. Does still have the toughness from... Ooh, yep, on start of Jacob's turn, has that toughness.
So my 10 tunic goes to 2.
All right, so draw it up. Only 3 cards for Tough Nut. And Jacob Clements is going to immediately use Arakni Orb-Weaver. Makes sense. You want to get Graphene online ASAP. Very efficient dagger. Really turns on all of these dagger pumps you bothered to put in your deck.
Yeah. The 1-for-1 and very often gaining Go Again. Here it's coming in for 4 Go Again thanks to the Orb Weaver effect. So essentially a 0 for 4 Go Again. That's exactly the rate you want to see out of these decks.
Yep, and typically using Tunic to power up Graphene and pay for its one cost, because it does have a cost to pay for, but of course Orb Weaver does have that nifty little bit of extra text that says your Graphenes cost 1 less. So everything working out nicely here for Jacob. He's going to have, hopefully for him, a bunch of red cards to throw behind this, whether it's extra attacks, whether it's dagger pumps or attack reactions. So Tough Nut will get on blocking. Did not get a toughness last turn, hitting a blue Vigorous Smash Up, which has 5 might, not 6. And now blocking.
I believe he should have...
Whoa, the Arakni
boy.
special.
3, 7, 10, and -3. So it's a 14, and that should only have 1 block on it now, because -3, it should have had the toughness.
I don't think it has the toughness, because
But we made a toughness with no hero stands alone on turn 0.
Oh, you're right.
And it blows up at the start of
You're
your
right.
opponent's turn, so
It
it
does, it
should have
does.
maintained.
You're right. He didn't make a second one, but you're right. He should have this one.
Yep, so this should...
I think players may have missed it, but that's all right.
Might have missed it, but I know he removed it at the end of his turn, so I assumed that it was actually at the start of Jacob Clements' turn.
Down to 25 here
Still.
on the Tough Nut side. And that's the thing. Sometimes, you almost always expect Marionette to say reactions.
Yeah.
It's just how many they show you that you don't know about.
It's a lot this time, apparently.
Casual 14 ball on the Graphene. The first swing of the game is Mask of Deceit gets in the way of the Marked Hero, so Tough Nut will continue to go.
Scab
If you do
skins.
the best thing in Flesh and Blood and roll scabs. Yes!
6!
Second 6
We
we've
love-
seen on camera.
We love those natural 6s on Scab Skin Leathers here. 3 action points. Probably overkill. Typically, Tough Nut is only really needs 2 action points, but we'll take it here.
Starting off strong. Little
Good-natured brutality coming in here.
good on defense if you have no hand. Can be really good, honestly, against Arakni in certain spots in the chain link. But this is just a 6 that costs 2, and most of Tough Nut's attacks cost 3. And Jacob says, no blocks, buddy. I'm good. Here we go.
Pitch
Pitch
top
away.
air deck.
Oh,
It is a
it's a blue
blue.
6.
All right, you love to see it. Coming in for 7.
Could have pumped again from Gauntlets here, but don't think has another attack he could use. So there's a couple points here on Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex.
Yeah.
That's all right. 6 and a 7. Good meme. Also, good amount of damage here. Jacob Clements says, no blocks. We're racing.
He did it for the memes, clearly. He couldn't. 6 into 8 just doesn't have the same ring to it.
Yeah, that's true. Little baby toughness token popping this turn as well. As Jacob is determined to end his opponent rapidly. And this hand, you can kind of see why. Oh, my goodness.
Oh,
it's
Saber Bloodshed. Yeah, that's a good one. 3 reds and a blue is exactly what you want to see when you have this dagger set up. Lots of pumps, enough pitch to pay for him.
Yep, got the Tunic here as well. So extra resource here for that Graphene, you have to assume. Potentially at some point in this turn.
Jacob didn't play out the Saber Bloodshed. I guess it doesn't matter because it's not marked yet. So maybe he plays it on the second chain link.
Yeah, timing
Or-
might get a little interesting, but it should be able to sequence here, I think.
Now, Austin does have the disruption capability of scowling a fleshbag on a turn where it may be relevant. And if he's able to find a spot where, maybe Jacob's turn is kind of dependent on some of those reactions and he can kind of strand one of them in hand or something, that could be a way for him to gain some more equity in this game.
Ooh, wind up the crowd as a 0 block.
Ooh.
Not the one you want to see. Unexpected
And a
backhand
Buckwild.
blue Buckwild, which is a 2 block. So
Yes.
5 block value total in that hand. So Scab's going to get in the way. Equipment does have piercing.
Yeah, probably not the best use of that here.
I mean, you can do it if it has all of its block.
Yeah.
And it doesn't feel great, but you can do it.
Right.
But with already having it blocked once, only 1 left on the battle 1 piece of equipment, so it looks like instead just going to go ahead and take the Clave. Does get marked, which is great news for Jacob Clements, who's about to savor it up. Oh,
Oh,
not even.
and a spinneret. Yeah. So that is something he can flick that spinneret to guarantee hit with the Saber Bloodshed to draw a card.
Yeah. He flick Graphene earlier? Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe
Oh,
just had
maybe-
another Graphene.
Oh yeah, he did have 2 Graphene stars, so he flicked it to clear up the spot.
Yeah.
So he can't. He's already used flick knives this turn.
Yeah, but the Clave just hit, so
Correct. He is marked.
It all came together for Jacob
And now
Clements.
it's 9 attack, which is probably just going to hit naturally because it's 9 versus a total of 5 block that we know that Austin has.
Yep, that 1 toughness is not going to make up enough of this. There are cards that could help here, like if Good Age of Brutality on defense would work. Hickman Hunter would work on defense in this spot. As big cards you can get big defense value for, but going to be some equipment here. I don't hate Flashback here in this spot, trying to maybe turn off the rest of this turn, as you kind of mentioned.
Austin is trying to imitate Jacob by unsleeving his Scowling Flashback. Seems like he's got a little
slipping out
of there.
Alrighty.
3, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 total. There's no piercing on this one, so this does end up fully blocking it.
Shout out to the toughness.
Did have go again, but and it intimidates the last card of Jacob hand. So this is a turn where you just kind of, no reactions. We're not going to let that Saber Bloodshed hit. Just going to block it all out here, but Jake, that means he remains marked and is able to transform into an Agent of Chaos.
Yeah, can't be unhappy to get a transform here. I feel like that's one of the things about Marionette that's kind of underrated. Like, yeah, hitting and maybe getting another attack and sending would have felt nice, but so does your opponent committing a bunch of cards and you just getting to roll into Black Widow potentially. And also, by the way, the Arsenal's a T-Tox.
That is one of the best arsenals, of course. You know that when you look at like an Arakni Marionette deck, you're thinking, man, this is just a deck full of power cards. And then here, Austin gets to activate Wind of the Crowd to create a toughness and vigor, and still hits his blue to swing rock.
Yep, very safe here with Tunic having all its energy counters, so even the yellow, which again is the most common hit in these decks. They play some reds, but very few. It's like usually 6 or so. So rock was pretty guaranteed. Hit the blue, didn't even need to use the extra resource.
So still, despite this looking like a really bad turn cycle for Austin. If you do the math on his turn cycle, right, he blocked for 6 with his cards because of the toughness. He regenerated the toughness. That's like a wash. Generated vigor. That's a point. Attacked for 7. Like his turn cycle had like 14-ish points of value. Like that's a solid turn cycle. And like it's not great, and you're not going to win the game just doing that, but it's keeping pace.
Yeah, and this is basically the reason Tough Nut does anything. Is it like the numbers, they're just flat numbers. There's not a lot of on-hits, not a lot of tricks, but the numbers are really big.
Yeah, and like it looked like we were like, oh man, this is a disastrous turn. But like it was actually very, like totally fine. He was treading water, keeping pace here.
Alrighty, so Graphene coming in does it go again, of course, because the mark is still there, and Graphene looks for on attack if the opponent is marked or not. 1 go again, pitching under the trapdoor to fuel the rest of the turn. Oh no, I see a very good card in Jacob Clements' hand.
Yeah,
maybe you don't want both codexes, but one of them's really good.
Well, especially when you can't pitch one of them to swing a dagger, right? Because he had the blue. So this actually is kind of a clunky hand out of Jacob Clements.
It's also an Omega Heater. Battlefront Bastion, one of Tough Nut's best block cards.
You can discard it to the funnel web, of course. So that's how he's going to clear it out. And it's going to trigger... He's going to use the Tarantula Toxin here, which clears up his arsenal for that Codex of Inertia.
I kind of like the choice of actually discarding Frailty, typically seen as the most powerful Codex, but Nose already has seen No Hero Stands Alone, which would have Ambush because there's already been a Toughness token here. So Jacob taking the damage, Austin down to 17, and this Codex is going to look for a random card, but it could be a fun one.
You familiar with this one?
Yeah, so it's both put the top card of your deck into your arsenal, and then Austin will have to discard a card because both players who do it have to discard. And the power behind Codex of Inertia is not just that it's kind of +1 card because you don't have to discard if it's your last card, but also that Inertia, like it's really hard for a lot of people to play a card out of their arsenal. Like we saw, it looked like a Battlefront Bastion going down into Austin's arsenal, and that's disastrous. Like you're not going to be able to use it. It's just going to get swept away with the Inertia. So this Codex is kind of like a 2-for-1.
Yeah, really nice stuff. I mean, obviously Tough Nut not necessarily upset to empty his hand, but looks like we're debating between a 2-block and a different 2-block that is Hulk Up and Buck Wild.
Yeah, this is the struggle with Tough Nut is he's got a lot of cards that block 0 or 2. Some cards that block 6. That's great, but you don't always have those.
No, sadly. At the whim of your deck, neither of these cards are particularly helpful. You're probably going to put one in front anyway. So Clave going to come in instead. And didn't get a look because Jacob is frightfully quick checking his arsenal.
So we know there's a Battlefront Bastion down there for Austin. So one line of play. So he does have a Vigor. I think Austin's best line here might be to just roll Scab Skins and hope he hits 2 action points. If he does, his turn is still pretty good. Because no matter what's on top, he can use Vigor, Tunic, top card to swing the Rock plus the Battlefront Bastion that he has to pitch. I guess he could just have blocked with this card, but then it's like then you're kind of blocking. You're using 2 cards to block for 2 because you're going to lose that to inertia. And so I think this is his high. It's a higher risk play. But when you're playing Brute, you got to take some higher risks.
Absolutely. I think at some point, like even though Rock feels good to swing, you can't close out games typically just by swinging Rock over and over and over again.
Yeah.
You do need to find some time to get the old go again.
Oh,
Yellow Buck Wild.
That was, he shouldn't have done it in this order because now he can't pitch his card to play Battlefront Bastion.
Yeah, this is one of the intricacies of a deck like Tough Nut, which seems pretty straightforward, and it is generally, but your pitch sequencing is like pretty important.
Gauntlets can bail him out with Final Spring Tuning. So use Gauntlets to go down to 2, then pitch the blue. This is all assuming your Scab Skins hits 2 action points. But like the inertia is going to come for the rest of his hand and arsenal no matter what. I think you need to roll Scabs here.
What color Buckwild is that? Blue?
It's
blue Battlefront
blue,
in the arsenal, which isn't great.
Oh.
So
I assume there's a blue Buckwild in hand. I think
there is a Buckwild in hand. But
he's
all right. Battlefront Bastion instead. 5.
Okay, so he's just opting to come in for 5 here. No go again, and that inertia is going to take the card out of his hand. He might have forgotten about that inertia. I think he might have been like, "Oh, I want to just save this for next turn," but the inertia is going to get him. Yeah. Unfortunately, this is not going to work out that well for him, as he forgot about that inertia. Is going to bottom his arsenal. Yeah, there it is. The inertia is putting the card on the bottom of the deck. So you really want to save
your
that.
line would have worked if you rolled Scabs and hit 4 or above. Plus, the dopamine of rolling Scabs is worth it, especially in this spot where life totals are close, but you are trying to topple a very fearsome opponent in Jacob Clements.
Yeah, whenever you
need a little sugar rush.
When you need to beat like really good players in a matchup where you're slightly behind already in terms of tempo and size of hand and everything, you need to take higher risks. You need to take the high risk, high reward play. And even though it might fail catastrophically, you might roll that 1 and it might look embarrassing. But that's the risk you need to take in order to win this kind of matchup.
So fun. Who already hit a 6? It's free. Yeah. The next one's a 4 or 5 easy. Is Graphene Chalissa coming in for 6. It's a very normal number. Thanks, Marionette, for pumping that one up a little because Austin is still marked. +4 from up sticks and run, which is the reason this deck bothers to get Graphene into play as consistently and as early as it can because all the dagger pumps are just very well priced.
Yeah, definitely.
And they expected all the daggers to cost 2, and there's one that doesn't.
It costs 1, and sometimes it costs 0, as we've seen.
Sometimes it does cost 0. Even with your tunic, sometimes it feels like it costs 0. So I have a quick peek here. Looks like it's Block in Town. We've got some Smash Ups, which are premium blocking cards for Tough Nut because you get to do fun stuff when you put them on the front of the table.
That's a blue Tough as Rock. Very thematic with his rock weapon.
It is. That card is like, I'll call it a necessary evil because it is not a 6 a lot of the time when you need it to be. The worst thing is that I realized that I buckwilded someone once.
Yeah.
They took the damage and I didn't get go again. I was like, what? But yeah, that's how it works.
Yep.
Learned that one the hard way.
It is just whenever you
whenever you have
less health than each other hero.
Yep.
Which right now he doesn't. It doesn't count.
Exactly.
Austin has more.
You want to block so much. Why would you have less health? Anyway, a blue block 3 is still good, but not a 6 as often as I personally would like. As Mark of the Black Widow coming on through, thanks to Allweaver Spinneret, pumping it up. Didn't even need the extra graphene, just taking the pump. And still marked, it looks like, here for Austin. Did block out pretty effectively, getting punished for trying to block out the graphene damage here.
Yeah, he is. And luckily he still has that tunic up, still has the potential to just be able to swing this rock off of a yellow pitch on top of the deck.
Flash again.
It's a blue pitch, so he doesn't even need it.
That's a real good one. Rock Guard Rodeo. That's the premier blue. It's a 7.
This is currently.
Yep. Equal to highest base, yeah. That's just true. Yeah.
It's always on.
Okay, sorry. I was thinking of the one that's based on whether you're higher or lower life.
Yeah.
Okay, so you get a bigger.
Jacob Clement getting a little confused between Tough as Rock and Rockyard Rodeo.
How could you ever confuse those cards?
I mean, there's a lot of rocks in this game.
Me, so you're taking 4.
I'll be honest, I confused them too when we first started talking about it. You're like, it's not as consistent. I'm like, isn't it always on? And so I had to think about it for a second.
Yeah. It makes sense. The rare one is like every now and then. The Majestic, it's like every time it bangs.
Yeah.
All right, so next turn's going to be very efficient. At least. Oh, no.
Oh, no. He's going to banish the top card of the deck. Somehow the Leave No Witness banish off the top is so relevant here because Austin knew he had a blue lined up. Well, to be fair, he has a Vigor. From the Vigorous Smash
Yeah,
Up.
from Smash Up.
Okay.
It should
So
be. I mean,
he'll be fine.
It is actually free because of Tunic. Like,
Yes.
even a red will hit here.
Correct.
But
he'll
like,
be fine.
It would have been. It was some extra value.
It was a blue anyway.
Oh, but now the gauntlets can't get rid. Anyway, Rock's coming in.
Can't activate gauntlets.
Correct. You cannot activate gauntlets.
Because it's not a 6, yeah.
Here
It's
comes
only a
Rock.
6 in KO.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
Got that guy out of there.
I loved KO. I thought it was so much fun.
Hey, look, if you like KO, Silver Age coming up.
That's
Let's
true.
vote
It's
and get
coming
your
up.
votes in. KO is going to be unleashed once again.
I thought you were going to tell me if you like KO, you can play Tough Nut after next set with all the new brute support he's getting, which I was going to say yes to.
Everyone should play Tough Nut. I've become, ever since that the top 4 in Edinburgh, I've become a Tough Nut convert. It's so fun.
Yeah, yeah.
Unironically, I think he's going to get some good support. Some of the cards we've
Yeah,
seen
yeah.
already and Usurp the Shadow Throne, I think are really good additions to Tough Nut. And I think with like the right deck building and some good play, like one of his worst matchups was always like Gravy Bones because
Yeah.
like you just couldn't deal with allies that well. And now it depends on how much Malice is a force in the meta. Maybe she keeps him down as well. But you know, if the games are going to be about value and damage and raw numbers, he dishes it out as good as anyone.
Yeah, I mean, Betsy doing very well at the Pro Tour quite recently. Tough Nut in a similar vein. Different decks, obviously. I think Betsy a bit more consistent, but there's like kind of operating on a similar axis as Hunter's Clave rolling on in. As both players down to single-digit points of life, I mean, it is within reach.
Yeah, absolutely.
7 of Jacob Clements' 9 life is a big chunk if Rock can consistently go in. The tough part is navigating both Arakni, Marionette, the assassin, and Jacob Clements, the player.
That is the tough one. And, you know, Austin's got to be very worried if he doesn't block anything here. Is it just 2 dagger pumps and just kills him? If he does block, is he just giving free value to Jacob Clements? If he puts a 3-block, say, on this dagger, did he just overblock by 2 when he didn't need to?
It's even worse because of toughness.
Yeah, it's 4, right?
Yeah.
It's
giving away your value. That's why these little daggers are so annoying. That's why Ninja's so good into Tough Nut when you run into that matchup. Once again, looking at the hand, considering the blocks. Ooh! Oh, its crowd goes wild. I thought it was emboldened by the crowd. I was pumped. There, this hand sends damage, though.
This is a big damage turn if he can keep it, but I'm struggling to see how he's going to keep it. Because this is... Ooh. Oh, and then the Flick Knives is...
Oh, I think it's lethal, yeah. Wait, that's... Okay, we got to... Hold on. So, to the point. Pump the Clave. Clave did a bunch of damage. Austin went down to 1. Flick Knives is still there. Jacob just needs a card he can put on the chain.
Which he can just swing Chalicera here.
Of course.
No matter what.
Because he has 1 resource flitting. And Chalicera only costs 1.
And then the Hunter's Clave Flick could be lethal, assuming there's nothing more from Austin's side, which I don't see anything that would save him from this situation. Unless he... I don't think he's playing like Sigil of Solace or something that could come into Arsenal.
No. There's like a, you know, there's a couple of Brute Warrior damage prevention cards from heavy hitters, I think. But people don't really play Ticket on the Chin in this deck.
I wouldn't imagine, no.
I mean, the figure's nice, but you just can't you can't afford to play that many reds. You want all your reds to be big attacks for the most part.
Yeah, yeah.
The Kiss of Death.
Kiss of Death.
Of course it is.
Why not?
Why wouldn't it be anything other than Kiss of Death? So Jacob Clements is going to do the thing and just put his cards down. Let his opponent think about blocks before flicking things away one by one. Doesn't want to take any risks, just in case.
Yeah, you got to save it. I mean, make sure you play out every possible line. This is why. Jacob
GG,
Clements.
Austin Bull knows what's up. Knows the flick is coming. And Jacob Clements moves to 4-1. Another strong start from the British lad at yet another calling. Trying to rack up the LL points for old Marionette.
Yeah, definitely showing why he is the best Flesh and Blood player in the game right now, having won so many tournaments, the most recent Pro Tour and everything. Very impressive showing here and showing us how it's done. Still impressed by the Tough Nut. I'd love to see more of it. Obviously, still 3-2, still very much live for day 2 if he's able to win out. So I'm still pulling for some Tough Nut later in this tournament.
Me too. And I'm also pulling for more Jacob Clements, which I suspect will likely happen. He typically finds himself around the top tables.
He tends to do quite well in most Flesh and Blood events that he enters, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him still being X-1 later on in the day or the tournament.
Yeah, well, if you want to test your mettle at a Flesh and Blood event, then you should get on in right now, because it is early bird weekend for a couple of events. As a reminder, this is the way for you to get in early, register, make sure you're in the tournament, and if you do, you get a free side event voucher when you buy your package during early bird weekends. Here's where you can currently get in for Shenzhen, Wakefield, and Portland.
Yes, I'm so excited to see the meta evolve with the Usurp the Shadow Throne, and these callings coming in later this year are the time to do it. After you see all the new cards, get your new deck updates, maybe play Malice a little bit, maybe play some new Viscerai or Leviah as it's refreshed, or in my case, probably play some Tough Net with some of the new Brute cards. You can take those to these call-ins. Make sure you sign up early. These call-ins have a tendency sometimes to sell out, so make sure you get your early bird package now before that happens.
Also, if the key art is not reminding you, your Super Shadow Throne is going to be out by the time these callings are done. In fact, it's going to be real loud. So is Master Pack Assassin. It's going to be a lot of fun to look through all those as we kind of see how the metagame develops, because for the last 2 sets or so at least, metagame's doing great.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the end of a metagame, and there's 408 people battling it out with a bunch of different decks.
It's a big variety of heroes where some of them may or may not LL by time that comes around. You know, obviously with Kassai and Dio being right on the cusp here this weekend, they could be gone after this weekend, or not if somebody else like Jacob Clements wins on Arakni Marionette. But yeah, the meta is definitely going to shake up quite a bit, and there's still so much more Flesh and Blood to play this weekend and for the rest of the year. So make sure you sign up for all of those upcoming events.
Well, we are going to take a break, but next round we have a little teaser for something that people haven't seen. A promo for PQ season is right around the corner. We're going to show it off.
Spoilers.
After this. Don't go too far away.
baby dances with the devil. I wanna know what's on his mind. Shaky hands so sentimental. I sugarcoat between my lies. Inside a smoke cloud asking why. I'm afraid we're out of time. I want the lightning and the thunder. I want the sun in both my eyes. He made a promise to the vultures. He took a hit and said goodbye. Fate was never on our side. I'm afraid we're out of time. Oh, baby, read between us. There's no time for eternity.
Hello, welcome back, folks, as we feel like blitzing through rounds in some ways here, despite the rounds being of varying length depending on the matchup. I guess last one flew by because Jake Clements marionetted all over poor Tough Nut.
He definitely had lots of reactions to push through damage real quick. Tough Nut was also trying to send in lots of damage. It was kind of a close game, honestly. I think if a few more things broke Tough Nut's way, maybe he could have taken that game a little closer. But yeah, Jacob Clements showing why he's one of the best players, if not the best Flesh and Blood player in the world right now, doing well at this event.
And you know, it's funny you should talk about players like Jacob Clements and good Flesh and Blood players, because we, as a production team, you and I and our producer, Ethan, a.k.a. Mansan, we put together a couple picks. And let's see how they're doing, shall we? Because I'm pretty confident I'm getting carried by the one and only Josh Lau. Oh, Jalen Mack, you hate to see it. But everyone's recovering. Punkage taken down, racking up wins. Michael Fung, Peter Vidensic, all in there. And Josh Lau still EXO on DGA Dory.
That is a pretty solid lineup you got there. Obviously, DGA Dory with Josh Lau being a very potent pick for this weekend, apparently, starting off 5-0. And no slouch for the rest. We're a little nervous after the first 2 rounds. I think a lot of them were 1-1.
Yep.
And we're like, okay, well, maybe. And then, hey, they've all shown remarkable resilience to bounce back from that.
And
so,
of course, Dan Mack, shout out, illusionist enjoyer on Ziggy, NFL player by day, Flesh and Blood calling competitor by weekend sometimes. I guess when there's no ball game.
Of course. So, yeah.
All right, Charles,
Really
how do you think you're doing?
Well, we saw Lucas Barding go up to 4-0,
Yes.
and he was kind of my dark horse pick in my team. So
Okay.
I feel pretty good about it. Let's check in with them. Okay, not quite as good. No one has dropped yet, but, you know, Lucas Barding and Lucas Oswald, both 4-1. Alexander Vore, the Pro Tour Vegas top 4 competitor, all 4-1 respectable. Nobody has dropped, so that's always good to see. Naib and Chris Ayali coming in at 3-2, maybe not having quite the weekend that they were hoping for thus far, but still in contention, of course.
I feel like there's a Chris Ayali angle here. This is, I feel like, sometimes where Chris feels comfy, you know?
Yeah.
In the depths of the tournament, X2 could still make it. Day 2 still on the line. We'll see how Mr. Mansan producer is doing. Oh my goodness, he's farming us.
He does have a lot of 4-1s, and
Someone's pick maxing. Yeah, that's right. Jawline as sharp as a rock right now. We've got Noah Bagelman, Zach Phillips, Brody Spurlock, Jacob Clements, all at 4-1, all on different heroes among them, right? So this is kind of what you guys are talking about. Metagame spread, incredible. Represented across the board, even at really strong records here. Love this for all my friends. Can't love the record for Mara, but that's okay. That's okay. There's still a Vinset in the running in the hands of Brody. I think there's actually maybe 2 or 3 at X1 as well when I was picking the rounds coming up. So, yeah, for all the Shadow stands, you got one more ample shot at a title this weekend.
I'm excited for some Vincent at some point in the tournament. I love that hero. That hero's real fun.
It's such a fun hero to watch. It's you know, has some really strong turns, some really high upsides, some inconsistency. You know, when things don't work out, that kind of falls apart. But when it does work, it is a joy to watch, and it's a joy to watch really good players really pilot it because it is so intricate and requires some long-term planning. So hopefully they, you know, Brody keeps it up. He's been 4-1, so if he keeps it up, he might come on stream sometime. We'll never know.
I think it'd be especially nice to see Vincent again before Usurp comes out, because obviously the deck is going to look very different by the time a flood of Shadow Runeblade cards and a new Shadow Runeblade enters the fray in Classic Constructed. But
that's sure to shake things up.
Yeah, should be fun. Next round is coming up. I believe we're getting players settled, but I don't think if you let chat try and predict the matchup,
there's
if
no
we
chance.
gave them 10 picks to pick both sides, like 10 guesses on each side.
I feel like they could
think
take 10 guesses and wouldn't guess either of the two heroes. I just don't think so.
Yeah.
It's a real tough call, but I mean that wasn't alluding to Tough Nut or anything. 'Cause
No,
we just had
we
Tough
did just
Nut
have Tough
on the
Nut.
stream. And so as much as I'd love to see it again, I think we might have to take a break from that one for a bit. But the next matchup we got is a spicy one. Some off-meta heroes.
How much do you know about these heroes?
I've tested one of them pretty extensively
Okay.
for even the potential play at a Pro Tour. The other one I've played against a lot and would never want to actually play it myself.
Don't tell me which, because I think considering which of those might be is very funny. All right, well, the game is ready, so let's check it out. It's enough of us teasing you. Let's just show you what we have lined up for this round. It is, of course, your classic constructed staples, Gabriel Beckett on Puffin versus Matt Garner on Riptide.
Oh, yes. So, any guesses as to which one was the one I
assume you
seriously
would never
considered?
play Riptide.
That is true.
Yeah.
I've played against Riptide because my locals has a few like Riptide stands, and so I've played against it a decent bit. I don't know. Not having a weapon is gives me the ick. I don't know.
It makes a lot of sense. All right, let's
Yeah.
have a look at the records of these players. Gabriel Beckett, how do we get here? Lost in round one, never feels good, and then it's all dubs all the way down. Valda, Gravy, Olympia, Asleo. That is a wild gamut of heroes to hit in the X1 bracket.
Absolutely, but it just goes to show how wide this metagame is. You know, I've seen some people play Valda. I think she has some power and some potential into this meta, especially after Mastery Pack Guardian gave her some boost. Olympia giving the bonus as well, but still Puffin finding a way through all of these. And even against the Gravies, finding a win, a 1-on-1 against Gravy so far.
And on the other side, it is Matt Garner on Riptide. Lost recently, but taken out. Some
3
Vinsets.
Vinsets. So you wonder why we're not seeing Vinsets at the top of the table. Matt Garner. So when you sleeve up Riptide for the weekend, you're like, yep, I'm going to play some Riptide. What is your anticipated metagame? You're like, oh yeah, I'm going to play against an Asilio, maybe an Arakni Marionette. Oh yeah, the frailties are going to be good there.
Yep.
And then you're like, okay, round 1, Vincent. A little off meta, a little weird. And then 2 more back to back. It's like, well, you're my 3rd Vincent today.
And now you've lost a round. Okay, well, very impressive stuff. So we're going to have a look at the hero text. Because again, we don't see these heroes all that often. Puffin Hightail, the pirate mechanologist hero. Action, destroy cog you control, create a golden cog token. Why do I need to do that? Second time you crank each turn, draw a card.
Yeah, draw a card. One of the most powerful lines of text on a hero that you could put. And the fact that Puffin just has access to this with her crank abilities is really potent. So ideally, this an aggressive deck trying to get the cranks online, trying to go wide. Sometimes you see Puffins that have more boost. Sometimes you see it with more pirate mechanologist things. So we'll have to see exactly what the variant is here. But there's a couple different ways you can build Puffin, and I'm curious to see what has brought Gabriel up to 4-1 with.
And of course, Riptide, little ranger action. One of only 2 rangers in the format currently, alongside Marlin, one of the other heroes in Puffin's set, High Seas. Whenever you play a card from hand, you may put a card from your hand face down into your arsenal. That's great. Love to load your arsenal up as a ranger and shoot those arrows out of there. Whenever a trap you control triggers, deal 1 damage to the attacking hero.
Dealing 1 damage, and it's sort of unpreventable. I mean, you can prevent it with some effects, but you can't block it. You can't use armor or anything. You can only use those prevention effects. This is really powerful ability, and it's the reason why he has less than 40 health, because 40 health would probably be too good. I don't know. But the guaranteed damage of this gives him a really powerful end game to be able to, like, if you drop low against Riptide, he could just throw 3 traps at you and take you from 3 to 0, and nothing you can do about it. That being said, one of the downsides of Ranger right now is that they don't have that great weapon. And so it's like, if you're going to go for a long fatigue-style game, you got to find other ways to improve the density of your deck. So we'll have to see how Riptide manages to navigate this matchup.
Well, very curious to see how these 2 heroes with less than 100 LL points on either side get things done. As we're going to move down to the feature match area, checking in quickly on Puffin. Stock standard stuff here. Little Mechanologist action, Crown of Dominion, Cogworks Tinkerings, the Unicycle, and Teklo Foundry Heart.
Yeah, I really like the Crown of Dominion here because it allows you to just get that 1 free crank, right? You can use your hero power to get the golden cog, and that's half the crank. And it really is just kind of a smooth consistency point in the deck to be able to ensure that you're kind of operating firing on all cylinders.
And of course, on the other side, we'll have a quick check-in as blocks are happening. Matt is running maybe my favorite headpiece in the entire game. It is New Horizon alongside Trent Sharpshooters and Sea Lace Sarong and Dreadbore, notably the bow of choice here for Riptide as well.
Yeah, it looks like Matt Garner went first and was able to double loaded the Remorseless Arrow, and then thanks to the New Horizon, had a second arsenal.
Yes.
So it does have a total of basically 6-card hand here going into the next turn.
Very good if you're starting the game off, as it is 39-38 right now because Tar Pit Trap dealt one already, but this deck is beautiful out of Gabriel.
Yeah, we already see 2 of the tournament pack zipper hit reds, and then a cold foil gear turner EA. That is beautiful. Like, this is one of the newest cards out of Omens of the First Age. It's kind of that expansion slot card for Puffin, and it's a 1-for-5 on hit. Search your deck for a cog, put it into the arena. You probably can crank that cog if you'd like, and then therefore gain the action point back, maybe draw a card. It just does so much on hit, and it's just a good 1-for-5.
All right, so Remorseless shut on in, and now blocked out here using a bit of equipment from Teklo Foundry Hut alongside a 3-block. And here comes Puffin. Activate, make a golden cog. What does golden cogs have? Well, they're just little cogs. They don't do too much, but they do have crank. And as we know, when mechanologists get cranking, they can get action points back. So Copper Cog also played, keeping those action points afloat by at least cranking once each time. And here comes Zipper Hit. Looks like it is going to be Mech Puffin, by the way, based on what we've seen already.
Yep, I think that's actually all 3 red zipper hits that we've seen. 2 have been cast, 1 has been boosted away. All 3 of them, the tournament pack EA full art one.
Tar Pit Trap at it again. Looks like some damage leaked over the other side. So Matt takes 2, I heard him say.
Yeah, but the Tar Pit Trap triggers on go-again attacks, right? And so that does also ping 1 damage back at Gabriel, so that's why he's taken some damage, even though he's blocked out entirely. Just going to show the power of Matt Garner's Riptide Hero. Does mean that the next time it triggers, it doesn't trigger any effects. So it's not relevant currently, but it could be relevant if there's something like a Boom Grenade on board or anything that has an on-hit, such as the Gear Turner from before.
Sky Skimmer doing its thing. This is one of the great things about Puffin's attacks. If you can use your cogs by tapping them, you can give your attacks bonus effects. This one is +1 or go again. So giving the go again to play Backup Protocol Red. Getting Blue Zipper Hit back. Picking it up, still is the action point,
Red.
going around after cranking the protocol, and Spitfire going to come on in. Looks like it's going to be an Arsenal for next turn angle.
Yeah, that's a really heads-up play, just being able to make sure you set up that arsenal. I did say that we've seen all the red zipper hits, and I get immediately proven wrong that we forgot about the backup protocol red. Of course, is going to bring back the zipper hit for next turn. Just Gabriel really recognized that, like, against Riptides, you need to make sure you have a high quantity of damage in your deck. So grabbing back the biggest damage number that you can was really important here. So that 5 power is going to be important.
Another Copper Cog. As a couple cards get lined up here. Gabriel just considering all the different options here. Fast and Furious. Ooh,
Palantir
hate to see Palantir Aeronaut go away.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the more powerful cards. That being said, when this game is going quick, where you're trying to just boost away, maybe you're not going to be able to consistently get out all 3 cogs that you need to turn that on.
It's a Gigabanger. Return Fire. Beautiful little range-up block card. Exiling this Searing Shot for later. We'll get a Pump on the way back as well. Banish an Arrow. And a Study Phase 2, you put it in your arsenal, and it gets +3. Also turns on New Horizons, although usually not because you're firing it.
Sure.
So it has something for next turn. Does kind of cost you a card in hand that you could have blocked with. So there is some cost here, but Murky Water.
Oh.
And, of course,
the
Spike Pit Trap.
Now, that didn't trigger. It was just a block.
Sad.
But I do remember when Return Fire was first spoiled, I thought, man, this card seems absurdly powerful, right? It's basically, if you add up the numbers on the card, it's a 7 value card. It blocks 4, gives an arrow +3. Now, there are some hoops you have to jump through for that. You have to have an arrow in hand. You have to be able to load it and then still shoot it next turn, depending on the cost of the arrow and so on. But if you're able to do that, it's one of the most powerful cards.
Probably going to be Trench Time, by the way, because it could do have to clear the arsenal as well. You don't have an extra slot right now unless the card's face up. Looks like Cogworks Zeppelin also came on in for some damage. Down to 27 here for Matt as Spitfire also chunking him down.
So the on-hit is so powerful from Cogworks Zeppelin, especially when you've already committed all these blocks. Allows you to tap one of your cogs to create a golden cog, which you could then crank. Maybe that's your second crank that draws you a card off Puffin, and then gives you the action point, which allows you to shoot the Spitfire. It's just so much extra value on hit.
Yeah, so it kind of felt like, block for 4, load this arrow, give it +3, arrow's free, on hit does 1 more damage. Like, this is 8, right? This feels like a very efficient use of the 2 cards, kind of block you around. Puffin's turn just a little bit better than Riptide's, it felt like.
It definitely can be that way. When you have to trench to get value from that Return Fire, that's when it feels pretty bad, because it's really not a 1-card 7, it's like a 2-card 7,
right,
which is much less appealing.
Yeah, certainly so. Is 0 to 60 coming on in. This is the boost attack that has no cost, unlike Zipper Hit, which has 1, and then Throttle has 2. Very Convenient little bit of design there. As Sharpshooter's little battle on one going to get in the way, and that is Quickening Sand.
Yeah, so this is a trap that just is a regular block. It's not a reaction. And when defense attack with Go Again, you tap their hero, which is sometimes relevant into Puffin. You know, there's a few heroes that care about tapping, and Puffin is one of them.
Doesn't do nothing.
I think that does count as triggering the trap, so it did deal 1 damage as well.
That is one of the nice things about these trap cards, even if they're just blocks and not reacts or actual traps. You can just still trigger Riptide, Bolt and Shot Yellow going to get in the way of Zipper Hit, and Throttle going to come on through. 6 Go Again as little Soup Up gets boosted away again. Gabriel Beckett's not here for a long time. Simply here for a good time.
Definitely here for a boosting time, right? And I think this is, you know, one of the downsides. This Riptide deck looks to be constructed a bit more aggressively slanted. You've got, I think we saw like some of the arrow pumps in his hand that are like laced with Blood Rot, for example. Very powerful on-rate effect. It can kind of convert to 5 damage, really. But it blocks 2. And it seems like his strategy for Matt here is clearly a bit more of aggressive style. But when you're staring down a boost-centric deck, oftentimes you want to take a more defensive angle and let them fatigue themselves off boosting so much of their deck away. But Matt's deck setup isn't really capable of capitalizing on that, like some Riptides we've seen in the past that are heavily defensive.
Yeah, certainly can kind of run the spectrum of very slow and defensive to very fast and aggressive. So he's going to try and get the value. Loads up thanks to Riptide with Lace with Blood Rot, and then Codex of Frailty. Not an arrow, but does go find one.
Yeah, so this is a very powerful 2-card hand coming in for, I believe it'll be 7, plus it will threaten an on-hit Blood Rot, and he gets to keep a card thanks to the Ponder. So it's kind of like a 1-card 7 if you do the math that way. With some on-hits and more damage, and a Frailty, which we know they like to, Puffins like to fire their Spitfire quite a bit, so it is relevant.
Sky Skimmer put in the arsenal on the other side. There is, of course, Frailty there to make it a little bit worse, but unlike, say, Leave No Witnesses, which is pretty much what Assassins always send, unless it's Command & Conquer, your arsenal's not under threat here. It's just damage you're going to have to take.
Right, but it is kind of 3 points of damage on hit, 1 from the Searing Shot, 2 from the Blood Rot, so it's still a very relevant on hit. But the life total deficit is pretty immense, and this is like Matt needs to do these kinds of things to get back in the game, but it may still be too little if Gabriel's able to maintain a hand and not be disrupted. We still know that he can put out a ton of damage, even if he's taking a bunch on the back end. He can leverage that life total advantage to push through more into Matt.
Yeah, only used equipment there to block, and I believe Return Fire was the card. That is the worst Ponder you can possibly find. One of the other downsides of this card.
From bad to worse. Okay, he did find an arrow, but I think it was a blue searing shot.
And Gabriel ate most of that, by the way. Just decided, you know what, it's fine. I'll eat some damage. I'll put my armor in front. I'm going to keep attacking you as there's the blue searing shot. You're like, oh, okay, that's all you got? Yeah, I think I can deal with that. Sky Skimmer going to come on in. And a cog at the ready to give this one a Go Again, or +1. Depending on how the hand lines up. But I have to think if you're Puffin keeping 4 cards, you're going to get this Go Again.
Looks like it was for out of arsenal, so it's even -1, so it's only for 3.
Womp womp.
And so even if he gives it +1, the Boulder Trap doesn't trigger because it's only what's greater than its base. So it needs to go +2 to get over its base.
All right, we're in the damage step. We're giving it Go Again.
Yeah, no chance for this Boulder Trap to really trigger. Oh, Backspin Thrust. So that'll be 4 Go Again into Spitfire, right? Well, presumably Spitfire. I guess you don't need to. Because of the Frailty makes that a little bit worse. Backspin Thrust, this is such a cool card. It's untapping a cog. So you need to find a way to tap your cog in the first place. But when you do, it's just so efficient because it frees up the cog for your Spitfire, and you can give it Go Again, or give it +1, or free it up for another one of your attacks further down the line.
And again, continuing the run of beautiful cards on the table for Gabriel.
I just assume it's max rarity at this point.
I feel like it's like very valuable as a mechanologist because every time you boost, you show them another pretty card.
Yeah.
Even though you can't use it, you see more of your deck naturally.
Of course.
So as your opponent's fatiguing you, you're like, yeah, I got all these. What up?
Yeah.
And then you die.
You just show the bling.
Oh, they die, and you feel really good.
Also,
you showed them your whole deck, and you won. So far, so good for Gabriel Beckett. X and 1 here. Blood Rot Pucks. Yeah, tank the damage. Whatever. We'll just go. We'll keep it going. Searing Shot's going to load on in. Down to 10 now for Matt Garnov. 14-point life deficit as Searing Shot gets loaded on in. Laced with Blood Rot. Again, trying to be efficient. These laces, kind of like 5 damage if you include the Blood Rot on hit as 2. Only blocks for 2, so you definitely want to use them on offense. But as you pointed out, not necessarily the spot you want to be in this matchup as Riptide.
Yes, because he's kind of priced into he has to be attacking with these because even though boost makes the Puffin more vulnerable to fatigue. If you just don't have enough blocking density in your deck, that might not be relevant. Normally, we expect Riptides to have quite a bit of blocking density thanks to all the traps that they want to play. But in this case, it's not really panning out that way.
Yeah, didn't get the 5-card hand either to even try and send more back because unfortunately the Ponder did hit the return fire that banished that searing shot, so it's pre-meditate.
Okay.
Riptide's going to load Endless Arrow put into the arsenal, laced with Blood Rot, and ooh, I see a little Buzzsaw trap.
Yeah, so now Riptide's got the tempo and is able to do a pretty respectable turn, right?
All right.
A 3-card 10 threatening a bit more. And you still get a good arsenal target here, right? You get the Buzzsaw trap.
Yep, on-hit Blood Rot, on-hit Ponder, thanks to pre-meditate.
Ponder's probably not that relevant because you already have another thing you want destined for the arsenal, but Ponder, on-hit Blood Rot, and put Endless Arrow back in your hand, so you get a little bit of flexibility here.
I don't think there's really a way to load in... I don't think there's a way to load in both in your arsenal with New Horizon, because I don't think you can put something face up in there right now.
I don't think so. He doesn't have an action point, so no...
Well, here's a Ponder. I guess you could... Oh, you're right. It doesn't have an action point. Never mind.
No, if he had an action point, then you could load Endless Arrow and fire it
by
again.
pitching the other card. Oh, that's also true. Just send it. Ponder instead. Get some selection here. What's going in the arsenal?
A Frailty trap. Okay, so he has pulled the life totals back quite a bit closer. Does have 2 traps, which basically, if they both trigger, would put them at life total parity.
I mean, if this Blood Rock goes off and doesn't get paid for, they're already at parity. So
yeah,
feeling pretty close. Copper Cog coming down. Crank it up.
He does have the full hand.
We're
to work
doing
with.
it.
Oh, there's the Poly Cranka.
And that is the second crack, which means Puffin does draw a card, so big turn incoming.
Yeah.
Gabriel ate the damage to want to try and send back and threaten the low life total here of Matt Garner. Again, has kind of had the tempo all game long, so wants to keep putting their foot down and try and deal enough damage to basically start Riptide to force blocking at a point where he's going to run out of cards.
Yeah. So this is 4 go again on the zipper hit. It would trigger the Frailty trap, but not the Buzzsaw trap, because Buzzsaw is greater than its base. I believe that's the one he had. So the Frailty trap does trigger, deals 1 damage. Creates a Frailty, makes the Spitfire a little bit worse.
Yeah, honestly, not bad. Covers most of this, takes 1, down to 9. Gives a Frailty. But again, a big hand here for Puffin, looking to send things over. Probably not paying for the Blood Rot. Oh, goodness, it's Cogwork Zeppelin time.
Yeah, we talked about how powerful this on-hit is. Can pump it up with those 2 cogs, so it could go up to 8 in theory. The Buzzsaw trap would bring it right back down. But yeah, so Matt's going to kind of bait him into this by putting 2 cards out. Now, I wonder, whenever you're kind of behind as Matt, because Matt feels a little bit behind in this matchup right now, you almost have to take the higher risk line, and that would be to wait to trigger the Buzzsaw trap. Well, I guess, no, Buzzsaw just puts it back to its base, so I'm wondering... Oh, can't gain. So I feel like you could have just blocked with 1 card.
And then
he's going to pump it.
You're right.
And then you Buzzsaw him.
Yep.
And so I think Matt kind of used an extra card more than he needed to right there. I think he could have blocked with just 1 card because it was pretty likely that they were going to pump it by 1.
I think so. And even if you're just basically blocking and then playing it like a regular defense reaction, it has to be greater than space first.
Yeah.
You're
right. If Gabriel suspected exactly Buzzsaw trap, he just wouldn't pump. But I don't think you would necessarily do that. And like either way, when you're slightly behind, you have to take that risk.
Yep.
And I think that would have been a line where Matt could maybe have like snuck away with 1 more card, and maybe that's what he needed to get another advantage in this game.
All right, well, Endless Arrow living up to its name here. Down to 5 now for Gabriel. Blocking with just Tekla Foundry Heart here, trying to send a big hand to, again, cut down Matt's life total. But it's starting to feel like we're getting into the nickel and dime part of Flesh and Bug, where you're not going to have that many cards to send back. And now it's kind of who can send hands more efficiently when they're smaller. Oh, my goodness, Return Fire's back. Well, Red Searing Shot banished.
Oh, we do know it's an Endless Arrow in Arsenal, so that almost means you need to trench it away. So it's not even as good as we'd like it to be.
It's true.
Now, one important note, once both players really get down to that nitty-gritty, that few, like, low single-digit life total, you got to feel good about being Riptide there, because any of these trap triggers could just represent lethal.
Poly cranking again, did not get shot. Vulnerable now off her perch. They're going to draw a card here. Copper Cog going to be the second crank after Poly does her thing.
Yeah.
Pitch. Crack of gold.
Crack of gold to draw a card, okay.
You pump the fist if you're Riptide, hoping there's nothing on top.
So 1 resource float. Cogworks Dovetails, one of the best cards of the draw off the top here. This card could be potentially represent up to 7 go again.
It's the Cog Untapper, Sea Lacerong, and Battering Bolt going to get in the way. Thrice per turn instant. There are 2 cogs face up. And when it hits, you get to untap all your cogs.
Yeah.
That's 6. Matt says, yep, you got it.
Should make it 7 because we know Matt has no cards in hand, and we know it's an Endless Arrow in Arsenal.
Oh. Just go again, I think, is the other one.
Yeah.
Gets the hit, deals the damage, gives go again, and then goes on in.
So yeah, so I guess it was the same either way. He could have like tapped both and then untapped and then gave go again.
Yes, that's
He'd
true.
have one untapped, but like then it's the same because Palantir Aeronaut also. Well, Palantir Aeronaut, no, because you have 2 here, and then you can unicycle to get the 3rd one. This is actually all 3 on Palantir. Is this just lethal?
It might be. You got to block with everything here.
This is just lethal.
That's only 3, right? 3, it's going to pump to 9.
9 and then
Yeah.
destroy the New
New
Horizons,
Horizons.
which destroys the Arsenal.
Is 9 minus 1 8? Is Matt at 8?
Matt's at 8.
That looks like a very bad time.
Oh,
the Horizon's
no.
going to go. The Arsenal's clear for the searing shot that's banished by Return Fire. But it's 8. GG!
It's 8.
Matt
GG.
Carter extends the hand. And Palantir Aeronaut gets it done. Puffin on the bike. Finds
Very
the 3rd
an
cog.
impressive finish there. Oh my goodness, that was a blistering fast game with Puffin just boosting and cranking and just running right over Riptide there at the end. A very flashy way to finish it with Palantir Aeronaut destroying the New Horizons and pushing through the lethal damage.
It's funny, too, because in that spot as Riptide, you're actually just happy to have New Horizons break.
Yeah.
Because you actively want your Arsenal
You were
gone.
going to clear the Arsenal anyway.
Yeah. So, I'll cash in my Blade Break, too.
Yeah.
Great. It's like, Rangers generally don't block that well with their equipment.
Yeah.
New Horizons represents a pretty good chunk of block. And unfortunately, Palantir, generally, the goal is you block with everything or nothing. And when you go to the middle, you got blown up.
It gets blown up. And, we spent a lot of time hyping up how good, Return Fire is on a conceptual basis. It's so good mathematically, but all 3 times that Riptide blocked with it there, it didn't look that impressive. He either already had something in Arsenal or didn't even get to survive till the next turn in the last case because you didn't have that blocking card.
Yep.
You didn't have an extra card to block with. So it's a very high-risk, high-reward card, but in that game, it just did not line up for Riptide.
Yeah, I think especially when decks are going that wide, it can be tough. When maybe someone's going a bit taller, it can feel a bit better. Fun one, though.
Yeah.
As we have a look at something that you can get right now that honestly we should, because the cards in this deck are really sweet. We haven't seen them on stream just yet, but Armory Deck Olympia is available. And I still need to buy this, actually.
Yes, I think this is a must-buy. I think Olympia got a lot of help in the Mastery Pack Warrior, and we've seen a few Olympias around the tournament today. None of them are really at the top tables yet, but we are definitely looking for Olympia to start rising up in the meta. I think he got so much support, and I really want to see an Olympia deck that is able to cast all in and win it. That's my goal for sometime on stream, to see an Olympia cast all in to win the game.
That would be an absolute banger. But there's a bunch of great cards in this deck. This one, low-key one of my favorites, because if you want to fatigue people, especially on Sage, this is a way for you to do that.
Yeah, equipping the Prize Gallia,
just put it back on.
Vigor, Courage, and it's great. This is just a really solid card for the deck. Gives you a lot of extra block and kind of refunds the gold because the Prize Gallia is a gold.
Yeah, exactly. You can destroy it. You can destroy gold you already have. Put your hat back on. Keep on blocking. It feels good. Heads up. Nice little dominate. I mean, Olympia is the warrior that every time I play against Olympia, I'm like, are you a Guardian? What's going on?
Yeah.
Why are your attacks
feels like
so tall?
He does feel like it. So much wager, so much pump, and just irrelevant on hit, which is something that warriors don't often have. So having all these wagers is really powerful for him.
And of course, winning your wages gives you extra gold, so you can keep on going. Oh, look at that. That's beautiful. Oh, I forgot. The Prize Gallia is like special Rainbow Full Extended Auto.
Yeah.
This is the only way to get this, I
You
think.
got to get the fancy Prize Gallia, and then I saw it was just stable. And it's not just one. You need 3 if you want to play Olympia, because you need to be able to equip the extra ones.
Exactly.
Right?
You got to put your hats on.
Yeah, you got to have a whole wardrobe of hats in your inventory.
And of course, the Prize 1 Suite. Very nice here for Olympia. Again, also from the Armory deck. And I didn't realize, by the way, Prize 1 Pathfinders, really cool take on Valiant Dynamo for Olympia, right?
Yeah,
You win wages, you refresh your pay your resource, you take your counters off. It's a rare.
It's a rare, and it's also a Guardian. Warrior equipment. I didn't even realize that till just now.
Betsy!
Betsy could also take this. So if you are a Betsy enjoyer, maybe you need some Prize 1 Pathfinders in your life.
Big fan of that. As we've kind of mentioned already, we are near the end of a particular meta game. You said the Shadow Throne is coming out. Worlds is a little while away, but kind of scaling towards that. And we've talked about Living Legend a lot. I think obviously because both Kassai and Dio could LL if they go ahead and win, which we're still hoping for, by the way. That is the final we are trying to manifest this very weekend. But there's a lot more at stake for a bunch of heroes because they have a lot of LL points. And ProQuest season is right around the corner. And let me tell you, good heroes, popular heroes pick up LL points like no one's business in ProQuest season.
Can. Yeah, there's a lot of points to go out in the ProQuest season, and it's spread out over several weeks, so you never know exactly what's going to happen. But you got to imagine that a lot of those heroes that are in the top like 6 or 7 in the Living Legend leaderboard are very vulnerable to hitting Living Legend. Obviously, we talked about Kassai and Dash.io for this weekend. Could just be gone. But even if not, I imagine a week or two into ProQuest, they probably pick up enough wins around the world to be able to hit Living Legend that way. But then there's Syndra. There's Phi, Arakni, Marionette. You know, if Jacob Clements does it again and wins here, he puts that right on the borderline just as well.
I mean, I'm low-key worried about Acilio, even though he has under 800 LL points.
That's true, but you know he's been around for a while, and he's got you know, obviously he's the most popular deck, and there's a couple different variants of him. So I wouldn't be surprised to see there be multiple Acilios in the top 8 this weekend, or even if one of them wins, and so that puts him ever that much closer. So I'd imagine by the end of ProQuest season, he may also be gone as well. So that means once we get closer to Worlds and some of those call-ins coming up at the end of the year, the metagame is going to be wide open. It's going to be so different than what we see right now. And that's just the beautiful thing about the game is a constantly churning and evolving metagame.
Because Living Legend updates every week, like low-key, every week of ProQuest season might actually change.
Literally every week could be a different meta. And that is like, on one hand, like could be a little frustrating if you're like worried about your deck hitting LL. But it's also very exciting because you're just like, oh, I want you go back and to craft your deck every week. You're like, okay, I can change out these cards. I can take out my tech for Acilio, take out your tech for Dash.io or whatever that is. Like depends on who LLs and things like that. And also just anticipating what evolves from the metagame, right? If Kassai Living Legends, for instance, maybe something like Jarl starts coming back into the metagame, these fatigue-style decks, because we saw earlier where Kassai kind of beats up on those slower, grindy defensive decks. If she's gone, maybe those come into the meta, and you can start playing those at a higher level instead.
Well, ProQuest season is around the corner, but we've got something to show you, a little reveal, perhaps, of things that are coming up in the future. Let me know what you think of this.
Got no fear.
All right, well, I've decided I need one of those, at least. I probably need 3 of them. That is an insane cold foil,
That is really nice. Savor Bloodshed, a staple in Arakni Marionette, as well as other more niche decks like Fang that we've seen as well, also be very valuable. Make sure you go and play in your ProQuest. Get that top 8. Get that cold foil Savor Bloodshed. It's going to be a real treat.
Yep. ProQuest London, of course, the first Pro Tour of next year in February. September 26th to October 25, 2026. That is not very far away. Again, after Usurp, after the world premiere, so things will shift again between the Living Legend conversation and a new set coming out. But certainly go do battle and see if you can't. Have some fun, get yourself into a Pro Tour, or honestly, just start competing at another level in Flesh and Blood.
Yes. You know, this is your pathway into the professional, the Pro Tour, the professional scene. Go to your local ProQuests, try to win it, try to get this Savor of Bloodshed. It is amazing.
That's such a sick promo.
It is top 8 cold foil promo here for ProQuest London competitors. Make sure to go support your local store, play in that ProQuest, and get your ticket to London next year.
Absolutely. As we have a look at the other things you can grab. Top 2. Ooh, beautiful Vetreiði, the Forsaken playmat. A fancy. Oh, it's a gold foil, of course. I was like,
a gold foil for the winner?
A gold foil notebook? I'm like, no, it's a gold foil, a gold foil card.
Well, a gold foil common / majestic. One of the
Gem Pack 6 participation prizes.
Oh yeah, so more gem packs. Always. I mean, we've talked a lot about how much of the awesome like bling we've seen on some of these decks. You know, the cold foils, the extended arts, the tournament packs. We're even going to get some Gem Pack 6 reveals next round.
Next round.
So make sure you stick around because we got some awesome reveals coming up a little later in the day.
Stick around anyway because giveaways happen all weekend long on stream. Limited, though, is going to kick things off. The first part of this ProQuest season is September 26th through October 4th. It's going to be limited. And, of course, after that, you can go ahead and play some CC October 10th through 25. All pointing towards that first PT of the 2027 season.
Yeah, I love that we get to start off with some limited, just really get your feel for the set. You get to play with some of the new cards, get a feel for them in a limited environment, and while you spend some time perfecting your constructed deck for the later half of the ProQuest season, when you bring in the new cards into the new constructed, and you maybe send some heroes off to Living Legend.
Especially if you don't know what to play, you're not sure, you don't know what deck to finish, just roll up and play limited, you know?
Yeah.
Just get in there. You don't need a deck, just show up with, get your boosties and go.
That's what I love. I love just being able to show up to your local game store on a weekend, play the ProQuest, just opening, especially when it's a new set that you haven't played before or played maybe just a little bit. It's one of the most exciting times just to be able to see the new cards and make new decks and talk strategy about how you want to approach this. And if you are preparing to play, say, in the World Championships later in the year, then you've got to really master the draft format, the limited format. And so that's going to be very important as well.
Yeah, I think aspirationally, if you want to be playing at the highest levels in Flesh and Blood, you should not skimp on your limited preparation.
Right. No,
what better prep than ProQuest Limited?
Yeah, it definitely is. And then Constructed, we're going to see how the metagame will evolve from then. We'll get a little bit of data ahead of time, as people just are able to play at their local armories, wherever, and just kind of get a feel for it, and then finally take it on to the ProQuest to qualify for London.
Yep, and it's going to be right before Worlds as well. So again, lots of potential churn that's happening there as well. With that, the round has been a little shorter this time around than we maybe like because things are still finishing. So we're going to take a bit of a longer break than usual, folks. About 20 minutes is going to be on the timer, but don't worry, we'll still be around. And on the other side, we'll bring you even more coverage of Colin, Kansas City. Don't go too far.
You wanna come with me? I can see it in your eyes. It's a feeling that you can't deny. I'll bring you high so deep, so we can feel alive. Leave the world behind. Let yourself go. Enjoy the ride. And if we fall, don't forget to just go with the vibe. Let yourself go. Enjoy the ride. And if we fall, don't forget to just go with the vibe.
Welcome back to the final round of Calling Kansas City. 6 rounds of Swiss. Round 7 is upon us, and we're going to look at some undefeated players, I imagine.
Yeah, I'm excited to see who is rising to the top of this tournament so far. Of course, this is still just day 1. We have 7 rounds here day 1. 5 more rounds of Swiss tomorrow before a cut to the top 8. So there's still a lot of flesh and blood left to play, but there are definitely some players who have put themselves in a little bit better of a position going into this than others.
As you would know, if you do a lot of winning, it's easier to yank top 8 of the tournament.
That is true.
Just win.
Yeah, just win.
Just win.
It's just that easy.
And if you win, you get these prizes, which is pretty nice. As we are going to have 5K first. Not too bad. You know, pretty good. Gold for Legendary, Pro Tour invite, fame, glory, your name etched in the library of Fab Champions indefinitely, which is all pretty sweet.
Yeah.
The second 2 things I said, the Legendary and the Pro Tour invite, also extend all the way down to 8th, which is nice alongside your World Tour points. Money paid out to 32nd for a total of 20k USD. And of course, if you participate, you do get the tournament packs, which are, I mean, let's face it, we've seen pretty much cards from these all day long, and they're all gorgeous.
Well, we were calling on a specifically red zipper hit in the Puffin deck last
everywhere.
round, where there was 3 red zipper hits. This glorious treatment in the tournament packs, the full art. They're all just beautiful cards and very playable cards. They're almost all like competitive, viable promos. So definitely pick up these tournament packs. Big incentive to come and participate in callings just like this.
They did put the tournament cards in the tournament packs. Very apt from LSS. And of course, if you win the whole thing, the champion's prize is a shiny new trophy. Always good.
Yeah.
Bunch of money, a PTI, and some more tour points. The most of anyone here at the Calling, which Jacob Clements knows a lot about because he is very far ahead in the Player of the Year race right now. But of course, the last chance for anyone to win a copy of Gold Foil Quick Dodge Flexes is tomorrow.
Yeah, so when you were talking about a shiny trophy, I assumed you were talking about the Quick Dodge Flexes.
That is the shiniest
That
trophy.
is the real shiny trophy. Like, the actual trophy is nice. Don't get me wrong. But, like, Gold Foil Quick Dodge Flexers, I wouldn't say not quite one of a kind, but, like, they're going to be gone. You're not going to be able to get one of those ever again once they move on to the next kind of season of callings with new promos for winners.
Alrighty, and of course, as we said, last chance. Get it now. I'm very excited to see who is going to win yet another one, or if someone new is going to win one for the first time and take it away. It would be fun if it was someone that really needed them for their hero. Like, imagine they win, they get up, they celebrate, they take the prize, they slam it in their boot slot where their old Quick Dodge Flexes was.
So, funny story. Back in the when we had Battle Hardens, which they kind of evolved into the Showdown concept. It was a standalone Battle Harden. And I had just kind of started really playing Flesh and Blood competitively, and I'm playing Starvo for the first time. And I take it to this Battle Harden. I win the Battle Harden. It was great because Starvo is a good deck, turns out. And I open the Gold Foil, and it's an Arcanite Skullcap. And at the time, it was like this was like the big like staple headpiece in a lot of decks. And I'm like, oh sweet, I needed a Skullcap. I didn't own one. And then everyone's like, no, that's a Gold Foil. Like it's like something special. I'm like, I didn't realize at that time. I just I needed a Skullcap. Now I got one. Yeah. I'm excited.
We love that.
So I still have that to this day. So if I ever need to play Skullcap again, I got mine covered. Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of Acilia running around these days with spells, so you may need to pull it out at a moment's notice.
It's coming back. It's coming back for sure. Yeah.
All right, let's check out the standings after round 6, because of course that's the round we just came out of. Oh my goodness, there are some Acilios at 6 and 0, but only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 6-0s right now.
Yeah, and notably, we got 4 Acilios, 1 Aurora, also an arcane hero, but 1 Hala at the top of the standings. Randy Davis, he's going to be our feature match. 6-0 so far. With Hala, I believe it's a more defensive-y kind of blocking version of Hala that we had talked about earlier. So really excited to see if he's able to take that all the way up to 7-0, or if I believe he's against an Acilio, or if an Acilio will be able to take him down to size. But definitely, Acilio was the most hyped deck coming into this weekend, and I think it is kind of proven, is lived up to the name so far, being able to be one of the top decks at the top of the meta.
Certainly has, but of course, some people we have been watching, Josh Lau, lost last round, X and 1 still.
Yeah.
Lucas Oswald, still X and 1. Noel Bagelman, still X and 1. And there was one more name, Jacob Clements, still there, X and 1 after an early loss as we push on in. Still plenty of players here playing for day 2. Brody, X and 1. A different Riptide, X and 1. You'd love to see it.
We're seeing a lot still. There's a number of Dash.IOs and Kassais following that Living Legend potential storyline. A couple of them still here at X1, still very much live for top 8 and to potentially LL that hero, but none of them are 6-0, so they still have a bit of an uphill battle to get to there.
Yeah, Tekla on this page, a couple another Hala, a Huntsman, as a Marlin, another Aurora.
There's a Rhinar and a Marlin as well, both still at 5-1, so still have potential to make a pretty deep run with Trent Williams and Kai Sickler on those two.
And big names there as well. As we put out last page, Michael Fung still battling at 5-1. The last X1 alongside Gabriel Beckett down to 42nd. But remember, the X2s also all still live for day 2. And of course, if you have a good run, still live for top 8 as well.
Yeah, you definitely have back against the wall if you're 5-2 after day 1. But you know, there's it's still totally possible if you manage to win basically 6 in a row from here for all of these 4-2 players. Some big names. Alexander Vor, was one of my picks coming into this event. Started off strong. I believe he started off 4-0 potentially, and then dropped the last 2. Still top of the standings in the 4-2s, but still has that uphill battle in front of him.
Certainly something that Alexander Vor has done before.
Definitely has.
In fact, that's exactly how he ended up in the top 8 of the Pro Tour, and then happened to play the 1 seed, who was everyone's favorite World Tour Weekly host, Marjan Bay.
Yeah.
And turns out that mirror was a little not balanced for one side.
Yes, he definitely had some extra tech for that.
Was it a
mirror.
true mirror?
Was able to leverage that to top 4. So we'll see if he's able to run back. But of course, there's a ton of other heroes and players that are doing very well this weekend, and we should be pretty excited about how this tournament is shaping up.
Certainly so. As you have a look at our last round of today. Also, don't forget, there's a gem pack reveal coming up, I believe.
Three
brand
new cards that have never before been seen. You are going to see them, and they're going to be great, I believe.
You have to wait.
I haven't seen them
do you
either,
not have to
so-
wait? Is it now or is it later?
It is
It's after.
It's
You got to
after
wait.
match. So
This is what
yeah,
I'm
you have
saying.
to wait.
We're baiting them in.
Yes,
It's
we're
basic
baiting
marketing,
them in.
Charles.
Yes, of course. Get them in. Get them invested. Watch some awesome games of Flesh and Blood, or awesome one game of Flesh and Blood, and then afterwards you stick around because you're gonna really want to see the spoiler and a giveaway of the special Drinking Buddy promo. So make sure you are in chat on stream. You must be active in chat and present to win the Drinking Buddy promo.
Yep, spam your favorite pasta or whatever it is. But as we are going to have a look at our players who are still undefeated here. Again, only 6 undefeateds left in the field. Here are 2 of them. Brian Hoffman on the left posted his Acilio deck list on Twitter yesterday, saying, you know what? There's been some discourse about some scouting. Here's my deck. Enjoy. You don't even need to bother looking.
Yeah, why would you need to do that when he's just absolutely flexing on it? Money where your mouth is, right? He is calling his shot. He's saying, I don't need it. It's not an advantage. I'm still going to beat you. And to 6 players so far, he has proven that correct.
Yep, and of course, one of the matchups you were almost guaranteed to get if you were X&O, because there are 4 Acilios X&O coming into this round.
Very true.
On Randy Davis' side, though, he is not one of the Acilios on the other side of the table. He is, of course, playing Hala, Bladesaint of the Vow, who we have seen already today, but I have a sneaking suspicion this is not going to be exactly what we expect. We'll push on now to records, because it's been all W's for both of these players, and this has been a curious spread of heroes.
Yeah,
Those are lots of defensive decks. Well, it's like a split, I guess.
Well, we've talked about how the Riptide we saw last round ran into 3 Vinsets, and here Brian has run into 2 Vinsets as well. So even though we haven't had that on camera, it seems to be a pretty popular deck out there in the metagame. But otherwise, it's a pretty decent spread. No Acilios yet, no mirror matches, no Arakni Marionettes. So some of our top decks really not represented in the spread, but that's the nature of these pretty wide open tournaments.
Yeah, but I feel like Kassai and Jarl decks to look for, and maybe this kind of matchup where more defensive decks, access to really shutting things down. I think doing that in those matchups does make a lot of sense, and also just taking out some of the other aggro decks. 2 Dios getting taken down.
We saw last weekend with the previous calling where Dio was able to run through a top 8 that had, I believe, 4 or 5 Acilios in it. 5 Acilios in the top 8, and Dash.IO still won that top 8. You got to imagine that Dash.IO feels good into Acilio, but Brian Hoffman apparently feels just as well into Dash.IO, taking down 2 wins.
So let's see if Hala has been playing against Acilios today.
Neat. Yeah, it's a card.
No! 2 more
Vinsets
insets.
and 2 Halas?
As things
and
go.
Josh Lau. He's killing all the other warriors.
Taking out all of the other warriors. 2 Halas, Dorinthea, and Olympia.
And Noah and Brody. I mean, taking out some big names.
These are some big name
very
players.
Funny.
Ryan Rich, Brody Spurlock, Noah, Josh Lau, all really players who've had really good finishes in the past. And so clearly showing his muscle here with Randy Davis and his Hala deck.
All right, well, guess we'll have to see if he knows the Acilio matchup, which is the one he certainly should have expected. We've seen Hala today already, so let's read Acilio Concealer Intelligence real quick. Once per turn, instant discard, and instant draw a card. You have Lightning.
Yeah, you get to just cycle a card. Shouldn't be that good, right?
Can't be that
It's
good.
just fine, I guess. I mean, you have to pay 4 life for it, right? Turns out he's got some things that trigger when you discard an instant or when it goes to the graveyard. He's got a lot of ways to make that powerful. And also just being an elemental wizard is a really, really good combination in the game of Flesh and Blood.
Turns out if you're trying to find an attack called Gone in a Flash, drawing extra cards on each turn also helps you get there.
Sure is. And this is why Acilio is probably the most popular deck this format. And it's a very powerful deck through and through.
All right, so the 6 undefeateds, there's only going to be 3 at the end of this round. Let's find out which of these 2 are going to be undefeated going into day number 2. Brian Hoffman on the left, Randy Davis, and Randy? Oh!
Jubil!
Holy!
Jubil Spellbane. So this is not a weapon that we almost ever see. So it is a 1-for-3 weapon, just like most warrior one-handed. Let me take a read, says Brian Hoffman. Of course.
He's like, wait a second.
So
Can I read this?
let's read it together, right? So it's a 1-for-3 attack, and whenever this hits a hero, if you don't control a Spellbane Aegis, create a Spellbane Aegis. And this is an aura that basically just has Spell Void 1. And it is a very powerful aura into these arcane decks.
Yeah?
So, yeah, it's not the most flashy weapon. It's just a 1-for-3 on hit, gain a life, kind of, within the Spell Void. But if you're playing a deck that relies on arcane damage, that one Spell Void can be very valuable.
And of course, Arcanite Skullcap, Norman Robe, Norman Gloves, Quick Dodge Flexors.
Yeah, AB2, potentially up to AB5 if he is down on life. So Randy Davis is just really well prepared for any kind of big arcane version from Acilio, but based on the equipment that Brian is presenting on the other side of the table, he's got the Lightning Greaves, he's got the Bracers of Belief, he's got the attack action cards. So we are not anticipating too much of the big arcane spells.
I like that Randy, who can sharpen this, by the way, because it is a sword, automatically tried to give it go again because he assumed it was Zenith Blade.
Yeah, that is not how that works.
And Brian was like, that's not how that works. He's like, you're right, that's not how that works.
That is not how that works. And in fact, this does not get a go again. Brian managed to block it out and uses the Acilio power to great effect, discards the Echo Flash with the effect on the stack, casts Kindle, amps it all up. But Randy Davis has enough spell, or Arcane Barrier rather, not Spell Void yet, to be able to block that out.
And of course, on the other side, you do want to look at Acilio's equipment because it does tell usually a story if you have a peek at the foot slot. Lightning Greaves.
Yes.
We already know because he posted the list on Twitter. It is gone in a flash time.
Of course. And it seems like maybe Randy did not read that tweet because he's clearly came into this anticipating a heavy arcane build with all of the extra AB. I think, maybe you still run a lot of AB even if not, because he is very defensive-oriented Hala here, but even so, he's got his arcane bases covered.
Certainly does, as 7 go again, thanks to Ravenous Rebel showing off a Comet Collision on the top of the deck, which is a red. I guess the red one of that. Also, I don't want to make too many judgments quickly about a player, but between this fridge, that sword, and the Heart of Findle sleeves, and now Signs of Safe Harbor and Steelblade Shunt on the combat champion, I have a feeling this is a defensive, fatiguey holodeck.
Have you ever played a yellow Steelblade Shunt?
Yes, in Silver Age.
Okay, in Silver Age. Well, it shows a lot about what Randy is thinking when he pitches a red Fate Foreseen, typically one of the premier blocking cards in the deck, in order to play a yellow Steelblade Shunt. Still covers it all up.
Yep.
But is going to be just trying to be very defensive, very blocking here. Does end up taking a few points of damage here from this Meteoric Impact.
This is kind of the other build. It's not like, I guess even with Gordon and Flash Acilio, it's not like the old one where it was like lots and lots and lots of physical with the old Vols, all right? We're just trying to ramp it to one big spell. This one is a mix, kind of like, I guess, Acilio's of old, where you're trying to send some Total Arcane, maybe some pings every now and then, but a lot of 0-for-4 go against. This is, I guess, base Acilio that I feel like a lot of people refer to.
Yeah, I'd say it's maybe like 70 to 80% physical, and then like 20 to 30% arcane. You've got the Meteoric Impact, you've got Comet Collision. But other than that, it's kind of just a few pings here and there, which you can amp up with the new Vols are. But something just like this Constellar Uplift or Echo Flash is kind of the other ping. So there are some powerful arcane damage sources here, but nothing that is too terribly scary. You're not going to amp something to 10 damage on arcane or something like that.
No Storm Striders is happening this time. As Enlightened Strike rolls on in.
So you definitely see Brian thinking, like, already thinking about what the long game is going to be, because Randy is going very deep here. He is playing a card that is close to my heart, Brothers in Arms. I've played this card, well, back when we had Crown of Seeds, because then you could use that extra floating a bit more viably. Or if you had a shield, like Rampart of the Ram's Head, but Hala, being a warrior, does not have access to all of that.
1 arcane and an untap.
All right, Constellar Uplift. Starfall going to trigger. Try and deal 1, and there's Uplift is going to untap the stuff as the amp is under this. So Comet Collision in for many.
Really focusing on big spell, just trying to maximize the amount of damage his deck can do, because he knows Randy's got a very defensive-oriented deck, and the challenge for Brian in this matchup is going to be, can I just deal enough total damage over the course of my entire deck, my entire game plan, into Randy's very defensive deck? It's not going to be about tempo. It's not going to be about how many cards can I keep on this hand versus that hand. It's not going to be about disruption. It's going to be about like the raw numbers that your total deck can present.
And I think the best number you can present is going on a flash 5 times in a turn.
Yes, when you recall Gone in a Flash to your hand, that essentially gives you 4 back.
The depths we are going to.
Yeah, let's take a look at that card.
Rusted
Randy Davis has
Relic.
played a gem pack, or a golden pack version of Rusted Relic, which is...
It's a very normal card we see in many games of Flesh and Blood. It's an item. It's
yes,
blue.
So it's a blue item, doesn't block.
Nope.
It costs your action point to play out, as an action does, and it just gives you +1 arcane barrier.
Yeah.
And presumably it just sticks around for the rest of the game because it's an item, and very few things can destroy items. Yeah, it's now he's got AB3 and 3 more if you get Arcanite Skullcap. He is ready for big arcane damage.
Currently has Arcanite Skullcap. So AB6 right now.
Correct.
Presented by Randy Davis, as this is. I think this was the holodeck that was just teased to us before the day began.
It was. I think we talked about it in the context, I believe, the crusty holodeck,
It is the crust.
where you're just all playing this defensive-oriented deck. I believe Noah Begelman is also on it. That's where one of Ethan's picks.
Wasn't that one of Randy's wins?
Yeah. Against, I mean, hey, it's a mirror match. You gotta do that.
Yeah. I guess Crusted Relic makes a lot of sense. His Braces of Belief.
Crusted Relic. There it is.
Shows a Flittering Charge, which is a red. Brian Hoffman gives a little stare to the camera. Going in a flash.
Oh, he's got it. Okay, well, this is probably the turn. I think, did you see Brian's hand? I think literally it's 4 instants.
It is?
I think it is 2 lightning presses, which is not ideal, but it is 4 instants in his hand right now.
Old knocker. Yep, here we go. Click the button. Do the thing. Lightning Greaves is popped.
Just taking all the armor right off the bat.
Discharge, very good value. Make an action point. Pump up your next attack. And 7 after going on a flash. Bounces back to hand.
7
after the damage step.
No go again, but we know there's 3 more instants in hand that
no go again.
you're going to get the extra action points. So coming in for 7 on this Gone in a Flash.
And I guess knows what the top card is, so knows it's not an instant that Lightning Press could grab to try and get this one going through again. Here's Sink Below covering it up. Beautiful little card there.
Yeah.
That's the Pro Tour promo, I believe, from last year.
London, from last Pro Tour London. And, they like their tea in London, so it's a little tea Sink Below because you're sinking the cookie below the water.
Makes a lot of sense.
Makes sense. And also, we're talking about the quick dodge flexors. I'm sure Randy Davis would love to add a gold foil Colin Champion quick dodge flexors to his deck should he manage to continue his undefeated streak into the top 8 and win. But to do that, he's got to get past Brian Hoffman and his big Gone in a Flash turn.
Yep. Amp 1 happened as well. That Console Uplift did pick up the Gone in a Flash, so it's 4 once more. Randy Davis says, I see.
We do know he's got the one more. Was it a Console Uplift in hand? Be able to amp
double
a bit more?
Press, I think, left, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Yep. 2 more presses. Yep. So this seems like there's going to be no arcane coming through here.
29.
I believe he's already
used the Console Uplift. Yeah, here's
was
Lightning
the
Press
one.
again. They're just doing 4. Again, this Lightning Press is not the best instance for you to convert, but they do the thing you need them to do. So Gone in a Flash, big turn happened, down to 27. A lot of armor used on the other side as well. So not a bad combo turn, but it's not like the old days where people would just explode on turn 3. But it's still a significant amount of damage, which you need to do in this kind of matchup.
You absolutely need to, but even so, Brian basically used so much of the resources of his deck, his big Gone in a Flash turn, which you expect to kind of win the matchup or at least give you a huge insurmountable lead.
Yep.
Randy's still at 30 life.
Yep.
And for a very defensive-oriented deck, that is able to have tons of block and is just really optimized for surviving these big turns, that's not very low. Right, you were really hoping to get this a little bit lower. We'll have to see how Brian is able to continue to string together maybe another big turn. If you can still continue swinging the other Gone in a Flashes, you won't have the bonus action points from Lightning Greaves in the future, but if you're still able to leak through a few more points, that could still be a big point of value for him.
Yeah, it is a card you can kind of keep picking up. You're trying to deal 4, your opponent's often putting 3 in front of things, so
yeah.
If you can keep picking up the same attack and using it over and over, that is a way to somewhat overcome, I guess, convert your cards into more damage, which is what you need. But kind of to your point, it's finite, right? There's only so many cards in the deck.
Yes, and Randy is clearly showing that he wants to be blocking for 3 or 4 with nearly every card in his hand, every card in his deck. Cards like Brothers in Arms, even though it is kind of blocking 2 cards, it turns 1 card in deck into 4 block, which is insanely good for what you want to be doing here. And now Randy is just really trying to say, hey, Brian, are you going to be able to actually push through raw damage here?
I'll take 2.
Take 2 Arcane. All right. Little Arcane chipping in.
Yeah.
Randy taking some damage before the turn ends. Wants to Arsenal instead. Oh, there's a strike twice.
Yeah, he's considering doing an instant, maybe like a Flash Bolt here at instant, or playing out the Sigil of Brilliance, perhaps. Flash Bolt, like when Randy has clearly shown he doesn't want to Arcane Barrier with this card, it's probably, if I had to guess, would be like a red defense reaction, like a Sync Below or Fate Foreseen, because otherwise, if it was a blue, you'd certainly AB here.
And again, I think in these kind of matchups, it's not about, like, you need to do, it's not like, it is doing the maximum amount of damage from your deck, but that is not the same as like having the biggest turn. It is every spot you can deal damage, maximize that damage.
Yes.
And that is the spot where that damage really matters.
Yeah, you just basically true damage straight onto Randy's life total when he has a lot of these defense reactions and is able to prevent a lot of your physical damage, but isn't able to prevent the arcane here. He's just got to get that damage in while you can.
All right, well, drawing a couple more cards. Sigil of Brilliance.
Countered by the Sigil of Solace.
Yep.
I love Sigil of Solace. When I have like told people about Flesh and Blood and try to like, because a lot of my friends play other card games, and I try to like, introduce them to Flesh and Blood, and I'll sometimes show them, well, show them a second Rusted Relic out of Randy here, but sometimes I would show them Sigil of Solace and be like, this card's great. One of the best cards in the game.
Yep.
And they're like, what do you mean? Like, how is this? And I'm like, if you understand why Sigil of Solace is one of the best cards in the game, then you understand Flesh and Blood.
Yeah.
Because just the sheer elegance of its design, the fact that it still works so well to give you tempo, to convert your hand, to counteract unblockable damage, et cetera, like, the reasons why that is good is the reasons why Flesh and Blood is a beautiful game.
I did my part.
Brian's talking about like, hey, look, I put it out there. I'm doing what I can. And unfortunately, I'm looking at a bunch of Flash Bolts and AB 7.
That would have been sweet.
Yeah, Randy does currently have AB 7. Well, 4 AB 1 and AB 3.
Sure.
So, yes, functionally, any combination from 1 to 7 that you want to block with, he's got it covered.
Ready for the Rune Blades and the Wizards alike. As Fiddler's Green and Blue Overpower. Gonna get in the way, takes 1, gains 3. Little net gain of 2 at the end of it all.
Like, I can understand 1 Rusted Relic. If you're just like, yeah, I just need it.
Yeah.
He put 2 in his deck at least.
I don't know the deck. I haven't seen it.
At least.
Guaranteed. There's 3 in here. Guaranteed.
Okay.
You do not. Okay, I think if you're playing Rusted Relic, it is 1 or 3. 2 is like some completely unhinged number, I feel like.
Maybe.
Maybe I'm wrong. We'll find out.
I don't know. I mean, it depends on exactly what he thinks the breakpoints are into the arcane matchups
That is
he
true.
really needs it for him.
You know what? You're right, and I would put Randy on having gone to that deep.
He's gone that deep. He probably knows precisely how much AB you actually need for these matchups.
And again, as blocks get committed, damage can sneak through. Vols are amping up. Flashball coming through.
Use both Rustic Relics for that 2 AB. There it is.
Here's Sigil down to 24, so damage is being done. But again, it is not about moving. Oh, Fiddler's goodness
gains
gracious.
the 3.
Baits me every time. 27. Randy
I
Davis
think
keeping nice
he
and
net took
healthy.
maybe 1 damage on that turn for Randy.
Not the kind of turn you're looking for in this matchup.
Yeah,
as
if
a Cilio.
you are leaking through 1 damage per turn cycle, that is a losing proposition against the style of deck because you do not have 40 turn cycles to win the game.
Yes, sir.
You're going to run out of fire way before then.
All right, Sigil Brilliance pop. It's going to be a big turn here. Entwine Lightning found in the hand. So we'll have a look. This should be a good amount of damage. This is
gonna be
when
a
you
big
want to
turn.
go.
This is going to be a big turn for Brian. He's got basically a 6-card hand. We know there's a Gone and a Flash down in Arsenal, so he's potentially able to use that as a free attack in a way, not lose a card out of his deck if he combos it with, say, that Consigned to Cosmos Shock.
Flittering.
Doesn't need to give that Flittering go again somehow. There's 2 instants, I believe.
Yep. Concealer Contemplation, and I think it's Consigned to Cosmos Shock?
Yes. And an Enlightened Strike. So
One of the shocks. Just look at the sideways card. Like, yeah, it's a shock.
yeah. There is a one cost shock.
All right, Sink Below gets in the way of this one here.
We'll do this one. It's fine.
And then you can see Randy just sinking it up. Trying to find it out. Flittering Charge. Here we go. I don't have go again. What else could happen?
Yeah, well, clearly he's going to have an instant here.
Unless.
Well, you got to imagine, right? He's still got a big hand. You got to play the instant, give it go again. Maybe you want to be trying to maximize your deck damage size with Gone in a Flash.
Yes.
Basically, every time you want to play an instant, like ideally, every instant you play is either giving go again a Flittering Charge, which you kind of need to, or to bounce back your Gone in a Flash. Because we're talking about like the size of how much density you have in your deck. And so Brian is being very cognizant here of this and not really discarding the instants, except for Echo Flash, which is it's a good one to discard because it gives kind of 2 guaranteed damage. But pretty much every other instant he is holding on to because he knows that it represents damage in his deck with Gone in a Flash.
Yeah, I think we've seen literally 2 activations of Vasilia this game.
On 2
that
Echo
is
Flashes, yeah.
rare. This hero, like every other turn, he's just yeeting through the deck. But again, knows in this matchup, not how it's supposed to go. Sigil of Souls found on top. Ravenous Rival in for 4, go again. And it is a spell-heavy hand.
Well,
Kindle, Astral Bridge, and Comet Collision, I believe, is the arcane spell.
Yeah, we know he's got a Gone in a Flash down in Arsenal, and then Astral Bridge could be active, right? Because we do have the Sigil on top of the deck. You got that knowledge from the Ravenous Rabble.
So
The yellow Steelblade Shunt, as we all predicted.
Of course. Pitching Harder Findle to make it happen.
Of course. I totally missed that. Yep, big value right there. Now that potential play of doing some arcane damage with either Astral Bridge or the Comet Collision here, looking a little less appealing because Randy just has 2 resources floating that otherwise may not be useful.
Here's Bridge. What do we got? Oh, he knows it's Sigil, of course.
Right.
That one is playable.
So it is 1 arcane, which he's able to AB
The
it.
most life an Acilio has ever had.
Brian says this is the most life an Acilio has ever had. Maybe true. You know, being up to 42 is not something you see your average everyday Acilio get up to.
Here's Kindle. Comet Collision. I guess no action points, so no need to save an instant for Gone in a Flash in your arsenal.
Right. Oasis Respite. Randy gaining a life.
Pitching red
Blocking.
Steelblade Shunt.
So that would have been for 4, 5, 6. Still does take 1, but then it heals 1 from the Oasis. Wow.
Look, damage is being dealt.
Randy knows what he's about. He's about blocking as much as possible, gaining some life.
Is it enough damage? That's what we're here to find
Yeah.
out. 35 minutes left between these two. 42 plays 24 as life totals are inverted, although not in the direction you would think typically between these 2 heroes.
Yeah, you think a warrior against a Acilio? we have so much this Jubil spellbane at the start of the game. How many times is it attacked?
1 on turn 0.
On turn 0. Okay.
Fine.
Yeah. This is why Brian had not had to consider any defensive options, no blocking, no arcane barrier, no nothing. And he just turn 0, he blocked with 2 cards, and that's it. That's all he's done.
Second strike. Gonna get Oasis. Don't think this has go again currently.
I believe 1 should have got through.
Oh, 1
because
leaked through from
it was
Entwined
4 on
Lightning.
to 3.
You're all right.
Randy did not cleanly block that out. Steelblade Shunt, using that extra resource, of course.
Blue Shunt and Gone in a Flash. Number 2, I believe, is now gone.
Yep.
Holding on to Meteoric Impact, Astral Bridge, Echo Flash, and Twine Lightning. All right. Potential damage in that hand.
Oh.
Last-ditch effort, by the way, spotted on Randy Davis' side. I saw it in the pitch earlier and tried to catch it.
I think so.
But again, very much a show of intent when you have that card in your deck.
Yeah, I think it's pretty face-up at this point that Randy is going long. Not as quite as face-up as Brian, who posted his full deck list online before the
True.
event, but pretty face-up. I think at this point you understand what's going on.
Yeah. I guess ignoring the fact that, every now and then Gravy Bones gets in there. That's for a very different reason. With the old one-off last-ditch effort.
Sure.
Actually, would be against something like this.
It's ironic that so many of the anti-fatigue cards in the history of Flesh and Blood have also been really good cards for fatigue decks. Things like Last Ditch Effort, fatigue decks will play. Things like Remembrance, fatigue decks will play, and decks trying to counter fatigue will play. So it's kind of interesting the way that there's a dual function on both of those.
All right. Blue Sirens pitched away. AB 1 of the Echo Flash. Volzot not committed just yet. Mediocre Impact pitching to, oh yeah, baby, we're doing
Comet
it.
Storm, well, we do know Randy has AB7 over here, so 6 Arcane, not the unblockable damage. Full AB6.
All right, yep. The math checks out. Couple blues, 1 red, adds up to enough to cover that. I think that was absolutely the right call. Make the tallest attack you can. Hopefully leak a couple points of damage in, but not yet, as the Rusted Relic Wall continues to keep out Acilio's...
The Crusted Relic.
The Crusted Relic keeps out the Wizard's arcane mutterings. As Brian Hoffman considering how much of my deck left do I have to get through?
I think this is the point. I have played a lot of fatigue decks in my time, and I think that turn was actually like more pivotal than you think, because just look at the body language change in Brian. He was going pretty quick. He was playing his turn. He felt kind of good, and he's like, "Oh, sweet, here's my big 6 damage turn." And then he walks away with no damage dealt. It was fully AB'd. And I think now it is set in that he is very much behind in this game. And it's very concerning. I think it's finally hit him. It's like, oh, wait. This is not going as well as it felt like it was going.
Yeah.
Despite the life total difference,
Right.
You got to feel like Randy is feeling pretty comfortable at the moment.
All right. Strike twice. Okay, interesting. Strike twice, doing some damage there. Down to 19. Here's Snatch. Already has a cut in Arsenal, so it's like, yeah, whatever. All right. Wants to gain some life.
Blocking 5, overblocking here because Fiddler's Green will cash in by getting destroyed here.
Seems good. And you could, as I said, like 2 reds could have gone for some sort of little Astral Bridge play there instead, but wanted to make the big attack and maybe setting up for the end of this game, but it's rough as Command and Conquer. The reason Randy Davis was happy to keep a bunch of cards, there's the last gone in a flash. Arsenal is going away. Crown of Providence gonna get in the way of Command and Conquer and save that card. Because again, Brian's gonna need all of them in this game and finally take some damage.
Yeah, finally, Brian has taken damage. Still is above his starting life total, right? He should have taken 4 here down to 38.
Should be.
Don't know if his life total is going to be the most pressing matter given the situation. I think the more pressing thing is the size of his deck, which is getting suspiciously low, certainly compared to Randy at this point.
At a glance, it feels like here. We can do this. At least on that side. There's Randy's deck.
It's about equal to his graveyard.
Yeah, not bad. And I don't know if we can get a good look at Brian's deck, but the edge of it you can just see there in the bottom.
Oh, it looks quite low.
And visually, if I look at Brian's graveyard and Randy's deck, they look somewhat similar. Now, Randy, I believe, is using some extra sleeves, which is Aura. If you're playing Fatigue, I think it's actually quite important to triple sleeve, because then your opponents get intimidated by how large your stack is. Even though it makes shuffling a little trickier, I think it's worth it. I think it's worth the dexterity check. But here's...
I have never even double sleeved my cards just because I don't like the feel of it. But now I feel like I'm giving up some equity that way.
Oh, they're going to check.
11 in deck, 4 in hand.
Okay. Oh. 11 and 4. That is not where you want to be.
How about that?
I feel like generally once you get down to 1 card and 1 damage, like if you have 11 cards versus 11 life, you got to feel like you're kind of advantaged as the fatigue player. When you have more life than they have cards, that's when you know things are going pretty well.
Yep, certainly because your cards at least cash in for 3, even if all this cash in for 4.
Yeah.
They have 15 cards left to do a damage with, and you have all this damage.
There,
oh my god, there it is!
The 3rd Rusted Relic. You were correct. He does
Relic.
Have all 3. He knows what he's about. Against an Arcane decks, he's going to present 3 Rusted Relics. He's going to present Jubiel. He is not going to be taking too much Arcane damage over the course of that game.
Double no rune, Argonaut Spellclave, but here it is! Spellbane is back, which, like, it seems silly, like, the damage... This damage is obviously not that relevant because, you know, Brian's finally under his starting life total again.
Yeah.
And Acilio only starts with 36. But the Spellbane Aegis, like, these little pings that can kind of add up, it's just, like, yes, the AB was probably going to stop him anyway, but it is just so hard for you to deal damage.
Yeah. You got to feel like Randy just feels absolutely in control of this game, gets the Spellbane Aegis, eventually has 24 life now, and Brian is running even lower on cards.
Casual AB7 spell.
Brian is really looking to try to find some damage here, but like he has some instants that draw cards. He's got some instants that do 1 point of damage. You need cards that are doing more than 1 damage per card, let alone things that cycle or gain you life. These are just not where you want to be.
Yeah, Double Sigil, Brilliance, and Solace. Great cards, but not what you want to be in this spot.
They're great for tempo. They're not great for dealing damage through this wall of Hala.
Yep.
Or Walla, if you will.
Thank you, chat. I believe crowning that deck. I mean, it is certainly presenting a wall. I'm getting like flashbacks to the debut of Fatigue Pleiades in a way. I feel like we might be seeing the start of some generational cook.
Oh boy.
In this holodeck.
Yeah,
as Commander Coker comes on over, threatening the arsenal, which again, it's not really about the damage, it's about taking those cards away. Get a second strike out of there.
That's a disaster here, right? Just you needed every single card that could possibly attack for 4, and just losing one kind of for free there. Not where you want to be.
Alrighty, so Brian Hoffman trying to navigate away. And unlike, some of the Arcane decks, which is not full Arcane Acilio, they even have like loops they can present with things like Voltaris. Like there are ways to get some real fun stuff happening when you're at the end of your deck to try and, get through all of the defenses of a Fatigue deck. Because you presumably will have enough of a life lead that you can just be like, yep, I'm taking the damage, I'm sending 6 Arcane every single turn, indefinitely until one of us loses. But that is obviously not the way that this Gone in a Flash Acilio deck can go. The Brian Hoffman squeaked out just about as many points as he could, but going to go ahead and take a turn off.
Okay, so we're going to do
He just had 5 cards in hand.
Yep.
And just passed.
my turn. Can you count?
I've never seen that in my life.
5 and then
Someone just have 5 cards pass. Arsenal one of them. Like literally he's in the same spot he was last turn, except instead of a card in hand, he has a card in Arsenal.
And you've played however many Fatigue games in your life that you've played.
I've played a lot.
And your opponent has never done that to you.
Well, like they've passed and then like Arsenal draw an extra card.
Yeah.
Like go from like 3 cards in hand or 4 cards to Arsenal draw. So you can set up 1 more card. But to go from 5, and he didn't even draw at his end step. Like normally you draw up at the end of your turn. Brian just did not draw on that turn.
All right, Sirens of Safe Harbor going to gain another life, which is why Randy played that instead of swinging the Jubil.
Yep, +1 life. You already have the Spellbane Aegis. You cannot stack those with Jubil, because clearly Jubil would be way too good if you could stack extra Spellbane Aegis.
That's
so
true.
we have to have the qualifier that only if you don't have one,
Yes.
do you get a second one.
And it happened again.
Yeah.
Brian's just passing back with the full 5.
Randy is making Jubil look great.
Trying to turn off Skull Cap.
Sure. So trying to get below the life total. Luckily, this is where Crusted Relic comes into play. And even if you lose Skull Cap, Randy still has 4 AB.
And we know the other one's coming back. It's on the bottom of the deck somewhere.
Yeah. Randy has an infinite pitch outlet here with his hero power. Can always pitch to craft his cycle. If he's trying to get back to that Rusted Relic, which seems likely. Like, if Brian is going to do nothing, Randy can say, I will wait until I find the Rusted Relic again, and then I will find it. I will keep my Skull Cap active until then, and then I will come back with AB5 before turning off my Arcanite Skull Cap.
I don't know what the rules are if they just kept busting.
Yeah, so because one player is taking game action.
Yes.
One player is sharpening, he's cycling through his deck, totally legal.
Yep.
If neither player, if you pass like consecutively and no one decides to take a game action, then it will be a stalemate and a draw.
Okay, which
But
you definitely do not want.
You do not want, because then that would obviously either not be a win, or you'd have to like start the game again and play again, because it's first to the 1 win. Yes, this is true. It's not quite exactly best of 1. It is the first player to win a game. And so if you do come to a stalemate draw, or for whatever reason, if you draw, like it could happen in like Dromai Mirrors, if nobody had Ash or dragons to deploy. Like literally, if both players draw 4 dragons and no Ash, you would draw because no one can play anything. Similar thing here. If you would stalemate draw and both players refuse to take actions, it would be a draw. You would replay the game as long as there's still time left in Swiss. If you were right at the end, it could be a draw.
And I think Brian just conceded, knew what was going on, couldn't find a way through, and I believe that means Randy Davis 7-0.
Jubil 7-0. Crusted Relic, 3 copies of that, and Jubil. If you had told me at the start of the day that was going to be 7-0, I would not have believed you.
Walla might be real after all. Hala, not the fatigue deck we perhaps thought of.
Yeah.
But the one we deserve, perhaps.
It certainly is. It is certainly looking very impressive. You know, Randy playing this fatigue deck, just really showing that he had a great game plan for the Asilios in the room, right? He obviously had all the defense reactions for all of the physical damage, and those style of decks could still, peter out, run out of gas, and had the Rusted Relic, 3 of them, in fact, and the Arcanite Skullcap and all the AB, to be able to play against the heavier Arcane version of Asilio. He seemed very well prepared for Asilio, both versions, which makes sense given how popular Asilio has been here at this tournament today.
It's funny. He walks in. Asilio is going to be the most represented deck in the room. There are 2 versions. They're both quite potent for different reasons.
Yep.
What's the solution? Here's 70 cards. It answers both. What do you got?
Yeah, just presenting the deck like that is really impressive. And given how many the Asilios went 6-0, and a lot of them in the 5-1 bracket as well, you got to imagine that day 2 is going to have a pretty high representation of Asilio. And you got to imagine that Randy feels really great going into 7-0 with this deck into a heavy Asilio field tomorrow.
Yeah, Noah also going to make it either way, right? X and 1 going into this round. But we do have 2,500 of you all watching, and I think you've been waiting for a little while, so perhaps you should check this out. It is time for our reveal of Gem Pack 6. Gem Pack 6, gonna bring cold foil full art Malice to armories near you.
I know you are so excited for this.
Oh, yes.
You should have seen us when we were seeing these reveals or some of the other cards. We were freaking out.
Yeah.
They are some really exciting cards coming in Gem Pack 6 from the new Usurp the Shadow Throne set.
All right, let's have a look at what we got happening here at 3. Embrace Ursa, Consuming Appetite, and Ominous Toll. Let's start on the left. Little Shadow Runeblade attack action.
Yes, this is a 1 cost for 3, and when this attacks, you may banish a card from your hand. If it's a Runeblade, create a Rune Chant token, and if it's Shadow, this gets go again. So I'd imagine if you are playing this, you are trying to get both versions. It's going to be a 1 for 3, create a Rune Chant, go again. You banish a card, but I assume that a lot of these Viscerai decks are going to be constructed in a way that the card that you banish is probably playable from your banish, so it's not even really that big of a cost.
Yeah, that's what Mans does say on the text box on the back side, if I recall correctly. Oh, no, that's
But
the go again part.
there's even a cycle of cards that just naturally can be played out of your banish.
Also true.
That have Usurp on them. And so this is, I imagine this card looks very strong to me. And I think this is going to be probably a staple in Viscerai decks going forward.
Beautiful looking card. Of course, we are going to get in our Leviathan expert, talk about Consuming Appetite. Ethan, what you got?
I got to clear up the throat on this. There's so much to say. I just want to say, first of all, though, the art on this trio.
Gorgeous.
I mean, they picked some bangers to extend this micro text box treatment. Oh, my God. And they're so emblematic. None of them are like specializations to note, but they're so emblematic of like where they fit, right? You see your heroes effectively, maybe Malice isn't in the Ominous Toll art, but like there they are, right? This key art on Leviathan has been used over and over on some of the trailers and stuff, and we finally see it, and it's freaking sick.
Also, the art on Consuming Appetite, is that like the Deep-Rooted Evil art?
It's similar. So Deep-Rooted Evil is formed of some kind of like massive bodies, but it's in a bit of a dark artwork. This could be that same tree now just lit with,
I'm pretty sure
with
it
fire.
is.
And so, yeah, we can see the tentacles and bodies in, clearer focus. I mean, it's hot. I mean, let's be real. This art was used on that ProQuest slide. I was so ready to get here because you guys even commented, God dang, it goes hard. But what does the card do itself? This card is finally the reveal rather, of what I think maybe Brian set up initially with his back and forth with Punkage over, well, can we attack with with these tokens? Is that a legal game action? Well, don't say it. It don't say attack on the card. You got to get it somehow. Well, here we go. In finishing out this consuming cycle, we had consuming strength, consuming the go again one, and now consuming appetite. So these all share stats 6 yellow 3 block with this instant 1 cost banish clause. One thing to note compared to those other ones though, this one doesn't say only playable if you're Plasma Fet. Those other ones, to actually play them from hand, they only cost 2 for 1. That's another difference here. You had to control Plasmo, either the token from Doomsday, the Insatiable, or if you were Plasmo. This one you could play out essentially like on a turn 0 situation, just get some graveyard fill going, which those other cards lack, which is incredible because you are going to put all these cards in theory in your deck. These cards are so good at plugging a hole Leviah had of, oh my god, what's my graveyard state? Oh, my graveyard says I lose the game. Well, actually, you draw up these hands now that just say, no, I not only save my blood debt state because this self banishes, they pump your like sips that are otherwise so like Hexagore effectively is like kind of what's unlocked by the other one. This one now unlocks the other permanents in play, like your Plasma tokens. And one thing to know about why it's worded this way: until end of turn Plasma, the insatiable tokens you control get action tap go again. Those have the unique keyword, meaning you can only control one. But if on a singular turn you make another, that is a new one.
Yep.
Right, so you
and
have
that
one
can
to start the
attack
turn.
again.
You
yes.
pay 1 and a card to attack for 6 go again.
Yes.
You find another way to create a second one and attack for 6 go again.
Yes.
Again.
So I think now there's a new question, Charles? Well, surely we can make more of these Plasma Fet tokens. One reveal leads to another, you would say.
Sure.
One reveal leads to another.
I don't like that Leviah might be a better illusionist.
Oh, it's
than the
awesome.
illusionist.
I cannot wait.
And then, of course, Ominous Toll, the Malice Gloopies. I think this is... When I was starting to tinker with this deck and looking, I was like, okay, Go Again is kind of tough to come by. I do kind of want to play a bunch of red attacks because all my zombies are red and I'm trying to deal damage, but I can't play any of these stupid corrupted corpses for my Vanish Zone.
You should have seen your face when this card came up on screen, and I know you are a Malice enjoyer. You should have seen your face. You are so excited for this.
I am so excited for this.
This is such a cool card. It feels like just a positive, like a powerful glue card that brings the deck really together. Kind of reminds me use the Gravy Bones as an analog. Yep. Almost like Golden Tipple, right? You're able to attack.
Yes.
You filter out your zombie, and you get a gold token for Tipple or a gate token here, which is provides a similar role of that velocity to play your game.
Yeah, this makes there are some sick 2-card hands that this card enables, right? Ominous Toll, put a zombie in the bin, activate Death Threads, pop Box Summoner, pop Malice, play the zombie.
Sure.
And you go.
Yeah, this feels like a very potent card that I imagine every Malice deck is going to want to have probably 3 copies of.
Oh, yes, and certainly in this art here, because Gem Pack 6 is looking real nice. There's more. Don't worry. Vox Necropolis, Cold Fall, you're going to need it if you're going to play Malice. 7 Sid Nebula, it's cool.
Yeah,
whatever.
It's a good one.
It is a good one.
I think, hey, it's a 1 for 3 weapon. That's absurd.
Yeah, this card does seem quite good.
And it's when it hits, it creates a rune chant. Unlike Jubil, which is when it hits, creates a spell of Chain Aegis. Also one of the best weapons in the game, as we've seen, because it's now 7-0.
It is 7-0. That does seem to be quite good. We don't quite know what 7 Sin Nebula's record is yet, because currently
0-0.
Question mark. But so far so good. Also, this a sword that attacks for 3, Reaping Blade, RIP.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Oh well.
Was too good for this time, but now 1 for 3 with a little bit of condition is going to be what Viscerai is probably going to be playing with going forward.
Yeah, but if you hit the conditions, you get to do everything your hero wants to do.
Pretty powerful, yes.
This set looks so sick because we do
I'm really
have
excited.
some very exciting news. Our giveaway drawing is ready. Hopefully, you've been yammering, you've been yelling in chat about how cool these cards are. You've been spamming Walla in the chat after our last match. Because we have a giveaway to give away. Let's find out who it is. Zdenic Matura 728 is the numbers I heard.
I think that was that. You must be active in chat, so make sure you are claiming your chat. Please type a message, acknowledge that you are still here, and you will get a sweet Drinking Buddy promo.
Hopefully you are. Congratulations on getting your sweet promo. And again, if you missed it today, there's still tomorrow. We're going to be giving away all weekend long.
Yes, there's still tons of great Flesh and Blood to come tomorrow. 5 more rounds of Swiss, followed by 3 rounds of the top 8, where we will finally crown a champion to take home that final Quick Dodge Flexors gold foil, and maybe, if it's Dash.io or Kassai, send them off to Living Legend as well.
I feel like we've played 7 great rounds of Fab, and we don't We don't know anything about the metagame.
The metagame feels so wide open. We do know that Acilio is a very good deck.
Yes.
We saw 4 of them be 6-0, but we also saw one get kind of run over by this Wallet deck. Like, admittedly, that was a pretty clinically shown game from Hala there.
Yep.
Just like really fundamentally beating it on every axis. And so they're, the metagame is much more open than I think a lot of people anticipated coming into this weekend.
And most fully, our giveaway winner did indeed reply. So winner is here. Congratulations. Enjoy your win. Enjoy your Drinking Buddy promo. We're going to be back. We have a quick break as the round ends, but we want to bring you the final standings to close out the day. So don't go too far away. We'll be back in just a few. Welcome back, folks, to coverage of Calling Kansas City. It's been 7 rounds of Fab. We're done for our games for the day. We have a very exciting day lined up tomorrow, but in order to get there, we wanted to have a look at the final standings. So let's pull them up on screen and see who's doing well, and then we'll check in on which caster picks are maybe running it down. We saw him already, Randy Davis, one of our 3 undefeateds, on, of course, Fatigue Hala.
As everyone expected, Walla coming in strong, 7-0, really showing his mastery of this deck and this fatigue style especially against the Cilio. Really put on a clinic there in the last round. But of course, we got Randall Robinson also 7-0, and Yasunari Sukuma as well, also playing a Cilio, also going 7-0.
Very normal undefeateds. Exactly what we expect. The Cilio.
I think a Cilio was a reasonable guess. Yeah,
and then the other 2. Yeah, definitely a lot of that.
Aurora, we talked about, was kind of like the sleeper pick this weekend. A lot of hype around Aurora coming in. And then Hala, this wasn't exactly the flavor of Hala that I was expecting, but really excited to see that.
Yep. Still a bunch of X1 Acilios, though, looking good. A Fiat X1, Dio hanging around, Gravy hanging in there with all the...
Yeah, Austin Henson is a great Gravy player. He's been playing for a while. Lucas Oswald as well on Aurora. He started off strong, going 6-1 as well. Jacob Clements, definitely sticking around there, 6-1, as we kind of expect him to be near the top of the standings as well.
6-1 Betsy and Birdie still at 6-1, with Teklo also.
Teklo, Lauren Strobe and Matt Muse both at 6-1 with Teklo. Really impressive. So we're going to be very excited to see if they can keep this run going. They're a little bit off meta picks here.
Yeah, let's keep them going. 6-1's looking good. Michael Fung holding strong still on Dio. Huntsman, 6-1. And the Puffin we did see on stream, Gabriel Beckett, also at X-1. And we keep going, though. Still kind of a mix that we're excited to see. We got some Riptide, some Jarl, bunch of Dios, and Acilio is kind of sticking down here. Kassai not as prevalent as you might have thought, but there are still some in striking distance.
Yeah, I think we've only seen 2 Kassais here at 5-2, none at X1, so they're definitely going to have that uphill battle to try to break into the top 8. So Kassai, unless Zach Miller or Jeremy Werner here really step up and go on a run tomorrow, it's looking a little dicey for Kassai to maybe LL.
All right, we'll keep going here. X2s all the way down to 60th. A few more Kassais here on this page. Again, Aurora still like... I'm very curious tomorrow when we come back and check conversion rates. I feel like Aurora's conversion rate might be quite good.
I think it'll be pretty high, yeah. I definitely think so. We've seen a lot of them here show up in the top of the standings.
And, of course, Lucas Barding. Saw him on stream earlier. Your mate. Looking good.
He managed to pull out 5-2 with the... Fill off a little bit. He said he had some really close games against some all-spell Acilio decks, just right down to the wire, but just barely losing out there to Storm Striders as it happens. But still doing well with that really under-the-radar pick with Arakni slip through the cracks.
Maybe we'll have the pleasure of playing X2 Alexander Vor tomorrow.
Possible.
I'm sure I'll enjoy that matchup as we go all the way down to 80th here, which I believe is all our players. They're ready to go, and there are a lot of different heroes down here.
And we see even like a Katsu down in 69th place. We've got Olympia, we got some Betsies, some Ziggies, just all kinds of variety here. The other Arakni slipping through cracks also coming in at 5-2, so that's really impressive. Maybe that is the under-the-radar pick as well. Just like Aurora, this kind of aggressively slanted deck that just has good value. Maybe that's a good recipe for success.
Perhaps our best converting hero tomorrow. I guess we'll find out.
I think it's 100% because I think there was two Arachnis and both of them made it through.
Well, as we are going to go all the way down to 88th actually for our cut today too. Yep. That is a lot of players getting through, and everyone is still alive here down to 88th at X2, which certainly an anything could happen situation.
Yeah, absolutely. All the way down here, we've got even one Ira and one the Vincent there as well. So it's going to be anybody's game tomorrow. There's a lot of variety. There's another 5-2 Teklo boss in here, so decent amount of Teklo coming into tomorrow as well.
I'm just like trying to think in my head, like, what have we seen? Like, is it a bunch of aggro? Is it a bunch of slower decks? Like, it's a really interesting melange of archetypes.
Yeah, I would say you've got your very aggressively slated Acilio decks that don't really want to block that much. You've got a bit more mid-rangey disruptive with like Kassai as well as Arakni Marionette. You've got the more control like the Jarl and the Hala that we've seen. It's just all over the place. This is a very wide meta. You can really play a lot of different play styles and find success.
All right, so the most important thing is how did we all do collectively as a production team in terms of our picks? And you know what? After Dale and Mac, I did have to drop from the tournament. Pankaj, you know what? This was a risk I took. I did it for Sam. I did it for love of the game. X3, you know what? Respectable.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty solid. You got, what is that, 21 wins total.
Nice.
Okay, so that's not
Look,
bad.
Josh Lau did lose the last round. I actually believe lost to Peter, so
Yeah.
I was kind of doomed no matter what as far as the final round go. But those three through to day 2 with a shot still. And Michael Fung and Peter Bedancik, after taking an early loss this
Yeah, they
calling,
both lost,
have
right
not
off
done
the
a
bat.
lot of losing since. But Charles is still mogging us.
No, about equal. I think you actually have a slightly better record, right?
Let's go!
Yeah, I think this is only 19 wins between the 4 of mine that are still live. Chris dropped out, it seems. So he was my champion for Kassai, and unfortunately that prediction does not seem to be holding. But Lucas rising up there at 6-1 with that Aurora deck. Pretty excited to see that, as well as Lucas with the other Lucas, Lucas Barding with the Arakni Slip Through the Cracks at 5-2.
And Alexander still dropping bases all across the hall, I'm sure, through to day 2. And of course, man said, oh, he's actually...
Someone still pick Maxx. Pick mogging at this point, I think.
Yeah, we are getting pick mogged for sure.
My 2 X1 employees are actually on the feature match right now, recording the second of 3 special features this weekend. They're absolutely killing it, not only as content creators, newly crowned, but apparently as players. And we knew that. We knew that, to be honest. Noah Bagelman still at X2. Zack Phillips still at X2. My other favorite content creator. So, yeah, I'd say D-Stay.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
The crust is going strong as the Hala continues to make waves here in the tournament hall in Kansas City, but still a lot of different heroes, a lot of different players, and a lot of potential champions. And again, Kassai, maybe not the conversion rate we would have wanted to get our manifested finals.
Still could happen.
Still could happen.
Still very much live, but
Dio very much also looking around the
uphill
top
battle.
tables as well. So we haven't seen Dio yet on stream. Perhaps we'll line that up for tomorrow.
Haven't? Yeah, we would love to see if they're able to. Dio historically has been very good into a lot of these decks that are very aggressively oriented because she's just kind of a better aggressive deck when she's got boom grenades and items for free off the top and all the boost synergies. Could run into a lot of Vasilios and do well, or could run into something like that Walla deck, and I imagine that's not going to feel that great.
Yeah, we'll see what happens tomorrow. Day 2 is coming up. We'll be back for more coverage tomorrow. It should be a very, very exciting day as we move through Swiss and Top 8. But we are done for the day, so thank you so much on behalf of myself, Charles Dunn, and of course, Mansan, who keeps on pick mogging us. We'll see you tomorrow for more coverage.
miss me?
Insufficient again.
Now that was entertaining.
Let's do that again.
Our enemies will not grant you this mercy.
Eyes off the fragments, darling. I know, it's confusing.
Try to keep up next time.
Invigorating, a worthy attempt.
It's fun, isn't it? Blowing someone's mind.